Mr. Foreman, has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, we have.
How say you, gentlemen of the jury? Do you find the defendant, Luciano, guilty or not guilty?
We find the defendant guilty as charged, Your Honor.
In the year 1936, Luciano stood as one of the most powerful and renowned figures in America. His organized crime syndicate, stretching from the streets of Manhattan, New York, all the way to the vibrant city of New Orleans, Louisiana, was a formidable force. His men, known for their intelligence, discretion, and dangerous capabilities, were capable of corrupting government officials at all levels. They had even played a significant role in orchestrating Franklin D. Roosevelt's ascent to the White House. But now they were facing the consequences of their actions. Yet Charlie, a man known for his cunning and sharp intellect, wasn't one to be easily cornered. With his back against the wall like never before, he knew he had to dig in and find a way to navigate these treacherous waters. Prison became his new battleground, and within its confines he would forge unexpected relationships with the FBI and naval intelligence. The 1940s were on the horizon, and the world was changing rapidly, with Luciano himself about to become a victim of this transformation. The Mafia too would undergo a metamorphosis in response to these shifts. In our previous story, we delved into how Luciano had formed the infamous Five Families and solidified organized crime's grip across America, etching his name into the history books, for better or worse. During the early days of his prison sentence, Luciano wasted no time in mounting an appeal. He demanded his lawyers track down the women who had testified against him. He even dispatched Frank Costello to infiltrate Dewey's inner circle. Charlie's intellect and cunning were undeniable, and while imprisonment was a setback, it failed to deter his ambitions. However, it was during this period that the downfall of his empire truly began. Dewey relentlessly pursued his inner circle, and as the 1930s progressed, Luciano recognized that New York had become too hot to handle. He adapted by expanding his operations beyond the city, relocating his men to places like Cuba, the Bahamas, South America, and Louisiana. One of the driving factors behind this strategic shift was the individual in the White House, a Texan who offered protection to the Texas and Southern crime families. He ensured that the Southern Mafia was off limits, making it clear that targeting the South was a perilous endeavor. Franklin's actions set in motion a sequence of events that ensured future presidents would think twice before challenging the influential Southern political and gangster machines. Although the South denied the existence of an Italian mafia presence, money from New York flowed into the region, funding various casinos, while others invested in Cuba, South America, the Bahamas, and beyond. This period marked a pivotal moment in Luciano's story as he maneuvered through the complex world of organized crime, politics, and power, leaving an indelible mark on the history of America, for both good and ill. Luciano was now in the heart of a maximum security prison. A man who once orchestrated the very depths of organized crime now finds himself ensnared in a frigid, brutal reality. During the scorching summer months, the air itself seems too hot to breathe, while in the icy grip of winter, unforgiving winds from Canada cloak the prison walls in layers of frost. To fellow inmates, this grim facility is known simply as Siberia, a place where the worst of the worst are sent to languish. For Luciano, this grim penitentiary will be his reluctant residence for the next decade. In my perspective, it's within these bleak, unforgiving walls that Luciano's empire begins its precipitous decline. As time ticks on in his confinement, the loyalty of some of his most trusted men begins to waver. They scatter to the winds, seeking new horizons for their illicit enterprises. Costello flees to the sultry embrace of Louisiana. Vito disappears into the depths of Italy. Meyer finds himself amidst the intrigue of Havana, and Benjamin escapes to the sprawling enigma of Los Angeles. Meanwhile, Luciano is left to grapple with the crumbling remnants of his once mighty dominion, isolated and alone behind bars. In the words of Luciano himself, "You'll witness the unraveling of his empire as his prison sentence wears on." And as he grapples with the harsh reality of maintaining control from his cell, the daunting truth becomes evident. If he couldn't keep his empire in check during incarceration, his chances of reigning supreme once exiled to Italy seem increasingly implausible. It's a sobering point to consider that, although Luciano may not have initially anticipated his exile when he first entered those prison gates, he should have gleaned the formidable challenge of managing his empire while incarcerated. The notion that he could reassert his dominance in Italy now appears utterly fantastical. When the judge first revealed his destination, Luciano was left stupefied, and little did he know that this stunning revelation would mark the beginning of the end for his criminal empire.
When they told me I was going to Dannemora, I wasn't sure I'll be able to take it. It meant moving out of the Waldorf Towers into the gutter. The worst part of it was, we didn't have no connections up there, and that meant I was going to be in for a real tough time. No matter how quick Polakov could work the appeals and get me sprung, I was willing to put up $1 million bond, and I told them that as soon as I heard about Dannemora. But once they had me there, they weren't going to let me go.
As Luciano faced his impending sentence, he possessed a steely resolve, bolstered by the presence of his formidable legal allies, Levy and Polakov, steadfastly by his side. Charlie had meticulously orchestrated the pieces of his life, ensuring that most aspects were squared away before the steel doors of incarceration closed in on him. He entrusted his brother with the guardianship of his prized possessions, including his cherished wardrobe. Beyond his personal effects, he meticulously laid the groundwork to secure his financial empire and safeguard the safety of his beloved family. In these calculated maneuvers, Luciano wove a web of preparation, ensuring that his legacy and loved ones remained intact. His foresight and intricate planning hinted at the unfolding of a saga that would reveal the depths of his cunning and the resilience of his criminal dynasty.
I felt like I was practically acting out my own will, and there's no feeling a person can ever have in his whole life as bad as that. My clothes and all my fancy stuff, I put everything in charge of my brother Bart so he could pull it all in storage and take care of my jewelry. I took care of Gay. Had been really good to me the last few months, and she rated something. My family had to be protected, and I had to protect my own situation when it came to looking out for my dough and what would be coming in while I was away and if I was going to get it. I worked it all out with Lansky, and that's the point where Meyer became the real treasure of the outfit. I put him in charge of my money, and later on he started to take care of the finances of quite a few guys.
In the shadowy recesses of his prison cell, Luciano's mind often drifted back to that pivotal moment, the first time he was ensnared in the clutches of the law on narcotics possession charges. Memories of Mr. Goodman, a sage mentor of a bygone era, resurfaced like faded photographs in the annals of his mind. Goodman's sage counsel echoed through the years, a lifeline of wisdom in a sea of uncertainty. The advice was clear: obey the commands of the guards with unwavering diligence, act precisely when they bid, and maintain a cloak of compliance, all while keeping his head low. It was these very guidelines that had seen Luciano through the trials of his previous incarceration, a lifeline amidst the darkness. And now, as he found himself in the belly of the beast once more, he clung to the hope that these same principles would once again serve as the compass to navigate the treacherous waters of his prison sentence. With this enigmatic connection to the past, Luciano's journey took on an air of suspense, leaving us to wonder if the lessons of yesterday would prove as invaluable in the trials of today.
I remembered what Goodman told me 20 years before, the other time I was in the can. He said, "Do what they tell you, don't make no trouble." He was right, because they got you by the balls when you're in jail, and the way to get along is to follow orders. Otherwise, the only trouble you can make is for yourself. On my way up there, I made up my mind that I was going to be the best fucking prisoner in the place.
The stark contrast between willingly accepting incarceration for a committed crime and finding oneself ensnared in a web of deceit and conspiracy was a revelation that gnawed at Luciano's very core. As he grappled with the sinister implications of a frame-up, The lines between justice and manipulation blurred, giving birth to a complex and far-reaching political power play. Intrigue deepened as Charlie came to terms with the harsh reality. He was not merely a pawn in this elaborate game, but a man who had, in his own way, positioned himself on the precipice of vulnerability. The convergence of his own choices and the sinister machinations of unseen forces cast an enigmatic veil over his impending incarceration, raising questions that reverberated in the very heart of his destiny.
I couldn't get it out of my mind that I was being sent up the river on an out-and-out frame. It was there, 24 hours of every day. Me, Charlie Lucky, the big shot, caught in the net that was big enough to see coming a mile away, and I walked right into it with my eyes wide open. It was like a knife in my belly. Sometimes in those nights at Dannemora, I'd dream about that knife, and I'd wake up screaming because I could feel Dewey twisting it inside my gut, cutting me open.
The turmoil within Luciano's soul threatened to consume him, a tempestuous storm raging beneath the surface. Yet as he grappled with this profound injustice, the necessity of transcending his inner turmoil became an urgent imperative. Here, in this unforgiving crucible of incarceration, he stood as a lone figure, encircled by a menagerie of criminals, each harboring their own ulterior motives, searching for chinks in his armor and favors to be gained. Within the labyrinthine world of convicts and cons, intrigue ran deep. The clandestine alliances and unspoken loyalties that swirled around him presented a complex chessboard, where every move could be a matter of life or death. Luciano, caught in the nexus of this perilous dance, had to find a way to navigate these treacherous waters, knowing that every gesture, every nuance, could spell the difference between survival and doom. Charlie found himself in a prison where he had no existing connections, forcing him to forge new relationships with fellow inmates. In this environment, many of the inmates were hardened gangsters or individuals eager to test his gangster credentials. While Luciano may have encountered a few scuffles during his time in prison, he possessed an extensive network and deep financial resources. This allowed him to purchase protection from those in charge of the prison. Moreover, through a combination of buying protection, corrupting guards and wardens, Luciano gradually managed to gain influence within the prison's walls. However, as he built his influence, Luciano also recognized the importance of reciprocity. In order to make new friends and allies, he began doing favors for other inmates. These favors included not only ensuring their well-being inside the prison, but also making arrangements for their employment opportunities upon their release. In this way, Luciano cemented his position and garnered loyalty by demonstrating his willingness to assist others, further solidifying his power within the prison hierarchy.
Wherever I went in that place, practically from the first day I got there were always other cons after me asking me to do them favors, to put in a good word with the guards or the warden. They all thought I was going to beat the rap, and I guess they wanted to make sure when I got out and they got out, that they could come to see me back in New York and I'll give them a hand.
Amidst the desolation of the prison yard, Luciano summoned an air of regal charisma, as if the cold, unforgiving ground beneath his feet were the plush carpets of his Waldorf Towers apartment. Here, he transformed the yard into his clandestine domain, where the powerful and the desperate alike sought an audience with the enigmatic man. Intrigue unfurled as Luciano played the role of a benevolent monarch, offering an open ear and a helping hand to those who dared to approach. He conducted meetings that held the potential to change the fates of those who dared to stand in his shadow. With each encounter, a web of connections and unspoken alliances wove itself deeper into the fabric of his prison existence. The paradox of power and vulnerability in this austere setting hinted at the enigmatic drama that played out within the prison's walls.
But I was no king or any bullshit like that. I talked to anybody who wanted to talk to me, and I did what I could to help the guys who needed help. I wasn't looking to be the leader of Dannemora. It's just that happened. What when a con was about to get out? He would come over to see me and maybe ask for some names to see on the outside. As a matter of fact, we got quite a few good fellows for the outfit back in New York during the time I spent in that jail that way,
Within the prison's unforgiving confines, Luciano was a paradoxical figure, both an inmate and an enigma. Despite his notoriety, he received no preferential treatment, cast into the shadows of obscurity like a common criminal. The ever-watchful eyes of authority remained fixated upon him, as if his every move held the potential to reshape the prison's destiny. He was, ostensibly, just another face among the sea of inmates, and as the wheels of justice ground on, he was assigned the laborious task of toiling in the laundry room. Yet, for Luciano, this was a bridge too far, a stark reminder of his own vulnerability and a curious twist in his odyssey. As he grappled with the juxtaposition of his notorious past and his present reality, the intrigue deepened, foreshadowing a compelling narrative that remained shrouded in the enigmatic haze of prison life.
Even though I made up my mind to be a guy who wouldn't cause any trouble, that was going too far. Back in '36, a prison laundry wasn't like a big laundromat. We didn't have electric machines or air conditioning. There I am, in a place that's like a sweatbox, a boiler room, and I'm supposed to wash and iron the shit all the other guys were wearing, like I was some kind of washerman. So, after a few weeks, I found out where to spread the dough around. A few bucks here and there, because what prison guard has more than a pot to piss in? And soon I was up in the library, where it was clean, quiet, and I could do some real thinking and planning.
Once the clandestine negotiations and covert exchanges of favors had been skillfully orchestrated, Luciano, ever the strategist, embarked on a clandestine endeavor that echoed the aspirations of any imprisoned soul: plotting his escape. In the shadows of confinement, a complex puzzle unfolded, where every move held the potential to reshape his fate. With calculated determination, Luciano meticulously unraveled the threads of his predicament, exploring every avenue, both overt and covert, which could pave the way to his liberation. As he delved deeper into this intricate game of evasion, the intrigue thickened, promising a tale of audacious schemes and high-stakes gambits within the prison's unyielding walls.
I really felt like I was in Siberia when it came to the strategy that Levy and Polakov were working on in Manhattan. It was the first time in all my years that I had no control and nothing to say about what was going on in my life. It was like I had claustrophobia. I felt closed in, not just because I was in prison, but because I was in solitary, with no connection with the outside world, my world in Manhattan.
As Luciano continued to navigate the labyrinthine intricacies of prison life, it became clear that the carefully orchestrated bribes would take several more weeks to reach their full effect. Only then could his loyal associates come and go at his discretion. The realization that his stay behind bars might stretch beyond a mere couple of months began to gnaw at him, filling him with a potent cocktail of rage and frustration. In the midst of this turbulent emotional maelstrom, Luciano found himself in a hushed sanctuary, the prison library. It was here that the notion began to crystallize in his mind. He recalled Meyer Lansky, one of the sharpest minds he had ever known, a man who had consistently extricated himself from tight spots through the power of books and knowledge. And in this library, surrounded by a treasure trove of information, Luciano recognized that the time had come for him to harness the transformative potential of knowledge, just as Lansky had done so masterfully.
There I was surrounded by all of them books, and I started to think about Lansky, how Meyer was always walking around with the book stuck in his back pocket and his nose buried in another one. The son of a bitch was always reading, always learning something, mostly having to do with numbers. That's when I started reading.
Luciano's strategic brilliance extended even to his choice of reading material. He consciously eschewed law books, well aware that he had the finest legal minds in America tirelessly poring over those tomes on his behalf. Instead, he sought inspiration from the unlikeliest of sources. It was within the pages of literature far removed from the legal sphere that he sought the key to unlocking new avenues of thought and strategy.
I figured I was paying my lawyers plenty, so why the hell should I spend my time doing what I was paying them to do? So I started to read books on history and geography that had to do with America. No matter what anybody says, I was a good American, and I always think of myself as a good American. But I didn't know shit about my country. I didn't know where any place was. Sure, I knew Chicago and Miami and Hot Springs and Saratoga and all the towns in between, but I didn't know much else. Before I went to Dannemora Library, if you asked me where the hell Des Moines was, I could not tell you. And I read a lot about Sicily and Italy. I was born in Sicily, and I had a lot of relatives still living there. But I knew less about that place than I did about America. By the time I got out the can, I knew more about the history of Sicily and Italy than a lot of college professors in the United States.
At the onset of his sentence, Luciano may not have fully comprehended the significance of his reading choices, but little did he know that the knowledge he was accruing about Italy and Sicily would become invaluable, especially upon his eventual arrival there in 1946. Inadvertently, he was laying the groundwork for his future, an unintentional plan of study that would pay remarkable dividends. He also couldn't escape the haunting specter of guilt when contemplating the relatives he had left behind. As he had ventured into the labyrinth of American organized crime upon his arrival, the memories of individuals like Rotolo and his compatriots had been overshadowed by the allure of power and wealth. However, fate had an intriguing twist in store. Upon his arrival in 1946, Luciano found himself welcomed by Rotolo and his kin, embraced not merely as a member of the Mafia, but as one of their own flesh and blood. The knowledge he had cultivated during his incarceration, now evident in his conversations and demeanor, astounded visitors like Frank Costello, revealing a depth of intellect and foresight that would become a defining aspect of Luciano's legendary persona. When he was visited by Frank Costello, instead of wanting to talk about the rackets, Charlie spoke about history, which surprised Costello. Frank would say to Luciano, "Charlie, you're becoming a goddamn Sicilian Meyer Lansky. What do you think of that?" Locked within the confines of his cell, Luciano honed skills he wished he had mastered during his days of freedom. Reading voraciously, he delved into the intricacies of penmanship, meticulously transcribing forms from the books he had acquired from the library. His hours were spent in earnest dedication, etching carefully formed letters and elegant script onto the yellow line paper that served as his canvas. The result was distinctive and refined handwriting, reminiscent of the penmanship taught in the schools of his youth. Incarceration also served to acclimatize Luciano to his stark environment, allowing him to wield newfound influence over who was granted visits. However, despite his efforts to adapt, the one thing that gnawed at him relentlessly was the world of rackets. As he pored over newspapers detailing the ongoing criminal enterprises, a sense of longing welled within him. He yearned to be more than a passive observer, to take his place once again in the shadows, securing his rightful share of the profits. Behind bars, all he could do was speculate whether he was still receiving his due from the vast criminal empire he had helped shape.
It was lousy. I was sitting up there in the library while down in New York and all over the country, everybody was scoring big, and I could only hear about it and dream about it. I could taste it, but I couldn't swallow it. And I was pretty upset after a while when Lansky hadn't been up to see me for a couple of months. So I sent word, about Easter time in 1937, for him to come up right away instead of Lansky. Adonis came up, and he still wasn't so full of smiles.
In the bleak shadows of his confinement, Luciano could only look on as the landscape of his criminal empire shifted in disconcerting ways. Meyer Lansky, his astute Jewish consigliere, had embarked on calculated moves of his own. A sense of foreboding had loomed since the days when the Bug and Meyer gang had disbanded, with Lansky and Benjamin Siegel each charting their unique courses. Luciano had always recognized the perceptive brilliance of Meyer Lansky, the man who seemed to possess an uncanny ability to foresee the future. However, in the midst of his incarceration, Luciano found himself detached, unable to discern the shifting sands beneath his feet. His public image remained tarnished, an indelible stain from his association with heinous crimes. While deep down he harbored a sense of innocence, he understood that the public's perception would forever cast him as guilty. His release, if it ever materialized, would be an ascent akin to scaling a formidable mountain, Such an event, if it were to occur, would have to arise from unique circumstances, circumstances that were not yet manifesting. The realization that Lansky saw his future elsewhere gnawed at him, and Luciano sensed that his own release would only reinforce the accuracy of Lansky's vision. Though Lansky remained outwardly loyal for a time, the signs of his divergence had become increasingly apparent. It was Joe Adonis who finally broke the disconcerting news to Luciano, revealing that Meyer Lansky had pressing business elsewhere. Luciano, infuriated by the perceived deceit, demanded an explanation. Adonis, hesitatingly, disclosed the truth, unraveling the enigmatic web of Lansky's plans. The revelation marked a turning point, leaving Luciano to grapple with the dawning realization that even his most trusted allies had their own paths to follow. Joe Adonis told Luciano, "Lansky's down in Havana. I got word yesterday that he made a deal with Batista, and he's got control of the casino at the Hotel Nacional. So far, nobody knows who gets what." Lansky was in dangerous waters. He had to be careful. Luciano told Adonis to get the message to him. Luciano demanded to see Lansky right away.
When Joe Adonis told me that, I was pretty pissed off. It was hard for me to believe, after Alaska and all that stuff, that Meyer still couldn't do anything so stupid to go out on his own, like a sitting duck. So I told Joe Adonis not to jump to no conclusions, and to pass the word around for everybody to hold their water, and to get in touch with Lansky and tell him to get his ass up to Dannemora right away.
Within a week, Meyer Lansky paid a visit to Luciano in prison, a calculated move to address the impending changes within their shared world of organized crime. Lansky brought along Polakov, one of Luciano's lawyers, whose presence added an air of legitimacy to their clandestine meeting. Polakov assumed a silent vigil in the corner of the room, an observer of the unfolding conversation. As Luciano greeted his old friend with a warm smile, there was a palpable sense of camaraderie between them. His voice bore no traces of malice when he inquired, "What's it all about, little man?" In this moment, Luciano chose to give Meyer the benefit of the doubt, waiting for the revelation that had brought them together. Meyer locked eyes with Luciano, and with a weighty sigh he began to speak. "Joe Adonis told me you wouldn't yell. And I should have known better than to think you would. The Cuba deal is good for everybody, just the way we talked about it 4 years ago. The only thing that's mine is a deal I made in Havana for Saga, and that goes to Alaska. You have a piece of mind, Charlie. I never wanted it any other way. About Batista, it's the best thing that ever happened to us. I've got him in my pocket, whether he is a president or he puts somebody else in, no matter what happens. He belongs to us. I handle all his money, every dollar, every peso he takes on. I'm handling the transfer to his account in Switzerland." Charlie sensed the wheels of change turning long before Meyer began to speak, or perhaps he couldn't help but wonder if this was merely another chapter in Meyer's intricate playbook of potential betrayals. As Lansky commenced their conversation, he veered down the path of compliments and flattery, beginning with none other than their old acquaintance, Benjamin Siegel. The praise he lavished upon Benjamin's charm and charisma, likening him to a Hollywood star, was noted by Luciano, a shrewd observer who had learned to decipher the undercurrents of such conversations. The growing chasm between Lansky and Siegel was evident. They had embarked on divergent paths in the quest for wealth and power, with Benjamin relocating to Los Angeles, where he had become a pivotal figure in the organization's West Coast endeavors. The shifting dynamics within their circle of trust left Luciano contemplating the deeper implications of Meyer's words, a reflection of the intricate and evolving relationships that bound them all. Meyer told Luciano about Benjamin. But he's no movie star, and he's beginning to act like one out there. If he was just using his new friends, all these movie people, as a front, I could understand. But he ain't. He's really playing the part of a Hollywood big shot, and just no good for a guy who should be handling our private business. I'm saying this now because I got a feeling that someday Boogsies is going to be a serious problem. Luciano's keen observations extended to the behavior of Benjamin Siegel, but the conversation inevitably drifted to another prominent figure in their world, Vito Genovese. With Thomas Dewey's relentless pursuit persisting, Vito found himself under mounting pressure. The spectre of imprisonment, or even the ominous prospect of the electric chair, loomed like a dark cloud over his head. Genovese, growing increasingly paranoid about his precarious position, reached a critical decision. Fearing the dire consequences of staying on American soil, he sought refuge in another country and made a plea to Meyer Lansky for assistance. Luciano, the ever-strategic thinker, responded to Vito's request through Lansky, his words carrying the weight of authority as he contemplated the complicated web of alliances and dangers that surrounded them all.
Lansky knew I hated the little bastard's guts, and I hated the way he kept playing around with junk in spite of every warning I give him, and maybe we would all be better off if we let the cops get rid of him for us. But I told Meyer I still couldn't bring myself to give the order. To let him go to the chair, I still couldn't forget that he helped to make a lot of things possible for everybody, with what he's done for all of us with Masseria and Maranzano and important jobs like that. Meyer started to argue with me, but I stopped him cold. I said no, he can go to Europe and take anything with him and that he wants to, for I don't want him floating around, no place but Italy. Tell him to stay there and keep his nose clean.
The message got back to Vito Genovese.
Meyer took the message back, and Vito left New York with $2 million in cash to work out a deal with contacts in Naples that he made a few years before to bring the money to Italy in a big suitcase that would never be opened when he went through customs. He also brought a house in the Jersey Highlands for his wife Anna, on account of she had to stay behind until he could see what was doing in Italy, and he left $250,000 in a vault in the Manufacturers Trust Company Bank on Fifth Avenue with 2 keys, one of them for Anna, and the other he gave to Steve France, one of the few guys in the world Vito trusted.
Luciano's astute assessment of Vito Genovese didn't stop his paranoia, but delved into the realm of his intellectual limitations. While Vito had a voracious appetite for newspapers, his interests were notably myopic. He confined his reading solely to matters pertaining to the criminal underworld and the affairs of the organization, demonstrating a stark disinterest in global events. The tumultuous war unfolding in Europe, with its profound implications related to fascism, Nazism, and the ominous rise of Hitler, remained beyond the periphery of Vito's awareness. His focus was resolutely centered on the criminal domain, a characteristic that Luciano couldn't help but acknowledge as both a vulnerability and a testament to the peculiar complexity of their world.
When Vito left, I'm positive up to the minute, the only thing he ever read in the papers was about him, well, maybe what was going on in our outfit. I don't think he knew a thing about Hitler or the problems in Europe. He just knew that Mussolini was a big shot in Italy, and little Vito had already made his good connection, so that everything could be nice and easy for him until things cooled off in New York and he could come back.
Before Luciano could confidently convene the upcoming crucial meeting in regard to his case, he harbored concerns about his lawyer, Polakov, whose performance had left him distinctly unimpressed. Even though Polakov was a respected attorney, Charlie felt that the gravity of his situation warranted the involvement of legal heavyweights. And so, he reached out to influential figures in the criminal underworld. Enter George Wolfe, a legal powerhouse closely tied to Frank Costello, a name synonymous with authority and influence. Wolfe was not just a great lawyer, he was ruthless in his legal pursuits, possessing a reputation as one of America's finest legal minds. What set him apart was his unyielding dedication to his network of powerful contacts and an extensive web of favors owed. The resources at George's disposal were vast, and the fees Luciano paid, along with covering expenses, seemed a small price to access his web of connections. With George Wolfe on his team, Luciano could begin pulling on strings that stretched into the corridors of power. It was a journey that would take time, but with George leading the charge, the foundation for Luciano's eventual release began to take shape. He would meticulously chip away at the weaknesses in his legal case, paving the way for his eventual escape from the clutches of incarceration.
I thought Levy had done a lousy job. I paid him a fortune to top Dewey, and he gave me so much showmanship as an Oyster Bay flounder. So we switched to the best George Wolfe. He cost me over 90 grand plus expenses, just to handle an appeal. But I can't argue because he eventually dug up the one piece of ammunition I needed to get out of Dannemora and get free.
The second wave of attack had begun for Luciano, his appeal. With an open checkbook at their disposal, his legal team, led by George Wolfe, meticulously scrutinized the prosecution's case. They homed in on the substantial errors committed during the original trial, presenting a compelling argument for a re-examination of the evidence. However, when this initial avenue yielded no progress, they were compelled to chart another course of action. Public opinion, tainted by the harrowing charges against Luciano, dictated that they tread with utmost caution. The trial judge had fired warning shots during the proceedings, acutely aware of the dangerous forces at play. He admonished against witness intimidation and any form of coercion, casting a shadow of doubt over the entire defense. The legal team knew that failure to navigate this precarious terrain with precision would spell the end of their quest for Luciano's freedom, making each move a high-stakes gamble.
I've been yelling at Polikoff that he and Georgie had to find a way to get them lying broads to tell the truth, that they were the key to any chance we had. Then one day Polikoff comes up and tells me that they can't find them girls, that they seem to have disappeared into thin air. I said to him, "What the hell am I paying you guys for? Use whatever dough you need. Get detectives. Get 100 detectives. I don't give a shit, but find them broads."
Luciano had yet another significant asset up his sleeve, a strategy that was not conventional, but held immense promise. During the meetings with his lawyers, Meyer Lansky, that astute figure in the shadows, often joined them as an observer. On one such occasion, Luciano seized the opportunity to set a bold plan into motion. He turned to Lansky and directed him to extend his services to the legal team, particularly in their pursuit of the prostitutes, crucial to the case. Lansky's reach extended far and wide, with a network of contacts spanning the entire United States, and even reaching into international territories like Havana, Cuba, and Europe. With Meyer on the team, their search for these elusive women would be relentless and methodical, a testament to the powerful synergy of minds working in unison to unearth the necessary evidence.
For Christ's sake, Meyer, we got enough guys around on the street to be able to locate anybody. I want you to drop everything you're doing. Don't bother about nothing else, but find them broads.
The relentless pursuit of evidence continued, as Luciano, his legal team, and Meyer Lansky joined forces to uncover the elusive testimony of the prostitutes who had once testified against him. Every corner of America was scoured, but for a long time, their efforts yielded nothing substantial. Then, in a stroke of miraculous fortune, a letter found its way into Luciano's lawyer's hands. Luciano, ever mindful of his lawyer's safety, played coy about the origins of the letter, subtly indicating that it had miraculously fallen into their possession. In truth, it was Meyer and his network that had acquired the letter through illegal means. They had infiltrated the post office to intercept letters meant for Dewey, and this particular letter was penned by Coquille Flo Brown and postmarked from Paris, France. The contents of the letter were a revelation. It unveiled that the women had been granted an all-expenses-paid trip to Europe, orchestrated by Dewey himself. However, their joy had soured as they found themselves constantly surveilled by Dewey's men, and their funds slowly dwindled. In their desperation, they even hinted at taking actions against Dewey that he wouldn't appreciate. Luciano and his legal team saw a glimmer of hope and promptly set off for Paris. They offered the women not pressure, but understanding, explaining Luciano's innocence in the face of the charges pinned on him. The women, eager to set the record straight, offered to sign affidavits recounting the truth and exposing the scripts Dewey had provided for their previous testimonies. In return, they sought immunity from prosecution, protection, and a well-deserved vacation in Europe. The story didn't end there. Joe Bendix, who had initially offered testimony in exchange for a reduced sentence but felt double-crossed when it didn't materialize, reached out to assist Luciano's case. He was willing to share how he had lied about the Luciano case and how DeWay and his IDs had scripted his testimony. Luciano, upon hearing this breakthrough, was finally filled with elation, a glimmer of hope in the bleak landscape of his incarceration.
Mo came up and told me about the affidavit and said he was going to reorganize our appeal. I felt I could start packing my stuff and be back home in New York in no time.
In the wake of Luciano's appeal, Thomas Dewey, his formidable adversary, wasted no time in launching a direct assault on Luciano's character. He disregarded the substantial evidence uncovered by Wolfe and Levy, opting instead to assail Luciano as a dangerous hoodlum. Dewey contended that Luciano's reputation alone should be the primary focus in the consideration of his appeal. With a disdainful eye, he scrutinized the documents presented by Luciano and his lawyers, vehemently labeling them as tainted with perjury and fraud upon the court. Luciano's hopes for a successful appeal were dashed as the United States Supreme Court summarily declined to entertain any arguments. The legal avenues had, for the time being, been firmly sealed, leaving Luciano to serve his sentence. It was his lawyers who bore the difficult task of breaking this somber news to him, as they navigated the treacherous waters of justice and incarceration.
Polikoff came up to Dannemora to tell me the news. We met in the visitor's room and Mo didn't look so good. He was kind of white and shaking. He said to me, "Charlie, I've got bad news for you." I said to him what happened, and Mo said, "They turned down your appeal, Charlie." I looked at him for a minute. I wasn't sure right then just what he meant, so I said, "What does this mean, Mo?" He said, "That's it for now, Charlie."
Charlie's world crumbled in that moment of disbelief. Stunned and unable to fathom that all their efforts had come to naught, he turned to his lawyer, his eyes filled with a profound sense of disillusionment and betrayal. The weight of the justice system bore down on him, its crushing reality sinking in as he grappled with the realization that his appeal had been extinguished.
I still didn't get just what he was talking about, and I asked him again what he meant. He told me that it was the end of the line, at least for a while, that the court had turned down the appeal because they just didn't believe the affidavits. I almost screamed at him. I yelled, "Mo, them broads, they signed them statements, they admitted they lied." "What do you mean the court doesn't believe them?" He said, "I don't know what to say, Charlie. I'll have to tell you the way it happened."
Charlie was stunned and unable to understand that all their efforts had come to nothing. He turned to his lawyer, his eyes filled with a deep sense of disappointment and treachery. The weight of the justice system bore down on him, its crushing reality sinking in as he grappled with the realization that his appeal had been extinguished.
I was knocked over. I just wished the whole floor would open up and swallow me. I couldn't see any hope. It was all black, like not even a tiny little light any place. That must be the way a guy feels. All of a sudden, he goes blind. Naturally, Mo tried to make me feel better. He told me they wouldn't stop working, but he warned me that it wasn't going to be easy, that the whole thing was never easy from the beginning. Just like he said up in my apartment when we had the meeting with all the guys. He was right. Then and there I had the most respect for Polikoff. He never shitted me. He always leveled, and he'd been smarter than anybody else from the start. At least, when I saw Mo walk out, I knew that I had somebody on the outside I could trust, and if there was any possible way to manipulate some legal loophole, Moses Polikoff would find it.
Luciano's unwavering confidence in his legal team would ultimately prove to be a wise investment in his future. While it was not his lawyers who would orchestrate his eventual exit from Dannemora, but his friends like Albert Anastasia and others, Luciano held on to hope. He understood that for the time being he remained incarcerated, still clinging to the belief that his legal team might yet navigate a path to his freedom. Back in his cell, Luciano looked at the prison bars and wondered if he would ever be free again. Luciano's ascent to power had been marked by violence, and his creation of Murder, Inc. underscored the ruthlessness required to reach the pinnacle of the criminal underworld. He had surrounded himself with formidable individuals like Vito Genovese, understanding the need for dangerous men in his inner circle. But over time, he began to reflect on the limitations of violence as a solution to every problem. Luciano's time in jail fostered a shift in his perspective, leading him to seek alternatives to brute force while never forsaking it entirely. The proximity of Luciano and his closest associates had once been a source of strength, but the advent of FDR's presidency signaled a changing tide. Some of these men who had shared in Luciano's fame and power grew wary of becoming the next targets of Dewey's relentless pursuit. In response, some chose to flee and hide from the looming storm heralded by Dewey, FDR, and LaGuardia. As a result, the once tightly knit inner circle began to unravel. Costello was refining the gambling operations in New Orleans, Meyer found himself in Havana, and Vito was on the run. Dutch Schultz had met a tragic end, further unsettling the balance of power. This created an opportune moment for figures like Lepke to make their moves. With Luciano imprisoned and key players distracted or displaced, Lepke saw a chance to expand his influence. He amassed wealth by consolidating his rackets and forming alliances, but in the process, he began to cut out some of those who had once worked closely with him. It was a risky game, for men like Tommy L. were not to be trifled with. Recognizing the precarious nature of the situation, Tommy L. took the prudent step of reaching out to Luciano in prison. By engaging in dialogue with the incarcerated leader, he navigated the intricate dynamics of the criminal world, attempting to ensure his survival, while Luciano's influence loomed ever-present, ready to assert itself should the need arise.
Up in Dannemora, I had enough things to bother me, like my own plans for the appeals and different ideas to help me get out. Then I began to get a lot of reports about what Lepke and Albert were doing, just because Costello and Lansky weren't around every day to stop them. Then I heard the Lepke was going around, telling some of our guys that he wasn't going to use his muscle for the benefit of nobody but himself. In other words, the garment district and the bakery business, for example, was going to be his without cutting nobody else in.
Luciano found himself in a perplexing situation, uncertain of how to interpret Lepke's maneuvering while he was incarcerated. It was a calculated and somewhat treacherous move, considering that some of Luciano's other key associates were also temporarily absent. Lepke, though formidable in his own right, carried his own set of flaws, most notably a penchant for drawing attention to himself. His flashy, high-profile lifestyle had not escaped the notice of a particular prosecutor, the formidable Tom Dewey.
Then the shit hit the fan. When word got around the narcotics guys were building a case against Lepke for something that even surprised me. This stupid jerk got himself mixed up with a shipment of junk from Hong Kong to the United States that was supposed to be worth $10 million. I heard later it was a hell of a lot less than that. It was bad enough that I always had to worry about Vito with that hot stuff. Now this muscle-headed son of a bitch Lepke gets himself involved up to his belly button in something he doesn't know a fucking thing about.
The glare of public attention, combined with Dewey's mounting efforts to build a case against him, eventually drove Lepke to seek refuge and assistance from the Italian Mafia, realizing that he needed their support to navigate the turbulent waters ahead.
So of course he needs help, and he sends Joe A. up to see me. My first reaction was to tell Joe A. to let him take the rap. For years I'd been trying to help him, and it was always like talking to a stone wall. But you can't throw a guy to the wolves. So I sent Joe back to New York with an okay for Anastasia to hide Lepke. I knew he and Lepke were close, and he'd give it extra special attention.
A very public manhunt unfolded for Lepke, with wanted posters plastered across New York, surpassing the scale and media attention of the pursuit of Luciano. The intensity of the search eventually drew the attention of the FBI. Then in the late 30s, Lepke vanished, prompting Dewey to label him as the worst industrial racketeer criminal in America. As Dewey embarked on this relentless manhunt, he was joined by other formidable figures, including Harry Anslinger, who would later become entwined in Luciano's own history. Anslinger would doggedly pursue Luciano, even going as far as to stalk him in Italy, relentlessly labeling him a narcotics trafficker. This marked the beginning of Henry Anslinger's pursuit of Luciano, while Luciano languished in his jail cell in 1939. Anslinger also had the backing of Louis Valentine, the New York police commissioner, who had been one of the individuals involved in the hunt for Dutch Schultz. Meanwhile, J. Edgar Hoover, the head of the FBI, observed the considerable press attention garnered by Anslinger and others in their pursuit of Lepke. Growing increasingly envious of what he perceived as his domain, chasing wanted criminals, Hoover sought to contact the mob directly in his quest to capture Lepke.
But the real laugh for me came sometime in 1939. The FBI was sending guys all over the place. One guy got a free vacation down in Havana, where he went to see Lansky, and another guy went to New Orleans to talk to Costello to see if he knew where Lepke was.
An interesting point to highlight is that Hoover had been dispatching agents to New Orleans to engage with figures like Costello. In this particular instance, the agents were sent to consult with Costello regarding specific criminal activities, including their pursuit of Lepke. However, as Costello's power waned, a new force in the form of Carlos Marcello emerged as a prominent figure in the organized crime world. Hoover may have utilized agents to reach out to Marcello, not only for information about certain cases, but also to stay informed about the various far-right activities, civil rights movements, and other turbulent events occurring in the South. Marcello could have served as a crucial point of contact for Hoover in unraveling the complex web of criminal activities in the region. It's worth noting that certain FBI agents in New Orleans often referred to Marcello as a tomato salesman, asserting that he was not connected to any organized crime network. This intriguing piece of history will be explored in more detail later. At this juncture, Hoover's focus was firmly set on finding Lepke, and he had dispatched agents to speak directly with Luciano, a move that would significantly impact the unfolding events. Despite being incarcerated, Luciano, with his keen intellect and network of influential contacts, was determined to leverage his abilities and resources to infiltrate the FBI. He orchestrated a clandestine alliance with Frank Costello, which would prove to be a pivotal turning point. This newfound friendship would bridge the gap between the Mafia's control over the streets and J. Edgar Hoover's authority in politics. In this symbiotic relationship, the Mafia would assist Hoover in maintaining a firm grip on the political landscape, while Hoover in turn would allow the Mafia to maintain its influence over the streets.
Then it happened. Hoover sent an agent up to see me in Dannemora. He wanted me to help them find Lepke. Can you imagine the gall of that gay guy Hoover? I told the agent I wanted to send a message back to J. Edgar. If you wanted to arrange to commute my sentence, I could let him have Lepke in 24 hours. No communication, no Lepke. And as far as I was concerned, Hoover could go fuck himself, and maybe that was a good idea.
The underworld held a keen awareness of Lepke's whereabouts, a knowledge that was especially acute for the likes of Luciano, who remained deeply connected to the underworld's inner workings. Lepke was, protected by Albert Anastasia, he continued to manage his criminal enterprises as usual, all the while ensuring that Murder Inc. remained an effective instrument for eliminating potential threats, including witnesses set to testify against him. Even in the company of other Mafia leaders, Lepke began to shed his veneer of respectability. In fact, he started to beef with people who were very close with Luciano, one being Tommy Lucchese. An incident, later recounted to Luciano by Lucchese, underscored this shift. Anastasia had orchestrated a sit-down that included not only Lepke, but also other influential figures such as Lucchese himself, Willie Moretti, Gerardo Rullo, who would later adopt the name Jerry Catena and become one of Vito Genovese's caretakers during his 1959 incarceration, and Longhi Zwilman, among several others. During this meeting, Lucchese confronted Lepke regarding his actions related to the garment industry, specifically his attempts to sideline Italian interests. Lepke's response, claiming ownership of the entire enterprise, incensed Lucchese. In a fit of anger, Lucchese abruptly left the meeting and instructed his aide, Abe Kid Twist Relis, to drive him back to his sanctuary. Following this incident, Lucchese made a visit to his old friend in prison, sharing the details of the confrontation with Luciano, Lucchese told Luciano. Ever since you've been gone, Luciano, things ain't the same. I've got a feeling that Frank Costello is doing too much on his own, and that little genius Lansky disappears down in Havana someplace, and we don't see him, but maybe once a month. Charlie, you got to do something about this Lepke thing, because Dewey and Hoover would give their left arms to grab him, and until they do, they're putting plenty of pressure on everybody. They ain't going to let up on none of us until they grab Lepke. Luciano found himself in a deeply conflicted position. Despite having made a personal commitment and communicated to the entire criminal organization that violence should no longer be their primary problem-solving tool, circumstances continually pushed him into situations where he had to consider the unthinkable, killing a friend. He had aspired to seek peaceful resolutions to their issues, striving for a more sophisticated and strategic approach to managing their operations. However, the reality was that he often found himself with no alternative. When a member stepped out of line, Luciano felt compelled to rein them back in, and sometimes this involved using violence or resorting to death. Even behind bars, he was called upon to issue orders for hits on individuals he considered friends. In this complex web of relationships, Tommy Lucchese held a significant position, not only as a respected associate, but also as a dear friend to Luciano. When it came to dealing with Lepke, Luciano opted for an unprecedented approach. He brokered a deal with the FBI, a move that involved handing Lepke over to J. Edgar Hoover. The understanding that prevailed in the late 30s and early 40s was that these criminal figures had a shrewd grasp of Hoover's motivations. They recognized that Hoover's primary drive was not justice but fame. This realization shaped the decisions they made, even when it came to cooperating with the authorities.
I felt like I was pushing the calendar back again to Dutch Schultz. I thought it over for a few minutes, and then I finally made the decision. We couldn't knock off Lepke the way it happened with Schultz. That would just mean more trouble. Hoover would be sore as boil at anybody stealing his glory, and Dewey would go through the ceiling. We had to get Lepke out of our hair once and for all, but we had to do it some way that'll still give Dewey and Hoover their piece of the cake. So, I told Tommy to get hold of Meyer and Frank and Joe A. right away, and to make sure Anastasia got my message, I ordered him to stop protecting Lepke. I didn't want any arguments about it.
For the first time in the annals of organized crime, a groundbreaking relationship was on the horizon. One that would bridge the divide between one of the most potent government agencies and one of the most influential men in America, J. Edgar Hoover. Initially, Hoover approached Luciano with his agents, but Luciano declined this offer. Instead, Charlie devised a new plan. He would utilize Frank Costello as the intermediary for handing over Lepke, and subsequently, he would let Costello cultivate the relationship with Hoover. This strategic move marked a significant shift in the dynamics of crime and law enforcement, as powerful forces aligned for a common purpose.
The way I figured it, the most important thing was to make it look to Lepke like we'd worked out a deal with Hoover. If he'd give himself up to the FBI and take the narcotics rap, he was guaranteed that he wouldn't be turned over to Dewey, and by the time he finished the federal stretch, the Dewey case would probably cave in. I knew that Lepke was scared to death of Tom Dewey, especially after what that prick done to me. Of course, we didn't make any deal at all with Hoover, but it had to look damn sure to Lepke like we did. I also told Tommy that the plan had to be put across to Lepke by somebody he'd trust. He wasn't going to come out of hiding and run up to Dannemora to come see me. I knew he'd never trust Joe Adonis, Frank, or Meyer. They had to get the messenger who was close enough to Lepke so he'd buy the plan without question.
Luciano sprang into action, setting the intricate plan into motion. His goal was to hand Lepke over to the FBI, who would subsequently transfer him to Dewey's custody. However, making this plan a reality required the involvement of a key figure whom Lepke trusted more than anyone else. Given Lepke's strained relations with the Italian Mafia and his wariness of most elements within the Jewish Mafia, Luciano knew he had to tread carefully and strategically to make this complex operation a success.
Then I wrote a note to Lansky, sealed it up, and gave it to Polikoff to take to Meyer in New York. I laid the whole thing out for Meyer and told him that after all the arrangements had been made for Lepke to surrender to the FBI, he and Costello should make sure that Dewey got the word that I masterminded the whole thing. Hoover gets Lepke first, and then turns him over to Dewey.
In addition to the carefully devised plan, Luciano instructed Costello to establish contact with one of Dewey's most accomplished men. This added layer of engagement was intended to enhance the operation's chances of success and bolster the trust between the parties involved.
I also wrote that I wanted Frank to contact his best man on Dewey's staff and say I was willing for the whole outfit to back Dewey in a run for governor of New York. I told him I couldn't say any more about that part of it until I had all the details worked out in my mind.
Deep down, Luciano understood that Dewey's desire extended far beyond mere law enforcement. He yearned for fame and a significant rise in the political ranks. Recognizing this, Luciano decided to leverage Dewey's political aspirations as an integral part of their cooperation. Meyer Lansky, with his impeccable instincts for these matters, knew precisely how to gain Lepke's trust. He reached out to Mo Dimples Walensky, who was not only a good friend of Lepke, but also someone in whom he placed immense trust. 2 years of living underground had pushed Lepke to the point of considering any reasonable deal that didn't involve Dewey. Using his connections, Meyer arranged for word to reach Lepke, detailing the deal with Hoover and the terms of surrender. It was Anastasia who personally drove Lepke to the meeting, solidifying the critical point of contact with Hoover. When it came to choosing an intermediary for Hoover, Costello compiled a list of 3 potential candidates. However, one suggestion irked Luciano considerably. The first name on the list was William O'Dwyer, a Brooklyn judge who owed much of his political success to Luciano and his associates. The second option was Morris Novick, a special assistant to Mayor LaGuardia. But it was the third suggestion, Walter Winchell, a columnist and a friend of Hoover, that stirred Luciano's anger and left him frustrated with Costello's choice.
When Frank came up with this information and mentioned Winchell, I was ready to hit him. After all, he knew how Winchell had acted when I was still in Barbizon. But then Frank explained it, and I figured he was right. Winchell was buddy-buddy with Hoover, and using Winchell would convince Lepke for sure that it was all on the up and up. Besides, it wouldn't do any harm to give Winchell the biggest scoop of the century. That kind of favor he knew he had to repay, and with what I had in mind, I could use every bit of muscle I could get. I gave Frank the okay on Winchell, and then we started to talk about Dewey. We knew the son of a bitch wasn't going to be satisfied being DA for the rest of his life. He'd already made one crack at trying to be governor. He lost in 1938 as the Republican candidate against Herbert Lehman, and he was beginning to make a lot of noise about running for president in 1940. We figured he was too goddamn young for that, and besides, I wanted him in Albany because that's where he could do me some good. So, Frank went back to New York with the guarantee from me to do it that not only would he get all our backing to run for governor next time, but also Lepke was going to be turned over to him on a silver platter, with my compliments, plus evidence.
On a sultry summer evening just before 10 o'clock on August 24, 1439, more than 2 years after Lepke had initially gone into hiding, a 4-door sedan driven by Albert Anastasia pulled up and stopped on a Brooklyn street. It picked up a mysterious passenger, clad in a coat with the collar turned up and large sunglasses hiding his face. Anastasia swiftly drove the car across the Brooklyn Bridge into Manhattan, heading towards 5th Avenue and 28th Street. As they approached their destination, Anastasia spotted a black curtain limousine and pulled up a short distance behind it. Following a subtle nod from Anastasia, the rear door of his sedan opened, and the passenger stepped out. He paused briefly for one last exchange of words before swiftly walking towards the designated meeting point inside the waiting car. Inside the car, Walter Winchell sat, with J. Edgar Hoover visible behind him. As Lepke approached the car, the right door opened, allowing him to enter. Winchell, looking at Hoover through the rearview mirror, introduced Lepke to Hoover with a curt, "Mr. Hoover, this is Lepke." Hoover, in his usual brusque manner, responded with a simple, "How do you do?" Lepke, realizing the grim reality of the situation, replied, "Glad to meet you." Lepke took a seat beside the head of the FBI, and within minutes he learned there was no deal, no reprieve. It had all been a ruse. Hoover informed Lepke that he would be charged with narcotics conspiracy by federal authorities. He added that if Lepke were found guilty, Hoover himself would ensure that he received a sentence of 500 years. This chilling revelation left Lepke desperate to escape the car. Within months, Lepke was in the courtroom, standing trial for narcotics conspiracy. He was sentenced to 14 years. Before the ink on his sentencing papers had even dried, he was swiftly handed over to Dewey, who saw him as another stepping stone on his political ascent to Albany. This was a significant betrayal by Luciano and his organization, but it was a choice made for the greater good, to protect the organized crime structure over one man. This was also a sacrifice of one man to build a relationship with Dewey and Hoover. Slowly but surely, the Mafia would now corrupt the men who went after them. This decision would lay the foundation for one of the strongest criminal syndicates in America. Ironically, this very syndicate would later sever ties with Luciano, the very man who had played a pivotal role in its creation. Once the matter of Lepke was resolved, Luciano turned his attention to the political arena, seeking ways to manipulate the system and secure his own freedom.
Louis Lepke, you're under arrest for murder.
Murder? You didn't say anything about... Albert, what is this? What is this, bastard? You don't... get your hands off of me! Filthy pigs! Where are you...
On a sultry summer evening just before 10 o'clock on August 24, 1439, more than 2 years after Lepke had initially gone into hiding, a four-door sedan driven by Albert Anastasia pulled up and stopped on a Brooklyn street. It picked up a mysterious passenger, clad in a coat with the collar turned up and large sunglasses hiding his face. Anastasia swiftly drove the car across the Brooklyn Bridge into Manhattan, heading towards Fifth Avenue and 28th Street. As they approached their destination, Anastasia spotted a black curtain limousine and pulled up a short distance behind it. Following a subtle nod from Anastasia, the rear door of his sedan opened, and the passenger stepped out. He paused briefly for one last exchange of words before swiftly walking towards the designated meeting point inside the waiting car. Inside the car, Walter Winchell sat, with J. Edgar Hoover visible behind him. As Lepke approached the car, the right door opened, allowing him to enter. Winchell, looking at Hoover through the rearview mirror, introduced Lepke to Hoover with a curt, "Mr. Hoover, this is Lepke." Hoover, in his usual brusque manner, responded with a simple, "How do you do?" Lepke, realizing the grim reality of the situation, replied, "Glad to meet you." Lepke took a seat beside the head of the FBI, and within minutes he learned there was no deal, no reprieve. It had all been a ruse. Hoover informed Lepke that he would be charged with narcotics conspiracy by federal authorities. He added that if Lepke were found guilty, Hoover himself would ensure that he received a sentence of 500 years. This chilling revelation left Lepke desperate to escape the car. Within months, Lepke was in the courtroom, standing trial for narcotics conspiracy. He was sentenced to 14 years. Before the ink on his sentencing papers had even dried, he was swiftly handed over to Dewey, who saw him as another stepping stone on his political ascent to Albany. This was a significant betrayal by Luciano and his organization, but it was a choice made for the greater good, to protect the organized crime structure over one man. This was also a sacrifice of one man to build a relationship with Dewey and Hoover. Slowly but surely, the Mafia would now corrupt the men who went after them. This decision would lay the foundation for one of the strongest criminal syndicates in America. Ironically, this very syndicate would later sever ties with Luciano, the very man who had played a pivotal role in its creation. Once the matter of Lepke was resolved, Luciano turned his attention to the political arena, seeking ways to manipulate the system and secure his own freedom. He understood the necessity of having Dewey in Albany for this plan to succeed.
It was a matter of life and death for me that Dewey got Albany first, before he tried for the White House. I needed him in the state capitol because, as governor, he'd have the power to grant me parole. So, there were two questions that had to be solved. One, to make sure Dewey beat the shit out of Lehman or whoever the Democrats put up. And two, to put aside enough money for Dewey's personal campaign that would make him really obligated. Except, this time there would be none of that crap, like happened with Roosevelt, where we put up all the money first and then got screwed. I had something else in mind for Mr. Tom Dewey. That would give me an edge.
4 years into Luciano's sentence, another troubling issue surfaced, and it was Frank Costello who delivered the disturbing news to him. As Luciano continued to serve his jail term, some of his trusted men began to crumble under the relentless pressure applied by Dewey. They started to betray the sacred code of omerta, the Mafia's code of silence. In the early days, Charlie had recruited various individuals, some of whom had proven to be fiercely loyal and efficient hitmen. However, their lack of sophistication and intelligence left them vulnerable when Dewey's crackdown began. As the pressure intensified, a few of Luciano's men began to crack, and one of them was Abe Reles. Abe had been involved with Luciano, Costello, and Lucchese since the 1920s, serving as a personal driver for these mob leaders. Costello took it upon himself to visit Luciano and inform him about the dire situation, emphasizing that Reles had turned into a snitch. He wanted to know Luciano's counsel on how to handle this treacherous development. Without hesitation, Luciano offered his advice on what needed to be done next.
We do nothing unless the kid opens his mouth. That we can't afford. But what's more important, will O'Dwyer protect us? I thought you told me you had them in your pocket.
Luciano understood the importance of having political protection for the Mafia, especially to counteract the potential damage Abe Reles could do as an informant. He believed that if Bill O'Dwyer, a prominent political figure, would provide protection for the outfit, it would offer some reassurance. Luciano was aware that the stakes were high, as he needed these political allies to facilitate his release from prison. However, Costello had some disheartening news to share. He explained that some individuals in the political arena were driven by ambitions similar to those on the streets. They saw Luciano's incarcerating as an opportunity to advance their careers and make a name for themselves, just as Dewey had done. Their motivation was not only power, but also financial gain. Costello emphasized that Bill O'Dwyer, who had helped finance Luciano's legal defense, was one of these ambitious politicians. He was not content with his current position and had his sights set on Meyer LaGuardia's job. Costello also mentioned another figure, Burton Turkis, who was similarly looking to climb the political ladder. The problem was that these politicians sought to imitate Dewey's rise to fame. To make matters more complicated, Turkis was known for his integrity and couldn't be swayed with bribes or illicit deals, making it difficult to control him. This information shattered Luciano's hopes for an early release from prison. He realized that navigating the political landscape was going to be a formidable challenge. Costello said, "I don't know whether we can hold him in line. The guy's Turkis, O'Dwyer Assistant Attorney Burton Turkis, has a lot of ambitions too. He's been talking to Reles, squeezing him. We can't buy Turkis. He's an honest bastard. So, Bill O'Dwyer, maybe you have no choice but to give him a free hand." Luciano found himself in a difficult and precarious situation. The revelation about Abe Reles, who had become a notorious snitch, was a major concern for him. Luciano was well aware that Reles had the potential to become a significant problem, both for him personally and for the organized crime syndicate. While Reles was a growing issue, there was also the matter of politicians beginning to turn against Luciano. Some ambitious individuals in the political world saw Luciano's situation as an opportunity to advance their own careers and gain power. Costello's warning about Bill O'Dwyer's and Burton Turkis's ambitions had left Luciano with a sense of unease. However, the darkest turn of events was yet to come. Luciano would eventually have Costello and his men murder Abe Reles, who was under constant police protection. This murder shocked the public, This brutal act, carried out by organized crime members who paid the guards who had Reyes under guard, exposed the extent of corruption and influence they had over the very institutions that were meant to uphold the law. Innocent, law-abiding citizens realized that they were not safe, even when under police guard. These incidents, including the murder of witnesses under police protection, served to instill fear and awareness of the power and reach of organized crime. This invisible government had infiltrated and corrupted various aspects of society, including politicians, law enforcement, and even had its own assassination squad, Murder Incorporated. Amidst this turmoil, Luciano sought to turn the tables on the politicians who were turning against him. He began to establish contacts within Dewey's team, attempting to navigate the complex and often treacherous landscape of politics. It was a night filled with tension and uncertainty for Luciano, as he grappled with these intricate challenges.
I couldn't sleep at all that night. That's how strong the feeling was that Reyes was going to blow every hope I had at that time of getting sprung by Dewey, if and when he became governor. I could hardly believe what was happening to me because, among other things, I learned from Costello that afternoon that he made good contact with Dewey through one of the guys on duty staff, and the word had been passed to Dewey that he was going to get plenty of money for a run at Albany. Costello said Dewey he didn't turn down the offer, and in my book that's good as accepting it, and now along comes this stuff from the left field, and maybe it can upset the whole fucking apple cart. I knew if I was in New York, I could do something myself to handle a situation like this. But stuck in a way in Siberia, I had to leave my chances 100% in the hands of other people, and my bones told me it was going to be bad news.
Reyes was indeed a major problem for Luciano and his organized crime syndicate. Abe Reyes, a member of Lepke and Anastasia's outfit, had a lengthy criminal history, including multiple arrests and imprisonment for murder. He was a known troublemaker, and informants were coming forward with details about his involvement in various murders. Bill O'Dwyer, who was aware of Reyes's potential to provide crucial information, agreed to meet with him. In their meeting, Reyes proposed a deal. He wanted immunity from prosecution and the dropping of all charges against him in exchange for sharing everything he knew about organized crime. This was a significant break for O'Dwyer, and it explained his cautious approach when Luciano sought help. Reyes was immediately placed under police guard. Reyes began to provide extensive details about the murders he had committed and those he knew about. His revelations filled approximately 25 notebooks with accounts of wholesale murder, including names of individuals involved in these crimes and connections to the higher-ups in the Luciano crime organization. However, the corrupt nature of some officials in the 1940s meant that this valuable information was used for personal advancement rather than genuine prosecution. The full implications of Reyes's testimony would only be realized decades later, when Robert F. Kennedy and the McClellan Committee hearings uncovered the significance of the information, and it would come back to haunt the criminal syndicate. At that time, the Brooklyn prosecutor was eager to capitalize on Reyes's testimony, leading to various arrests. But the secrecy around the case didn't last long, as many individuals in O'Dwyer's office owed their political careers to Luciano and his associates. Costello, who was connected to O'Dwyer's office, brought the news to Luciano. Costello informed Luciano about Reyes's singing and did not hold back on the extent of Reyes's cooperation with Bill O'Dwyer. Luciano was now aware of the severity of the situation and the potential fallout. In regard to the amount of information given up by Abe Reyes, Costello would say to Luciano, "Plenty. The cocksucker got a memory like an elephant and a voice like a canary. He just keeps vomiting stuff up like he can't stop vomiting. If he keeps going, they're going to get everybody for murder, and that includes the shithead Lepke. But it'll also include Benny Siegel and Albert, take my word for it. Reyes tied in Ali TikTok, and I can hear that Ali's made a deal with Turkis." Luciano had grown indifferent to the fate of Lepke, feeling that he deserved the consequences he was about to face based on the confessions of Abe Reyes and Ali Tannenbaum. Lepke was ultimately convicted on multiple murder charges and sentenced to the electric chair. This conviction had the potential to affect other members of the syndicate, including Bugsy Siegel, who was in danger of facing a similar fate. One individual who had cooperated with the authorities, Greenberg, fled to Canada to avoid his impending death sentence after making threats against the outfit for more money. He was later killed by Frankie Carbo in 1939 in California, Bugsy Siegel's territory. Rels and Tannenbaum's testimonies corroborated this murder, providing further evidence against Siegel and others. Siegel and Carbo were indicted for the murder, but managed to evade capture temporarily. Siegel surrendered and donated a significant sum to John Dockweiler's campaign for Los Angeles County District Attorney, which seemingly paid off when Dockweiler moved to dismiss the indictments. However, the Los Angeles authorities sought a second trial, leading to Siegel returning to hiding in his attic. Luciano, frustrated by the repeated requests for help from Siegel and Anastasia, was becoming aware of the changes in the organized crime landscape during his time in prison. Some members of the syndicate were becoming more ambitious and less loyal, challenging Luciano's control. Siegel's actions, such as theft from the outfit, led to his removal. By 1955, it was evident that Luciano's grip on the underworld was slipping, both inside and outside prison. While incarcerated, Luciano had some influence over the guards and wardens, which resulted in small privileges and changes to his prison conditions. However, by the fall of 1941, he felt the need to summon Costello to Dannemora, signaling a new phase in his efforts to regain control and influence the organized crime world.
Frank, I'm getting sick and tired of all that shit that's happening between Benny and Albert. No matter what kind of heat they get on them, they're still outside, walking around. I'm locked up, and I want out. We gave O'Dwyer a piss pot full of money. Now what are we getting back for it?
Costello broke the news. Charlie, we can't put a blanket on what's going on. O'Dwyer is worse than Dewey when it comes to ambition. I've told him he's a fucking idiot to dream about going to Washington. I've tried to convince him to be patient, and we'll get him the mayor's job, get LaGuardia the fuck out of there. But the son of a bitch has stars in his eyes. It's almost like you can't talk to him no more. Greed and ambition are traits all politicians have. However, what work was Bill O'Dwyer putting in to earn that privilege? That is what annoyed Luciano. Charlie demanded to know what Bill O'Dwyer was doing to get that support. Costello had to be blunt, and he responded, Bill O'Dwyer was doing absolutely nothing. Luciano then demanded to know exactly what was being done about the other threat that was being presented to him, Reyes. He wanted to be confident that Costello would have a plan to take care of the matter you would ask him.
Then what the hell are you doing about Reyes? Now he's tied Albert in for the killing of Moish Diamond a couple of years ago. That dumb bastard Albert. I warned him not to go around hitting guys unless it's somebody in the outfit. You hit guys on the outside, it's like asking for trouble. He was crazy to knock off Diamond. He didn't have to do it. I sent him the word that if he did it, he was off his head.
Maris Diamond, a Teamster official who had defied Albert Anastasia and his outfit's threats, became a target. With Anastasia overseeing the operation, Ali Tannenbaum cornered Morris into a corner and fatally shot him 6 times in the head. This murder was starting to be linked back to Anastasia. Luciano devised a simple yet effective plan, one that had proven successful on numerous occasions before.
Frank, Reyes has got to go. That's the only way we can save Benny and Albert. Without him, all the O'Dwyers and Turkises and Deweys in the world can't convict them 2 guys, and we owe them enough, so we got to save them. You got to make a move and get the little bastard.
In this regard, Frank Costello didn't arrive empty-handed. He came bearing gifts, expensive gifts, but he needed approval to make these purchases. Frank told Luciano, "That's one of the things I wanted to see you about. We got a deal just about set up. I came up here to get your okay. They got Aberrele stashed away like he was gold in Fort Knox. He's surrounded by cops as day and night, even when he's sleeping." Luciano understood that this wouldn't be sufficient to ensure Reyes' safety. With the right price, in the right hands, he could have been quietly handed back to the underworld. Luciano inquired about the issue from Costello. Luciano told Costello, "We've been paying off the Brooklyn cops for years. What's so hard about this job?" There was a significant problem. Targeting Reles would risk hitting innocent police officers, creating a major public scandal. Costello explained to Luciano that the only way to eliminate Reles without implicating the outfit was if the police officers guarding him carried out the hit. It meant that the hit had to be carried out by the officers themselves. Both men should have considered the consequences. The public would speculate about what happened to Abe Reles, just as they do today regarding cases like Jeffrey Epstein. It was clear that organized crime had grown powerful enough to eliminate anyone, anywhere, without repercussions. In response, Luciano issued a direct order giving his approval for the officers to carry out the hit. He conveyed a simple message to Costello. "Screw it. Let them do it, for Christ's sake. Let them earn their money." Luciano understood that this operation could be costly, but he was prepared for war. Money was not a concern. He was generating significant income at the time. Costello received the message loud and clear. He assured Luciano that cost was not an issue. Once the matter was settled, Luciano instructed Costello to inform Benjamin Siegel to surrender only when Costello was absolutely certain. When Siegel eventually gave himself up to the Los Angeles authorities, Luciano knew that Costello had successfully arranged the fix.
There was a big shot cop on New York Police Department. His name was Captain Frank Bowles. He was in charge of all the investigations for O'Dwyer, and the two were together like two fingers. And so Blas did us a big favor by arranging for Reles to get lost, like out of the window of his hotel room. I'll never forget the date because it was one of the turning points of my life. November 12th, 1941.
At the Half Moon Hotel in room 623, Abe Reles was being held under close guard. His door was typically open, and officers were stationed both inside and outside the room. On that particular morning, Reles was watched over by 3 plainclothes officers, James Boyle, Victor Robbins, and John E. Moran, along with 2 patrolmen, Francesco Tempone and Harvey F.X. McLaughlin. They all fell under the command of Captain Frank Bowles. One more officer was supposed to be on shift, but did not show up due to illness, a matter that would remain a mysterious source of concern. Sometime before 7 a.m., the assistant manager of the hotel heard a thud on the extension roof below Abe's room, but dismissed it. One of the officers checked on Reles, initially finding him fast asleep in bed. However, when the same officer returned for another check, Reles was gone. He spotted the open window and rushed to it, discovering Abe's lifeless body on the extension roof outside. Reles had been fully dressed, and 2 knotted bedsheets were dangling from the window. The body lay more than 20 feet away from the window. O'Dwyer realized that his investigation was effectively over. Tannenbaum, who was the last witness whose testimony posed a threat, no longer had reason to fear. He remarked, "Reles was never alone in a room where guards were always present." Theories about Reles' fate abounded. Some speculated he thought he could fly, attempted to escape, or played a prank on the officers. However, one theory held weight. Perhaps the police officers had thrown him out. The circumstances surrounding Abe Reles' death would remain shrouded in mystery and suspicion.
That the whole thing was that those bunch of cops was on the take, and Bowles handled the whole thing. We paid him 50 grand and set aside some more money for the other guys in case they had to take a rap. The way I heard it was that Bowles stood there in a room and supervised the whole thing. Reles was sleeping, and one of the cops gave him a tap with the billy club and knocked him out. Then, they picked him up and heaved him out the window. For Christ's sake, he landed so far from the wall he could not have done that even if he jumped.
In the aftermath of that incident, Captain Frank Bowles received a promotion and became one of Luciano's key associates, serving as one of his bagmen. Remarkably, the 5 officers who had been involved were given a rather lenient consequence. They were informed that they would spend the remainder of their careers patrolling the streets. No blame was attributed to either Bowles or other higher-ranking officials. Furthermore, Bill O'Dwyer assumed the position of mayor of New York in 1945, solidifying Frank Ball's role as an increasingly important bagman for the organized crime outfit.
Bowles became our bagman for the whole department. He gotten grand and small bills in the same goddamn fucking paper bag that was always going someplace down around City Hall every week, just like clockwork. And let's get this straight. The dough went to Bowles and the split was his responsibility.
The haunting effect on the ordinary public was profound, as they came to realize that nowhere was truly safe. Even under police guard, individuals could still be targeted and killed by the Mafia. Abe Reles had the potential to bring down these criminal organizations while they were still in their infancy. But his fate underscored how deeply corruption had become entrenched in parts of New York and across America. Some police officers were now more inclined to protect their own interests, even at the cost of their own reputations and careers. In their world, these officers had essentially become employees of the Mafia, willing to commit murder to safeguard the criminal organizations. Abe Reles had already provided a substantial amount of information related to prominent figures like Costello, Meyer Lansky, Luciano, and Vito Genovese. This invaluable information was not destroyed. It was meticulously documented and stored in notebooks, carefully protected. When Robert F. Kennedy assumed power, he reached back to Abe Reles's testimony, spanning the years from 1951 to 1957, and gathered every piece of information available. This wealth of information painted a vivid picture of a powerful mafia that had been operating since the days of Prohibition, if not earlier. With Reles gone, the perfect murder case involving Anastasia and Benjamin Siegel dissolved, thanks to Luciano's influence. O'Dwyer, in a surprising turn of events, let Anastasia off the hook. Decades later, Luciano would reflect on this moment and realize that sparing Anastasia had played a vital role in eventually securing his own release. Anastasia returned to Brooklyn with a newfound sense of arrogance and an aura that conveyed his belief that he was untouchable. When the Second World War began, Anastasia enlisted to join the fight. Remarkably, his criminal record was overlooked, and he was allowed to sign without objections. He even received the honor of being awarded Technical Sergeant's stripes, and was stationed at a camp in Pennsylvania where he trained GIs in the art of being a dock worker. In recognition of his valuable service, he received an honorable discharge in 1944 and was granted United States citizenship. Additionally, the departure of Albany Governor Herbert Lehman, who left office to join the war effort, paved the way for Thomas E. Dewey to be elected and assume office. The release of Lucky Luciano from prison was one of the biggest mysteries and sources of public speculation before this book was ever published. There were numerous speculations about what military service he had offered to his country and how he had redeemed himself. During the 50s, the McLennan hearing committees were in progress, and various individuals had to provide explanations regarding Luciano's release. At the same time, Luciano was widely labeled as one of the world's most significant narcotics traffickers, further fueling public curiosity and scrutiny. Tom Dewey and other Republican officials were put in the position of having to justify Luciano's release. In 1951, Dewey was called upon to explain this decision, and his explanations fell short of providing a satisfactory justification. It was during this time that Luciano chose to clarify precisely how he had secured his release from prison.
I read a million stories about me and Dewey and how I got paroled, and all of them are so much horseshit. The idea started in 1940 when I gave Mo Polikoff the note for Lansky about backing Dewey for governor. And it kind of grew from there, with some things coming in from left field. Like the time McCook came to see me. Until then, everything finally fell into place.
One of the most unexpected visitors to see Luciano during his time in prison was Judge McCook, a renowned judge known for his tough and impartial reputation. While Judge McCook was seen as fair and honest by the public, Luciano had a different perspective. He believed that the judge had been biased during his trial, showing nothing but scorn and never giving him a fair chance. Luciano felt that the judge had allowed emotions rather than evidence to influence his decision. After Luciano's arrest and sentencing, Judge McCook experienced a mental breakdown and faced significant personal and financial challenges in his life. When the judge visited Luciano, it was a surprising turn of events for Charlie, considering their history.
I wasn't expecting anybody, and it kind of made me nervous. What with all that was going on in New York with Relis, I could only think it had to be some bad news. Then, to make me even more jittery, instead of taking me to the visitor's room, the guard walks me to Dr. Martin's office. When I walk in, the warden tells me to sit down, and then he clears out, leaving me alone. A half a minute later, the door opened, and that son of a bitch Judge McCook walks in. Jesus, I hardly recognized him. In 4 years, the guy had aged 1,000,000 years. I mean, he looked like he was 90. He came over and shook my hand, and he asked me how I'm getting along. Are they treating me all right? That kind of thing. I say, yeah, sure. Then he sits down and just looks at me. So, I sat down and looked back at him, just waiting. Pretty soon, he starts talking and the words pour out of him like he can't shut off the faucet. He tells me he's a good Christian. He says he goes to church every Sunday. He always tries to do the right thing. I can't understand none of this, so I just sit there and don't say anything, just listening and wondering what the hell he's getting at.
Luciano found it perplexing that Judge McCook was a highly superstitious individual. The judge held strong beliefs in religion, curses, bad luck, and karma. Deep inside, he was aware that the case against Luciano had been fabricated and was far from genuine. He had allowed his emotions to become deeply involved in a case where such emotional attachment was unwarranted. The judge, believing that a curse had been cast upon him by Luciano, attributed this misfortune to the famous Sicilian-Italian curse, known for its ability to halt anyone's good fortune and bring only darkness in return. Luciano couldn't help but find the situation somewhat comical, but he astutely used it to his advantage.
McCook starts to shake like he was made out of jelly. Then the next thing is he starts to bowl real tears. Can you imagine a big, important guy like him, a big society guy, breaking down that way? A fucking judge who sends people up to the pen, who puts guys in the hot seat sitting there and shaking and crying. He asks me what he done to deserve what's happening to him. Well, I figure it must be pretty bad if he's acting like that and comes all the way up to Dannemora to tell me about it, to cop a plea with me, of all people, that he never done anything wrong to anybody.
Luciano recognized that the curse story was utterly absurd, but he understood that the judge's visit was a serious matter. Judge McCook wouldn't have made the effort to come to the prison if he wasn't determined to do everything within his power to rectify the situation. Despite the judge's claim that he had done no wrong to anyone, Luciano felt a twinge of irritation, but he chose to overlook it for the time being.
The whole thing sounded so crazy that I thought the guy blew his top. Then he gets to it. He tells me that after he sent me up, his house burned down to the ground and everything he owned was destroyed. But that was only the beginning. He says his wife and one of his kids died, and he was getting hit by all kinds of disasters, one right after the other. He says that from the time he sentenced me, everything in his life went sour.
Despite the tragic stories the judge shared, Luciano couldn't muster any sympathy. He believed that all this grief could have been avoided if the judge had provided him with a fair and honest trial from the start. Luciano had no intention of extending any sympathy towards the judge. He wanted the judge to experience a fraction of the misery he had endured for so many years, considering it an equal exchange.
When he told me all this, you know how I felt. I didn't feel any pity for that dirty bastard. Why should I? What did he feel when he sent me up on that phony rap, which he knew goddamn well was phony? So why the hell should I feel anything for him when he starts having troubles? At that minute, I had all the troubles of my own that I could handle. But I didn't say a word to him. I just let him talk, because now he was no different than some shitheel in my outfit that would come up to my office to make a confession about what he'd done that was wrong and hope to Christ I wouldn't break his head. They would always beat around the bush as long as they could, and then they'd have to come to the point.
Luciano had the judge right where he wanted him. This was a crucial step in securing his freedom. After spending a couple of years in prison, his plan gradually fell into place. However, there was still more work to be done, but progress was being made.
That's the way it happened with my McCook. When he gets all finished, he turns to me and he says, "Why did I put a Sicilian curse on him?" I didn't know what the fuck to say. I just looked at him like he was loony. Then he gets down on his knees, crawls over to me crying like a baby. He grabs hold of my hand and starts slobbering over it. He even starts calling me, Mr. Luciano, and begging me to take the curse off him, pleading with me to help him. He swears he didn't mean to do me wrong, that what he'd done in court was what he thought was right. But now, after thinking about it and searching his soul, as he said, he thinks maybe he made a mistake, and he has to make up for it. Right then and there, I knew McCook was my pigeon. So,
Luciano struggled to suppress a burst of laughter, though he managed to keep his composure. Here was the man who had sought to condemn him to 50 years for a crime he never committed, a man who had tarnished his family's name. Luciano held back his emotions and considered his next strategic move carefully.
It was all I could do to keep from laughing. I needed to calm him down, and that wasn't easy. Here's a guy who sent me to the can for 50 years, and now he's down on the floor kissing my hand and begging me to take off the Sicilian curse. If it was in the movies, nobody would believe it, but that's the way it happened. Finally, I told him he shouldn't worry about the curse no more, because I'd arranged to have it taken off. I told him to go home, just not to worry anymore, and one of my guys would be around to see him later, to discuss what he could do for me. When I said that, I could see that McCook got scared. But I told him he wouldn't be asked to do anything dishonest or illegal, only that one of these days might be that he could help me get out of jail, and then the curse would be off permanent.
Charlie found himself in a quandary, unsure of how to proceed. He felt as though he should gaze up at the heavens and offer gratitude to the powers that be for this unexpected stroke of luck. With each passing day, the path to his release was becoming increasingly clear and certain.
So out of a clear blue sky, this guy fell right into my pocket. I didn't have to pay him off or anything like that. When I went back to my cell, all I could think of was that I finally got justice out of McCook, only it came 4 years late.
When Lucky Luciano went to prison in 1936, few could have foreseen the tumultuous events that lay ahead. Just 3 years later, on September 1st, 1939, the Second World War erupted when Germany, under the leadership of Adolf Hitler, invaded Poland. This invasion marked the beginning of a conflict that would engulf much of the world. At the onset of the war, the United States remained staunchly committed to a policy of neutrality and isolationism. The scars of World War I were still fresh in the collective memory of the American people, and there was a prevailing sentiment to stay out of what was viewed as another great war between European empires. In contrast, the British Empire was fighting for its very survival, and Europe was embroiled in a conflict of monumental proportions. Britain, in particular, found itself in a precarious position and desperately sought support from the United States. The phrase, "the sleeping giant," began to circulate in reference to the United States. Hitler, in particular, was wary of provoking the United States into entering the conflict, understanding the immense industrial and military potential it held. However, despite the pleas and appeals from Britain and other allies, the United States initially remained on the sidelines. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, FDR, faced a delicate balancing act. He recognized the rising threat of fascism in Europe, but also had to contend with deep-seated anti-Semitic sentiments and far-right political movements within the United States, especially in the South. Moreover, American society was divided over whether to intervene in the war, and isolationist sentiments remained strong. It is important to acknowledge that there were individuals in the United States who held sympathies with Nazi Germany during the years leading up to and during World War II. Among these individuals were some prominent figures, including J. Edgar Hoover, Joseph P. Kennedy, and Henry Ford. Their associations with Nazi sympathies were a complex and controversial part of American history during this period. J. Edgar Hoover, as the longtime director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation (FBI), had a complex legacy. While it is true that there were reports of some individuals in the FBI expressing Nazi sympathies, it is essential to note that Hoover's stance on Nazi sympathizers within his organization was generally one of distrust and suspicion. The extent of Hoover's personal sympathies, if any, is still debated among historians. Joseph P. Kennedy, the patriarch of the Kennedy family, had indeed expressed isolationist and pro-German sentiments in the early days of World War II. He believed that Britain should make peace with Germany to avoid a protracted conflict, a view that was out of step with the Roosevelt administration's stance. Kennedy's position did create some controversy, and it took time for him to rebuild his reputation after the United States entered the war, following the attack on Pearl Harbor. He ultimately did so through the achievements and leadership of his sons, John F. Kennedy and Robert F. Kennedy, both of whom played prominent roles in American politics. Henry Ford, a well-known American industrialist and founder of the Ford Motor Company, had a complex relationship with Nazi Germany. While he had a history of anti-Semitic beliefs and published anti-Semitic materials, he also engaged in business activities with Nazi Germany, including producing vehicles for the German military. These connections have led to historical debates about his sympathies. It's important to remember that the United States was a diverse and complex society during this time, and while some individuals may have expressed sympathies with Nazi Germany, they did not represent the entirety of American sentiment. The majority of Americans, including the government under President Franklin D. Roosevelt, eventually united against the Axis powers during World War II. The war served as a turning point, leading to a significant shift in American public opinion and the country's active involvement in the conflict to defeat the Axis powers and combat the spread of fascism. It wasn't until a significant turning point on December 7, 1941, when Japan attacked the U.S. naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, that the United States was thrust into World War II. This unprovoked attack on American soil dramatically shifted public opinion and galvanized the nation, leading to its active participation in the global conflict. In the years leading up to America's entry into World War II, millions of lives were lost in Europe, while the United States watched from the sidelines, a nation torn between its desire for isolation and the growing realization that it could no longer remain a spectator in a world torn apart by war. In the early 40s, during Luciano's first attempt at parole, Judge McCook, as the Justice of the New York State Supreme Court, presided over the proceedings. Luciano had served a few years of his sentence at that point. McCook made an interesting observation, stating that if Luciano continues to cooperate and remains a model prisoner, it may be appropriate at some future time to apply for executive clemency. However, when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, Luciano saw a unique opportunity arising. With a crisis of that magnitude underway, the American government would be seeking assistance wherever it could find it, especially when it came to the docks. Luciano knew it was time to make a significant move.
I sent word to Polikoff that I wanted him to bring Costello and Lansky to Dannemora right away. We met in the visitors' room, and this time I told Mo to sit in with us. I wanted him to know the details of my plan and try to punch holes in it if he could. I told them it was more twists and turns than a pretzel, but I've been thinking about it, and I knew it would work if we played it right. I told them the only way I'd ever have a chance to get free was if we had a strong and direct line to the governor of New York. Who was the governor that would spring me? I figured it had to be nobody else but Tom Dewey. He got the headlines that made him a big shot in New York on my back. And now he was natural to run for governor in 1942, and that was why I had sent word earlier that we would back him. With all the time I had to think it over, I came to the conclusion that Dewey was no better than me, except he was a legal gangster, and I wasn't. Anybody who would make up that kind of frame that he put me away with had to be a crook at heart. Inside of me, I just knew that Dewey could be brought, if it was handled by the right middleman, and if it was for something big enough to make his mouth water. Costello had already set up a go-between if and when we needed him, so that part of the plan was already set.
The big guns referred to the political figures who needed to be strategically positioned to sign the necessary paperwork for Luciano's release. However, the backdrop of the ongoing war was still essential, because it provided Luciano with additional opportunities he could exploit. Costello and others had already established connections with Dewey. The Second World War brought a notable advantage. The women who had testified against Luciano in his trial were back in New York, alone, and could be approached once more. Luciano didn't just desire his freedom. He aimed to clear his name, regain his lost prestige, and win back the favor of the elites.
I didn't know how long the fucking war was going to last, but it had did me a lot of favors. One of them was that them goddamn whores who was stashed away in Europe had to come back to New York and they was on their own. Dewey had a lot of other things on his mind, and the last thing he wanted to bother about was them lying broads. I told Mo that I wanted them again, but this time he had to tie them up with tighter affidavits, that they had to be worked on stronger, and that included all the witnesses against me. What I wanted most of all from them was a confession from all of them that it was Dewey himself that made them lie, that it was Dewey that coached them, that it was Dewey that paid them off, and so forth. That blame on Dewey had to be open and shut, that he masterminded every fucking detail of the frame against me. I told Mo to handle it just like the way he was getting ready with another plea for new trial. While I was laying it out, Lansky popped in and said we'd already done that, paid a lot of dough for it, and they hadn't worked because Judge McCook wouldn't buy it. That's when I started to laugh. I told them the story about McCook coming up to see me. I think that was the only time I saw Costello's mouth open so wide you couldn't get it shut. Meyer just stared at me. But Polikoff was sore. He wanted to know why I hadn't told him about it before. He said if I had, it could have saved him a lot of waiting, but I told him it wouldn't have worked, that the time wasn't right back in 1940. In fact, I said I wasn't even sure that I wanted to use the new testimony until after Dewey was elected.
Costello then tried to poke holes in the plan. Costello will look at Luciano and ask him what happens if the plan does not work. What happens if Dewey does not make it all the way to Albany? Luciano knew this was a good question, but it is not like he never had time to think about this in his cell. He would look to Meyer, his adding machine. Lansky said, "I make it a good 5-1 or better. If he doesn't break a leg and he have our help, he'll walk in. He's a good 50-1 to run. Because the Republicans haven't got nobody else, but without our support, he's only carrying upstate and that's not good enough. With us, he can do enough in the city to walk in." Luciano stated, "The way Lansky come on, I could see he'd been studying the situation and was sure of himself, which made me feel good." This situation was quite revealing for Luciano, as he discovered that Lansky was more informed about the matter than he had initially let on. It became evident that even though Lansky was in Havana, he was still keeping a close watch on Luciano's affairs. Meyer was playing his cards, knowing that one day he would be out of prison in the coming years. This emphasized the qualities Luciano should have been more vigilant about. The inquiries continued.
Then Polikoff came up with the key question. He said, "If you expect to get parole after Dewey becomes governor, just like that, you're making a big mistake, Charlie. He'd be impeached. That's how serious a mistake it would be. It would kill his chances to be president. He is not going to jeopardize himself whether you gave him political support or not. Did you think about that?"
Luciano had one more trick up his sleeve. He had a man in his pocket who was hiding out in Italy, and his name was Vito Genovese. Finally, keeping Genovese alive for so long was going to pay off, at least this time. Luciano also realized that his country would never want to release a man accused of running a prostitution ring, involved in sex trafficking and pimping out girls as young as 15. However, if these accusations could be proven false and the charges against him dropped, and if he could be portrayed as a patriotic hero who had helped his country, then public opinion might swing in his favor. It would be hard for his country to say no to a patriotic hero.
I already thought about it, and I told him I wasn't stupid enough to think Dewey could not spring me without the best possible excuse, that would keep his face clean all the way through. That was the third big point. I told them about 6 months before the war started. I got a letter from Vito from Rome, where the little prick was living it up pretty good. He had big contacts, including Mussolini himself. I knew Vito inside out, and the one thing I was sure of was that he never bragged. He liked to pull fancy tricks, but he never boasted to me. In his letter, Vito told me how great he was doing. He made a lot of contacts down in Sicily with guys whose names I gave him before he left. The most important thing he said was in Sicily, my name was like a king. Vito said that Mussolini was really pouring out the shit on Americans, but as far as I was concerned, down in Sicily, they thought of me as a real #1 guy. And that sent me to be thinking how I could give Dewey the legitimate excuse he'd need to let me out.
As the United States became more deeply embroiled in the Second World War, concerns about the possibility of sabotage and other security threats grew significantly. These concerns extended to the nation's ports and docks, which played a crucial role in the war effort. Reports of potential sabotage and espionage activities began to surface in American newspapers. In this environment, Lucky Luciano and the organized crime networks he was associated with held a unique position of influence. The docks, which were vital for the movement of troops and supplies, were often controlled by organized crime, creating a world unto itself. Luciano had a considerable network of loyal associates and informants who had a strong presence on the docks. This network allowed him to gather intelligence, both for his own interests and for the US government's war efforts. Luciano's connections and insights into the underworld gave him access to valuable information. He and his associates could detect and prevent potential security threats, helping to safeguard the crucial supply lines and transportation hubs. In exchange for his assistance, there were negotiations with the US government, resulting in a controversial deal where Luciano's prison sentence was commuted in return for his cooperation during the war. This collaboration between the government and organized crime during World War II was a unique and pragmatic arrangement, born out of the urgent need to ensure the security of the nation's vital infrastructure. It highlights the complex and often unexpected alliances that can emerge during times of war, even with figures from the criminal underworld. Luciano understood that the Navy had legitimate concerns about safeguarding the docks. They were anxious about the possibility of spies and sabotage, and they needed trustworthy individuals who could infiltrate the secretive world of the docks. These men answered to one authority, and one authority alone: Luciano. Word reached the White House that the man who held sway over the docks was imprisoned because of FDR's actions. Luciano was well aware of this development, reading about it in the newspapers, and he intended to leverage it to his advantage.
I had a newspaper with me, and I showed them how the Navy Department was giving out a lot of stories about sabotage, the fifth column, and that kind of thing. There was even a story on the front page about a campaign they called Zip Your Lip, which showed how worried there was about German subs sinking our ships, or some spies blowing up ships in the harbor. It looked like the whole eastern waterfront, especially in New York, was a mess of sabotage.
The Second World War not only reshaped the global geopolitical landscape, but also had a profound impact on American society, giving rise to a culture of secrecy and clandestine operations. This era witnessed the emergence of a James Bond-like ethos characterized by covert activities and a heightened sense of discretion. To instill a sense of responsibility and vigilance among the public, a wide array of wartime posters was created, bearing slogans and messages that encourage people to guard their words and maintain a tight-lipped approach. One of the most iconic slogans from this period was "Loose lips sink ships." This admonition underscored the critical importance of keeping sensitive information confidential, as the divulgence of such information could potentially jeopardize the safety of military operations and personnel. Posters featuring this phrase, along with others conveying similar messages, were distributed widely across America. They served as a visual reminder to the public that discretion was of the utmost importance, and these posters played a significant role in shaping wartime culture. In this culture, secrecy wasn't confined solely to the military or intelligence agencies. It became a part of everyday life in American society. People were encouraged to be cautious about discussing sensitive matters in public, always conscious of the possibility of enemy spies lurking nearby. The fear of espionage and the need to protect sensitive information became ingrained in the collective psyche of the nation. Interestingly, elements of this wartime culture found their way into various corners of American society, including the world of organized crime. When law enforcement officers, particularly FBI agents, conducted raids on mob hangouts during the 1950s and 1960s, they often stumbled upon these wartime posters. This indicated that even in the criminal underworld, a culture of secrecy and discretion was valued. Mobsters, in their own way, adopted the idea that loose lips sink ships and emphasized the importance of maintaining silence, mirroring the principles of secrecy that had become deeply entrenched in the broader society. The posters of the Second World War, with their powerful messages and vivid imagery, were instrumental in shaping the wartime culture and fostering a sense of shared responsibility. They continue to serve as historical artifacts, providing insights into a time when maintaining confidentiality and guarding secrets were paramount, in a world overshadowed by the shadows of espionage and the spectre of wartime dangers. Luciano surveyed the room, carefully observing people's reactions as he laid out his plan. He was keen to see who had grasped the implications of what he was suggesting. Lansky was the first to pick up on it, and a smile crept onto his face as he realized the strategy. "Charlie, I get it. I get it. It's terrific. How can Dewey turn down a patriotic hero?" "I've got to hand it to you," Lansky remarked with approval. Luciano then turned to Costello and Frank, gauging their reactions. Costello chimed in, expressing his confidence in their ability to handle all the angles. "Charlie, I think we can handle all the angles. We've got a lot of people with connections to Navy personnel down on Church Street, and we can discreetly spread the word about this. I think you're as good as out," Costello assured. Luciano knew what the plan was and where to target, but he never knew what the target was. Charlie would leave that to his men to figure out. Costello and others had a play in mind. Lucky Luciano was indeed a master of adaptability and seizing opportunities, even in situations beyond his control. When it came to building relationships with key figures like J. Edgar Hoover, Luciano used his influence to make connections that would serve his interests. Luciano's relationship with Hoover and others in law enforcement and intelligence agencies was often a complex web of manipulation and corruption. Notably, Frank Costello, another prominent figure in the American Mafia, was known to cultivate a relationship with Hoover through bribery, thereby exerting influence in his own way. During the 1940s, the world was rapidly changing, with the United States emerging as a major player on the global stage. In this evolving landscape, organized crime played a significant role. Luciano understood the importance of forging relationships with influential individuals, as the power dynamics were shifting following the decline of European empires. Other countries, including Israel, recognized the potential of engaging with organized crime figures like Meyer Lansky and Mo Dalitz. These figures had growing connections with what would become Mossad and Israeli intelligence, and they provided assistance during crucial periods in Israel's history. Moreover, organized crime groups in the 1950s began establishing relationships with entities like the CIA, collaborating on various activities in South America. Notably, these connections played a role in the rise of Fidel Castro in Cuba. As the British Empire shifted from a colonial superpower to a banking empire, offshore banking havens established by Great Britain became appealing to organized crime figures for investment and asset protection. Luciano, although in prison, played a significant part in expanding the reach of organized crime during this time. The men he had groomed and the networks he had built would step in to fill the void left by those who had gone off to fight in World War II. One such figure was Carlos Marcello in Louisiana, who capitalized on the absence of many individuals sent to war by taking over their rackets. Additionally, Louisiana became a hub for soldiers passing through, and Marcello profited from their last hurrahs as they threw parties in his casinos and clubs before heading to Europe. This generated substantial wealth for him and solidified his position in the world of organized crime. Lucky Luciano's ability to adapt to changing circumstances and leverage relationships, along with the broader evolution of organized crime in the mid-20th century, reshaped the landscape of underworld power and influence during a pivotal period in American history.
So I said to them they had to do two things to work on without delay. First, there had to be something that could deal with sabotage, and it had to be front-page stuff that would make it necessary for the Navy or someone to come to us for help. And they had to line up all the witnesses and get them signed, sealed, and delivered, strong enough to make sure we could get a new trial if we needed to. They all thought it would be dynamite. But I said no, I had something else in mind. I wanted to hold it. I just needed to be sure we had it under lock and key.
As Luciano felt the taste of freedom growing nearer, his frustration with life behind bars grew more palpable. He found himself losing patience, snapping at fellow inmates in the prison yard. He knew he needed a plan, an idea to set the wheels in motion.
I lost all my patience. I got into fights with guys in the yard. Fellows would come up to see me and I'll turn away from them. I knew I was acting like a shitheel, but I couldn't help it. My nerves were ready to give up.
Albert Anastasia, often referred to as Lucky Luciano's knight in shining armor, played a pivotal role in the annals of organized crime history. It was Anastasia who conceived a daring plan that would leave an indelible mark on the criminal underworld. His audacious idea involved framing the Germans for a dramatic event, a ship's sinking in the New York harbor. With this plan, Albert sought to return the favor to Luciano, who had previously helped him. The ultimate goal was to orchestrate Luciano's dramatic escape from prison. This audacious plot, rooted in cunning and subterfuge, would not only shape the course of organized crime history, but also cement Anastasia's legacy as a mastermind within the criminal underworld.
Costello got in touch with me right away. Albert had worked this idea out with his brother, Tough Tony, a major power in the International Longshoremen's Association. Albert said that the guys from Navy intelligence have been all over the docks talking to them about security, that they were scared to death, that all the stuff along the Hudson, the docks and the boats and the rest, was in very great danger. It took a guy like Albert to figure out something really crazy. His idea was to give the Navy a real big hunk of sabotage, something so big that it would scare the shit out of the whole fucking Navy.
Luciano and his associates, particularly Anastasia, identified a vulnerable target. This plan would ensure no innocent lives were lost, yet it would be enough to draw the Navy's attention.
This big French luxury ship, the Normandy, was sitting at a pier on the west side of Manhattan, and according to what Tony and Albert was told, the government was working a deal with the Guy de Gaulle to take it over and turn it into a troop ship. Albert figures that if something could happen to the Normandy, that would really make everybody crap their pants.
Luciano was thrilled with the plan and instructed his men to get to work. He assigned Anastasia to take the lead in this act of sabotage, even though the nation was on high alert.
It was a great idea, and I didn't figure it was really going to hurt the war effort, because the ship was nowhere near ready, and besides, no American soldiers or sailors would be involved because they weren't sending them no place yet. So I sent back word to Albert to handle it.
In the heart of New York City, amidst the hustle and bustle of the bustling harbor, a grand vessel named the Normandy stood as a symbol of luxury and opulence. This magnificent ocean liner was a testament to a bygone era of elegance and glamour. It was the early 40s, and the world was in the throes of a devastating war. The Normandy had been docked at Pier 88 for a while, an enigmatic presence amid a city gripped by uncertainty and anxiety. The Normandy was a vessel of immense prestige, once transporting royalty, dignitaries, and celebrities across the Atlantic Ocean in unparalleled style. Its interiors were adorned with lavish decorations, and its ballrooms echoed with the laughter of those who had reveled in its luxurious charm. But the Normandy was more than just a ship. It was a symbol of the good life, and it carried with it the dreams and aspirations of countless individuals. In the midst of a world at war, it was a glimmer of hope, a reminder of the joys and pleasures that still existed, waiting to be reclaimed once peace was restored. Then came a fateful day, one that would be etched into the annals of New York's maritime history. A fire broke out on the Normandy, its flames hungrily devouring the elegant interiors and ornate furnishings. The grandeur of the ship was quickly transformed into a nightmarish inferno. Smoke billowed into the sky, casting a pall over the city that had once marveled at the vessel's majesty. Firefighters and port workers rushed to the scene, their hoses spewing torrents of water in a desperate bid to quell the raging blaze. As they fought against the searing flames, the world watched in disbelief. The once proud Normandy, now charred and gutted, seemed a tragic symbol of the times, mirroring the destruction and upheaval that had befallen the world. The fire on the Normandy was a mystery, shrouded in intrigue and speculation. Some whispered of sabotage, while others believed it to be a tragic accident. In the end, the truth remained elusive, lost to the pages of history. The once grand ship, a symbol of a world that had been, now lay in ruins at the edge of the bustling city. Normandy was forever changed, its legacy forever intertwined with the enigmatic fire that had consumed it. New York mourned the loss of a grandeur that might never be seen again. As the world continued to grapple with the uncertainties of war and the longing for a return to the elegance and splendor that Normandy had once represented. It took some time for the news to reach Luciano, but as soon as he heard about it, he felt a sense of pride for what Albert and his men had accomplished. The ship had been completely destroyed, and the Navy was now in a state of desperation.
A couple days later, I heard on the radio where the Normandy was on fire and it didn't look like they could save her. The goddamn Anastasia. He really done a job. Later on, Albert told me not to feel too bad about what happened to the ship. He said that as a sergeant in the army he hated the fucking Navy anyway.
FDR sat in the White House, fully aware that to gain access to the secretive world of the docks, he needed to reach out to the man who controlled this intricate network. If he wanted assurance that such sabotage wouldn't happen again, he had to seek assistance from an unlikely source: the underworld. He had to make contact with someone who appeared legitimate, and through them, the Navy would establish a point of contact within the underworld. This operation was aptly named Operation Underworld. Luciano's meticulous plan, developed during his time in prison, had unfolded to perfection. He ensured that all his men were well prepared, and every aspect of the plan was executed flawlessly. Costello, Meyer, and others involved in the operation were thoroughly trained, and Luciano knew that when the time came, the Navy would make contact. Costello was designated as the key point of contact. The true cause of the disaster was a topic of speculation, investigation, and debate in the newspapers. Various theories were put forth, including claims that the fire started from a welder's torch or resulted from spontaneous combustion. But amid these rumors, one story was indeed true sabotage. As the headlines began to feature stories of sabotage, it caused panic among the American public. The government, especially the Navy, felt compelled to act promptly to prevent widespread panic. The Navy turned to organized crime for assistance, realizing that the Italian-dominated underworld, led by Italian political figures, controlled the waterfront during this period. To regain control and ensure the safety of the docks, they needed to engage with the Italian underworld. This unorthodox alliance was approved by Washington, marking the first time in history that naval intelligence would collaborate with organized crime.
All my guys, especially Costello, had worked things out perfectly, right down to crossing every T and dotting every I. They even worked it out so that a typical Navy kid with pink cheeks and still wet behind the ears was assigned to the job. And SOX was rehearsed by Costello and Lansky right to the last syllable.
The center was established at 93rd Street in Manhattan, and it was placed under the supervision of a young officer named Lieutenant Commander Charles R. Haffenden. Havana, with no prior knowledge of the waterfront or the underworld, sought assistance from someone familiar with the situation. That someone happened to be the District Attorney of Manhattan, Tom Dewey. Dewey served as the intermediary between the Navy and the underworld, with the ability to reach out to key figures, such as Costello, Meyer, and Luciano. This strategic position put Thomas E. Dewey in an ideal position to later argue that Luciano had aided the Navy, contributing to his release on the grounds of patriotic duty. When Havana turned to Dewey for assistance, Dewey connected him with Assistant District Attorney Frank S. Hogan and Murray Gurfein, the very same individuals who had been instrumental in sending Luciano to prison. Dewey made it clear that they were to support Havana in this endeavor. Hogan and Gurfein, along with Havana, initiated contact with Joseph Sox Lanza, a prominent figure in the Fulton fish market and a power broker in the waterfront. Lanza held significant influence and control over the fish market, as well as a close relationship with Luciano. Despite his incarceration, he continued to oversee his vast territory from prison. The Navy recognized the importance of Lanza's assistance, and the meeting was arranged in private, with Havana aiming to keep it discreet to avoid negative perceptions. Lanza, in the meeting with Havana, expressed the Italian community's willingness to cooperate in safeguarding the waterfront, with his rule over the community being absolute. However, Lanza acknowledged his limited influence over the specific areas that the Navy sought to oversee. For complete cooperation from the entire Sicilian population, the Navy would need the support of one man, Charlie Luciano. This had been pre-arranged between Costello, Meyer, and Lanza, serving as the strategy Luciano preferred. By involving another intermediary layer, Joseph Lanza, Charlie Luciano created an extra layer of protection. The Navy might believe they needed to engage with Luciano to gain Lanza's support in keeping the waterfront secure, thereby keeping Luciano's name at arm's length from the matter. This way, the Navy subsequently approached Luciano through this intermediary channel.
Dr. Martin tells me that this is a confidential call, and he hands me the phone. It's Costello on the other end. He hits me with the news that the government wants me to do them a favor. He asked if it's okay to bring up some guys from the Navy Department who would like to talk to me.
Luciano's primary demand was to be relocated closer to home. He despised the cold, loathed his current cell, and the harsh conditions he endured. Being far from New York meant he couldn't see his friends and family whenever he pleased. Luciano yearned to be closer to his base, making this his foremost request.
I said, "Listen, Frank, I'm not talking to anybody to do favors. If they're anxious to see me, let them bring me down to New York. I don't feel like doing favors while I'm up in this dump. And while I'm saying this, I kinda smiled at the warden, because I don't want him to think it's nothing personal." Frank asked me to hold on a minute, then he got back on the phone. He tells me that he's with the guys from Dewey's office, and they said, okay, they'll bring me down to Sing Song for the meet. But they have to get an okay from Judge McCook, because according to the law, he's in charge of me.
The judge was eager to sign the necessary paperwork, facilitating Luciano's freedom, and perhaps ridding himself of the supposed curse. As soon as the documents were signed, Luciano believed he could reintegrate into civilization. This change brought improvements to his living conditions, even the most basic necessities like toiletries, highlighting the dreadful conditions he had previously endured.
It was like going from Siberia to civilization. It was really great. I got a very nice cell all to myself, a clean one with hot and cold running water. I even had decent toilet paper for the first time in 6 years. A little thing like that can mean a hell of a lot when you're shut up in jail.
Now that Luciano had been liberated from his personal hell, he was able to attend the meeting with Havana and the others. The meeting was scheduled for the afternoon, and Luciano's lawyers, as well as Costello and Lansky, were all in attendance.
That afternoon, they took me to the lawyer's room. I walked in and one of Dewey's top guys was there with Polikoff and George Wolfe, Costello, and Lansky. Before I even had a chance to say hello to anybody, I spotted a table in the middle of the room with all kinds of cold cuts. just like the table we used to have in the back room of Dave Miller's delicatessen. "So," I said, "fellas, before we talk, you'll have to excuse me."
Meyer Lansky added that small touch to put Luciano in a more cooperative mood, and to remind him of the good times waiting for him on the outside. Luciano saw the food and devoured the entire table as if he were Masseria at that famous banquet. However, Charlie's favorite food was Jewish kosher food.
I made a dive for that table. It was Lansky's idea to load it up with that stuff he knew I liked, and he even had them kosher green pickles and the Dr. Brown celery tonic I loved. I said, "Hey, little man, where the hell did you get these pickles?" Meyer laughed and he said, "For you, Charlie, L stopped down at the pickle factory on Delancey Street before we drove up here. I told them it was for you, and they sent their regards. Those pickles are from the top of the barrel."
He went the extra mile also.
"And there were the little ones, crunchy ones that I used to get by the bag full and bring to my apartment at the Waldorf Towers. I couldn't get the smell of garlic out of that place for a week, but that minute, the taste of the pickles was almost as good as freedom."
Then it was straight back to business.
I put on a very serious face and I kind of thought it over. Then I said, "Why are you fellas so sure that I can handle what you need while I'm locked up in the can?" After all, I didn't want to make it look like I was going to jump at this, but Haffenden came right back.
Haffenden may have been a fresh kid, but he was no slouch. He answered Luciano right back, stating that the source he was getting this information from was Joe Lanza. Haffenden had it on very reliable authority that any word Charlie sent out from anywhere would be listened to and followed through. Then Luciano just sat back and let the dominoes fall where they may. It was all business from then on, and Luciano knew he would be a free man soon.
When it was all set, that's when I just sat there and listened while the deal was being put to Dewey's guy. Now I want to make it clear that he knew just what was going on, that this whole thing was rigged, just the way they rigged me 6 years before. As far as Haffenden was concerned, he didn't know anything that was going on except that he was sitting there with his mouth open, praying I would say yes, and help his whole department down at 93rd Street.
Luciano was not going to come across as desperate. He sat down calmly and listened. Then said his piece.
Finally, I said, yes. I could see him let out a big sigh of relief. He was a very happy guy. Then Dewey's guy suggested that Haffenden go into another office and call his people at Naval Intelligence so that we could have a chance to confer on the details on how this would be worked out.
Now that Haffenden's job was done, he left the room and reported back to his higher-ups. The relationship between organized crime and naval intelligence was born.
When the kid left the room, that's when we got down to cases. We put it right on the table. I said that's the way we figured it. After Wilkie beat Dewey for the Republican presidential nomination in 1940, Dewey had to win the governorship of New York in order to get in line for another shot at the nomination. Costello chimed in and said he'd already gotten word that the Republicans agreed to push Dewey for president in 1944, even though he was running for governor on the promise not to try for president in 2 years.
The men would discuss politics, future political races, and they see who they could make president. They would look at what the world of politics was reporting back to them.
I repeated my promise that Dewey would get all our support and we would deliver Manhattan, or come damn close in November, which would mean he'd be a shoo-in. Then, as soon as he got into the office, he had to make me a hero. The only difference would be, a hero gets a medal but I get parole. That was it. I made it very strong that if Dewey didn't buy the proposition immediately, I'd pull out all our support and throw it against him. And even if he won as governor, next year, in 1943, when they would start building him up for president, I'll be ready to start my campaign for a new trial. I'm making an appeal that would be based on every rotten thing he'd done at my trial. I told Dewey's I wouldn't level my heavy guns, him or Sol Gelb, or any of the other guys on the staff, just at Dewey. All I wanted to do was let the newspapers know how Dewey got them witnesses to commit perjury, how he put words in their mouths, how he bribed them broads for phony testimony, the whole works. I said that sure, I knew we tried for an appeal with that kind of thing before and it hadn't worked, but it wasn't as loaded as we had it now. Besides, we made sure it was in the newspapers. Maybe they wouldn't buy it before, but with Dewey trying to be president, a lot of the big papers would print any kind of dirt they could get on him, and he wouldn't be able to stand that. I said there was one thing to become governor on the back of a gangster, but I'll be a son of a bitch if I want the president of my country to get there on my back, with no favors to me. That was it.
Luciano then devised his own plan to ensure that certain people would not backstab him again, including Dewey. He had collected incriminating information on all of them and had made connections with influential newspaper editors. This allowed him to plant damaging stories in the newspapers. If Dewey wanted to pursue a political career, these stories would work against him, making his chances of success even slimmer. This was one of the ways organized crimes maintained its influence over politics, through threats, extortion, and manipulating the media to undermine political rivals. Dewey's representative left the meeting to convey the message, and Luciano then instructed Levy and Polakov to take a walk. With them out of the room, Luciano shifted his focus to business and the various rackets he had left behind, as well as new opportunities arising during the Second World War. Racketeering involving ration stamps and goods shortages, driven by figures like Carlo Gambino, Frank Scalise, Tommy Lucchese, and Joe Adonis, was generating significant profits. Luciano discussed his plans to use his new political connections to expand these operations, including the black market trade in various essentials, such as fuel.
Then Frank and Meyer and I sat down and talked about our business, about how he was doing with ration stamps, and if this deal with Dewey could help us maybe get a bigger corner of the market, especially with gasoline and meat. Tommy Lucchese had taken over the restaurants that Dutch Schultz used to control, and the outfit was not only supplying meat, but we were selling them stamps so they could buy it. Frank told me we had a good lock on about 400 gas stations, where we brought a piece in each one all the way from New York to Louisiana. That was some business until the war was over.
Luciano addressed the rumors about his involvement in assisting the US government with the invasion of Sicily. He confessed that it was all a fabrication, a clever piece of propaganda designed to portray him as a patriotic hero rather than a dangerous gangster. This false narrative played a crucial role in securing his release from prison.
But as far as my helping the government was concerned, then or even the following year when they said I helped them open up Sicily for the invasion by getting the cooperation of the Mafia guys to help the American troops, that was all horseshit. It would be easy for me to say there was something to all that, like people have been saying for years I've been letting them think, but there wasn't. As far as me helping the army landing in Sicily, you have got to remember I left there when I was, 9? The only guy I knew over there, and he wasn't even Sicilian, was that little prick Vito Genovese. In fact, at that time that dirty bastard was living like a king in Rome, kissing Mussolini's ass.
Luciano received a stern message from his nemesis, Tom Dewey. Dewey, considering the possibility of Luciano's release and his own political ambitions, took measures to safeguard himself. He feared that if Luciano were set free, he would be in a prime position to have damaging material that could be used for extortion. As a result, Dewey devised a shrewd strategy to protect himself. He ensured Luciano's deportation, far away from the United States. It was a brilliant move, effectively putting Luciano in checkmate. Luciano, desperate for his freedom, and having already savored a taste of it during that kosher Jewish meal, knew he had no choice but to accept this offer. Leaving America was a small price to pay compared to the prospect of continued confinement in Sing Sing prison.
I knew right away what that little prick was getting at. In order for me to help him, and what's even more important, not to go against him and hurt his chances to be president, the bastard was willing to let me out. But he wanted me far, far away. That meant I have to agree to leave my own country because I was a legal citizen, ever since my old man took out papers when I was a kid. They couldn't deport me if I didn't agree to it. And I realized another thing, he figured. It would make him look good that he was getting rid of that terrible gangster Lucky Luciano for the benefit of the United States of America.
Another layer of complexity was added to Luciano's situation. Despite his impending release from Sing Sing, he couldn't be deported immediately. The law prohibited sending him to an enemy country, and with the war ongoing, Luciano had no choice but to wait. So he found himself in the position of eagerly scanning every newspaper and tuning into every radio report, hoping to catch some news about the war's end and the day he could finally walk out of prison.
But it meant something else too. It meant I have to stay in jail until the war was over. They couldn't send me to Italy while we were still at war, and it was an enemy country. So you see what happened? It's like guys trying to commit the perfect crime. I had worked up the perfect plan, I thought, and every goddamn point of it worked like a breeze until Dewey came up with his condition. We argued like crazy, trying to get Dewey to change his mind, but it was no use. Dewey was standing pat. Finally, I thought, what the hell? It was better than nothing. At that point, it was hell of a lot better than rotting in stir for years and trying to fight a losing battle. Also, it occurred to me that maybe something might happen later. I could find a way to get back after the war was over and everything cooled off. One thing, though, Dewey promised not to put the heat on the outfit like they did from 1939 to 1941. In other words, they would act sensible. And that's when I said, okay, and all the fellas could sit down and work out the details.
Luciano's agreement to these terms paved the way for the business side of the deal. He needed to buy his way out of Sing Sing and negotiate with his longtime rival, Tom Dewey. Dewey, driven by his own greed, demanded a significant sum of money, but Luciano stood firm, offering only what he believed was fair. The level of corruption in America had reached a point where the most prominent gangster, despite his incarceration, could arrange to leave prison and return to his home country. It came at a cost, but Luciano deemed it a price worth paying.
Then we got to the price. Dewey got 90 grand from me. It was supposed to be a contribution to his governance campaign. As a matter of fact, the way I remember it, he wanted it a lot more. But the way I looked at it, my phony conviction of mine cost me so much money that Dewey ought to pay me to get out the country. Besides, Costello didn't exactly forget that lovely double cross we got from the gentleman from Hyde Park, and we weren't about to shell out a big bundle in front like before. We finally settled for 25 grand as a down payment. It was supposed to go into a secret Dewey campaign fund, and we agreed to put up the rest, the 65,000, when I got out. And we did pay it, in cash, in small bills, the minute I set foot on the boat that was going to take me to Italy. You might say the cash was put in an escrow bag that was more earmarked personally for Dewey's fund. Later on, I made a check for that 90 grand. It never showed on none of our books for tax returns, naturally, but it never showed up on none of Dewey's campaign returns either.
With the taste of freedom tantalizingly close, Luciano was granted the privilege of going on supervised walks. He understood the need to keep a low profile during these outings, but his friendship with the warden opened doors for him to meet specific individuals. Luciano was determined to honor his commitment to maintaining good behavior in anticipation of his release.
The warden was a guy named Vernon Morehouse, a really very sweet guy. Naturally, we had him in our pocket, but there wasn't anything unusual about that. There ain't a jail in the world where money can't buy a little bit or a lot of favors. Morehouse made no trouble for me. He gave me anything I wanted that was reasonable. In fact, a couple of times he even let me go to Albany with a guard for a little relaxation, just to walk around the streets without handcuffs. I gave him the word. I wouldn't pull anything, and I never did. He trusted me. I could have ruined him if I broke my word.
That decision to keep Luciano locked up in prison cost Luciano an extra 3 long years and 6 months. He had to go through a lot of paperwork and a lot of red tape. He would never really get free until the beginning of 1946.
But it was no tea party, the time I spent in Great Meadow. The war did not end until 1945, and by that time they got through with all the shitty paperwork and red tape. I never really got free until the beginning of 1946. That decision from Dewey cost me almost 3.5 long years in jail, just because he did not have the guts to let me out sooner. Also, we had to get things moving long before the war was over. I mean, to start the wheels in motion.
After tasting freedom, Luciano started to go frustrated. He wanted to get out and be with his family, and make his life in Italy, and put the plans in motion to get back to America. He was starting to crumble in prison.
I was going nuts. The war was driving me crazy. Around the end of 1943, there was a lot of talk about opening a second front in Europe to get the war over in a hurry, but it was nothing but talk. And all the time I was wasting away in Great Meadow, wondering what the hell those masterminds in Washington couldn't get the lead out of their asses. Finally, I couldn't take it no more, so I sent word that I had to see Tommy Lepke and Joe Adonis right away.
Lucky Luciano's frustration was palpable as he languished in his prison cell. The war, raging beyond the prison walls, was out of his control, and he yearned for freedom. At times, his desperation pushed him to seek counsel with a couple of his trusted men, hoping they might somehow hasten the complex process of securing his release. In retrospect, his plea might have seemed foolish, for even with his vast criminal empire at his disposal, the task of orchestrating his early release was nothing short of daunting. This marked the most trying period of Luciano's imprisonment, as he found himself in a paradoxical situation. He possessed the power, connections, and influence of a free man, but he remained confined behind bars. Luciano, with his keen mind and resourcefulness, had transformed his incarceration into a unique form of house arrest. He was virtually a free man within the confines of his prison cell, orchestrating his criminal enterprises from within the confines of the correctional facility. Yet, the uncertainty of the war's duration weighed heavily on him. He was a prisoner, waiting for a global conflict to come to a halt, a moment that remained beyond his reach. The war that had engulfed the world was a force that no amount of wealth or power could bend to Luciano's will. His remaining sentence was a continuous reminder of his vulnerability, even in the face of his immense criminal empire. It was a test of patience and a lesson in humility, as he yearned for the moment when the war would end, and he could finally reclaim the freedom he had lost.
They came up the next day. I told them something had to be done with this guy Hitler. I said that if somebody could knock off the son of a bitch, the war would be over in 5 minutes. They started to laugh at me, and I got mad. I said, "What the hell are you laughing at? We got the best hitman in the world over there, Vito Genovese. The dirty little pig owes his life to me, and now it's time for him to make good on it. He's so fucking friendly with Mussolini, and that punk son-in-law of his, that Count Ciano, he ought to be able to get close enough to Hitler to do it."
In the midst of a world embroiled in the chaos of war, Vito found himself in a precarious position. His closeness to Mussolini had afforded him a level of protection and influence. But as the conflict raged on, the balance of power was shifting rapidly. Hitler, the fiery architect of destruction, was now holed up in his bunker, the tide of war crashing down upon him. Mussolini, Vito's ally, was facing his own challenges as the Italian regime crumbled. Lucky Luciano, however, had no such political refuge. He had to play the waiting game, biding his time as the storm of the war intensified. Hitler's underground retreat, Mussolini's waning influence, and the ever-changing dynamics of the global conflict were beyond Luciano's control. He was a mastermind of the underworld, but even he had to bow to the unstoppable forces of world events. As he navigated the confines of his prison cell, Luciano knew that he had to be patient. The war was a tempest that he couldn't manipulate, a tempest he had to weather. The culmination of his schemes, the tipping point of his fortunes, would have to wait for the moment when the world's titans in their bunkers and palaces decided the fate of nations. Luciano's world, as well as that of countless others, was in a state of suspense, awaiting the day when the storm would finally subside and a new era would emerge from the ashes of the old. Luciano's frustration reached a boiling point, and he found himself yelling so vehemently that a concerned guard rushed in to see what was happening. The guard's puzzled expression made Luciano realize the absurdity of his outburst, and in that moment it struck him just how maddening the prison environment could be. It was a stark reminder of what they meant when they spoke of a man going stir crazy. In the solitude of his cell at night, Luciano would often find himself lost in contemplation, reflecting on the choices he had made and the many what-ifs of life. His prison experience was marked by personal tragedies that weighed heavily on him. The passing of his mother, followed by the loss of his father, left him shattered. Not being able to attend their funerals added to his grief. His mother, who held a special place in his heart, had passed away without him by her side. These profound losses left his life in disarray, and he grappled with a sense of helplessness and desperation. In 1932, Charlie Luciano basked in the pinnacle of his power, perched atop the world of organized crime. His siblings embarked on the journey of marriage and parenthood, while Charlie reveled in his empire. However, the winds of fate would soon bring a tempestuous change. By 1936, Luciano was incarcerated, missing the formative years of his nieces and nephews, whom he longed to guide and nurture. Imprisoned and later exiled, he remained an enigmatic, distant figure in their lives, more an absentee uncle than a cherished role model. Despite the physical distance, Luciano remained devoted to his family, ensuring that they lived comfortably. His brother and others secured stable jobs thanks to his guidance, sparing them the harsher realities of a life of crime. Yet, his nieces and nephews only heard tales of Uncle Charlie's exploits and endeavors, shrouded in mystery and intrigue, forever beyond their comprehension. The stories that emerged during Luciano's incarceration in 1936 painted a grim picture in the newspapers, shattering the hearts of his parents. Labeling their son a pimp and narcotics trafficker devastated them, their heads hung in shame. Charlie's father couldn't bear to say goodbye to his son in court, and that unspoken farewell weighed heavily on Luciano's heart. The painful loss of his parents, compounded by the stain on his reputation, left Luciano broken. He returned to his prison cell, etching the wall with the scars of his anguish. A legendary mob boss he might have been, but the sacrifices he made to attain that position haunted him. The cost of his empire, once glorified, was now a weighty burden that he carried in solitude, a tragic chapter in the complex tale of Charlie Luciano's life. Luciano often spoke about the thoughts that haunted him during these trying times.
When you're stuck away in places like Dannemora, or even in Great Meadow, you begin to do one of two things. Either you get sore at the world, and you want to head back as soon as you can, or you begin to think about your mistakes. Not the mistakes you made in general. You got plenty of time to think behind bars, and if you're working in a quiet place like a library like I was at Dannemora, you got more than plenty of time to size up your life. I can't say I was ever sorry, or that I should have gone straight. That was too late a long time back. But when somebody from my family came up, especially to Dannemora, I couldn't talk to anybody for a week. I'd see my brother walk out, and then I'll go back to my cell and hit my head against the wall. One time I started to bleed and they had to sew it up. I never really knew for sure in those days just what bothered me, whether I was blind mad because I was stupid and got caught, or whether I've been an idiot for getting mixed up in the rackets and breaking the law. I never really understood myself about the whole thing until long afterwards.
Luciano was suffering, so he did whatever he could to make himself feel better. He would go out on late-night trips with his favorite mistress.
Of course, when I got down to Great Meadow, I had a lot more visitors. It was a lot easier to get people in. One night, Warden Murphy's let me out with a couple of guards. We went to a little place, a kind of roundhouse near Albany. Gay Orlova met me there, and she brought along a dozen thick sirloin steaks from a frozen meat locker Costello had in New York. The four of us had a great dinner, and then Gay and me went to a nice room upstairs, and we spent most of the night together. It was beautiful, and I kept thinking, so what, Dewey owes me this.
While Luciano was biding his time, another pressing issue emerged. An old friend was once again entangled in legal trouble. Vito Genovese found himself behind bars in Brooklyn, facing a new trial for an old murder. Luciano was confronted with a dilemma. Should he assist Genovese, and if so, to what extent should he offer his support?
Vito went over there with the bundle big enough to talk a horse with. When the war started, he didn't have to live in a country that was an enemy of the United States. There were plenty of safe houses for a guy with money, but he was just rotten, greedy. We heard everything he was doing. Word got back to us through Lisbon and other places because we had plenty of pipelines in and out of Europe. We heard Vito had gotten big into junk. Anything that was easy for him. It was hard to pass up even if he meant betraying his own country.
Vito also started to become extremely close with another man who was Mussolini's nephew. He was a huge cocaine addict, which is something Vito took advantage of.
He found out that Mussolini's son-in-law took cocaine, and that was all Vito had to know. From then on, he was Kino's personal supplier. He had Kino hooked so bad the bastard couldn't live without him. One time, Kino flew him to Istanbul in his own plane, right in the middle of the fucking war for Christ's sake, so he could set up a big connection in Turkey, and he arranged to bring the stuff back to a couple of refineries in Milan. And believe it or not, Italian pilots actually ferried the junk over to Africa, even to Tangier, all the time that Rommel had control of North Africa. That prick, Vito, junk, was his whole life. Once, in 1944, Joe Adonis brought Steve Magadino from Buffalo to see me at Great Meadow, and Magadino showed me a letter that he got from Vito saying he had to work out a new way to transport the stuff because the Americans took over North Africa and screwed up his route. And he was mad about it, that his own country was beginning to beat the shit at the Nazis.
Vito also started to become extremely close with another man who was Mussolini's nephew. He was a huge cocaine addict, which is something Vito took advantage of.
He found out that Mussolini's son-in-law took cocaine, and that was all Vito had to know. From then on, he was Kino's personal supplier. He had Kino hooked so bad the bastard couldn't live without him. One time, Kino flew him to Istanbul in his own plane, right in the middle of the fucking war for Christ's sake, so he could set up a big connection in Turkey, and he arranged to bring the stuff back to a couple of refineries in Milan. And believe it or not, Italian pilots actually ferried the junk over to Africa, even to Tangier, all the time that Rommel had control of North Africa. That prick, Vito, junk, was his whole life. Once, in 1944, Joe Adonis brought Steve Magadino from Buffalo to see me at Great Meadow, and Magadino showed me a letter that he got from Vito saying he had to work out a new way to transport the stuff because the Americans took over North Africa and screwed up his route. And he was mad about it, that his own country was beginning to beat the shit at the Nazis.
Vito Genovese resorted to writing to his contacts back in the United States to gauge their interest in the narcotics trade. While some, like Magadino, flatly refused and promptly informed Luciano of Vito's intentions, Vito's letters highlighted the changing times in Italy. With the American forces making advancements in Italy and North Africa, it was affecting Vito's operations. The wartime circumstances were hampering his businesses.
But what Magadino didn't know, because Vito couldn't write it in a letter so open, was that he was beginning to feel the pinch between the Americans making their way up into Italy and his friend Mussolini, and all of his crowd running like hell out of Rome.
Charlie knew Vito like the back of his hand. He knew Vito always thought about short-term gain and never cared about the long-term loss.
Vito never had the brains to figure out that might happen, and he didn't have any connections with the new guys who took over. So he was up Schitt's Creek without a paddle, and as usual he was screaming to me for help. I'm locked up at Great Meadow, 4,000 miles away, and he turns to me to fix his situation.
When Vito fled to Italy, he embarked on establishing new operations and extorting the local Sicilian population. Not being Sicilian himself, he became Mussolini's muscle in the region, which provoked resentment among the Sicilians, especially when Vito initiated price hikes on essential medicines like penicillin and other necessities. This was an earlier phase, with Luciano sending Vito to Italy to prepare the groundwork for himself. When Luciano eventually made his way to Italy, he would be ready to continue what Vito had initiated. However, Vito was explicitly instructed to avoid involvement in the drug trade.
I told Magadino that already sent word to Costello to make sure Vito landed upon his feet in Italy. I was thinking of myself when I did that, because all the plans I was making would mean that I'll have to go to Italy, at least for a while, and I might need Vito over there with me. As it happened, the army appointed Charlie Paletti, who was one of our good friends. As the military governor, Paletti kept that job for quite a long time. His headquarters was in a place called Nola, and Vito ended up as the official Italian-American interpreter. Maybe if I had to do it over again, I would have arranged for Paletti's troops to line Vito up against a wall and shoot him.
In 1944, Italy surrendered to the Allies, and American forces promptly established a military government led by Colonel Charles Paletti, a former lieutenant governor of New York. Surprisingly, this development had connections to the world of organized crime in New York. Vito, being the resourceful man he was, wasted no time and quickly secured a position as a civil interpreter in this newly established administration. Unsurprisingly, Vito's influence rapidly extended to controlling the underground economy throughout occupied Italy, and he soon began to employ a number of American soldiers who operated under his command. These soldiers were responsible for moving goods in army trucks and answered solely to him. In January 1944, Captain Charles Dunn enlisted Vito as his personal interpreter, which marked a significant step in Vito's ascent in this new environment. He wrote, "Vito has been invaluable to me, is absolutely honest, and, as a matter of fact, exposed several cases of bribery and black market operations among civilian personnel. He is devoted to his adopted home, the United States of America. Major E.N. Holgram, Civil Affairs Officers. I regard him as trustworthy, loyal, and dependable. Vito offered his services for free. He did not need to get paid. He was making so much money off the underground economy stuff all over Italy. Vito made a fortune out of penicillin, cigarettes, sugar, olive oil, flour. You name it. He sold it."
He made more than $1 million in untraceable cash in almost no time. The conniving louse was selling American goods to its own Italian people, things that had saved their lives to or keep them from starving. He made a fortune out of penicillin, cigarettes, sugar, olive oil, flour, you name it. He even used U.S. Army trucks to ship this black market stuff all over Italy, right behind the Army.
In 1944, Vito Genovese's activities in Italy came under scrutiny when a member of the military government staff, Orange C. Dickey, became alarmed by the corruption and greed he observed. Dickey initiated an investigation into the substantial losses of supplies, examining documents to trace who was diverting shipments, assigning trucks, and allocating supplies. During this inquiry, certain soldiers implicated Genovese by mentioning that they were acting on his orders. Dickey, concerned about Genovese's possible involvement with the Germans due to his history of associating with Italian fascists, decided to escalate the matter. In the summer of 1944, he reported his findings to Captain Dunn and other authorities. They initially ordered him to drop the case, but Dickey refused. Acting on his own authority, he arrested Genovese in August 1944, charging him with underground economy activities and potential espionage. Dickey then sent a message to the FBI in Washington, inquiring if anyone in the United States wanted to take custody of Genovese. As it turned out, there were individuals interested in bringing Genovese to justice.
You got to realize that the muscle we had with the Army was pretty good, but I knew there wasn't a prayer we could get Vito off, because we couldn't buy a court-martial. Besides, I was up in Great Meadow working on all of them complicated things of my own. So I thought, screw the bastard. It's time he took care of himself.
An informant known as Ernest the Hawk Rupolo had informed authorities about a murder case involving Genovese. When Genovese was arrested, he attempted to bribe his way out of prison, even offering Dickey a substantial sum of money, as much as $250,000, to secure his release. Luciano, observing these developments, explored whether he could intervene, but realized that the chances of success were slim. The news spread quickly throughout the underworld, and certain individuals became aware that Luciano might abandon Vito Genovese, which contradicted one of their unwritten rules. According to this code, if anyone in their ranks faced trouble, regardless of their status, they were all expected to rally together and provide assistance. Leaving a fellow member to face the consequences alone was unacceptable. This issue was causing concern, and even people like Albert Anastasia were discussing the matter. Frank Costello decided to visit Luciano to see if he could help Vito.
Then Willie Moretti and Frank came up, and they said everybody in New York, including Anastasia, was talking about how we could let Vito take a long rap. They was copping a big plea for him. It was Frank's idea that we should use muscle to get Vito transferred out of Army jurisdiction over to Brooklyn DA, and we worked this out. Vito's case was going to be handled by the assistant DA of Brooklyn, a guy by the name of Julius Helfand, and we didn't have good contact with him.
Luciano, known for his pragmatism, listened to Costello's advice and took steps to resolve the situation and ensure Vito was not left to face the consequences alone. However, despite his efforts, Vito would never express his gratitude for this assistance. Meanwhile, Ernest the Hawk had been providing evidence related to a murder, corroborating the testimony of Peter Latampa. Luciano recognized that if Peter Latampa were eliminated, the Hawk's testimony would lose its value. Pete Latampa had always been a man of secrets and whispers. He found himself in a precarious position, behind the unforgiving bars of a jail cell in the tumultuous 1940s. Seeking a means to reduce his sentence and secure a chance at a fresh start. The Hawk had made a fateful choice. He decided to become an informant. In the gloomy, confined world of the prison, the Hawk's role as an informant as well. Pete Latampa was a treacherous path. Both walked a tightrope, providing valuable information about the inner workings of the mob to law enforcement. The secrets he held had the potential to expose some of the most prominent figures in organized crime, including the rising star Vito Genovese. However, Latampa and the Hawk's bold decision to cooperate with the authorities did not go unnoticed. In the shadows of the prison, a sinister plot began to unravel. Their fellow inmates, loyal to the mob and perhaps fearful of the revelations they might make, hatched a dark scheme to silence him or Pete Latampa. One day, Latampa mysteriously fell ill. A sense of foreboding hung in the air, but the source of his sudden ailment remained an enigma. He grew weaker, his condition deteriorating rapidly. It was clear that something was horribly wrong, yet the truth remained hidden in the shadows. As the Hawk's life hung in the balance, whispers of foul play echoed through the prison's corridors. Had he been poisoned? If so, who was responsible for this sinister act? The answers remained buried with Latampa as he succumbed to the mysterious poison, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a chilling reminder of the dangers that came with the life of an informant in the secretive world of organized crime. Luciano had his men poison Pete Latampa discreetly.
But there was something we did have, a way to get into the jail where Latampa was being held in protective custody. Anastasia fixed it up, spreading around the choir a bundle of money, which Vito later paid him back, and one morning, I think it was in January 1945, Pete Latampa woke up with a pain in his stomach. His whole inside was bad, he had ulcers, he needed an operation for gallstones, but he was afraid to let anybody do it. Anyway, he took whatever he thought was his regular pain pills and went back to sleep. He never woke up again. Vito was once again saved by Luciano. He was held in jail for nearly a year longer and then released.
In 1945, as the war in Europe came to an end, a petition for executive clemency and freedom for Charles Luciano was sent to Governor Thomas E. Dewey. Dewey signed it, citing that Luciano had cooperated with high military authorities and had provided valuable services to the war effort. Dewey mentioned that Luciano's assistance was sought by the armed services and others to provide information about potential enemy attacks, although the actual value of the information was unclear. He also noted that Luciano's prison record was reported as wholly satisfactory. Dewey conducted what seemed like an exhaustive investigation into Luciano's case and recommended his commutation, taking into account the 10 years Luciano had served, which he considered a long time for anyone who had been involved in compulsory prostitution. He mentioned the requirement for Luciano's lifelong exile under the law. On February 2, 1946, Luciano walked through the gates of Great Meadow Prison for the last time and was taken to Ellis Island in New York Harbor. He was held there while the final arrangements for his exile were completed. During his journey, he had a fleeting glimpse of Manhattan's skyline, a city whose underworld he had once ruled, and he had a deep sense of longing for it. Luciano spent close to 10 years in prison for a crime he believed he did not commit. He had to make a deal with the authorities to secure his release. Finally, as he drove through the streets of New York, he had just one request in mind.
When they drove me through the city, I asked the detectives to stop just for a couple of minutes. I only wanted to get out and put my feet down on the street in Manhattan. I wanted to feel it under me. I wanted to know that I actually walked in New York without bars hemming me in. But the guys said they couldn't allow it, so we went right on through the ferry and across the bay.
Luciano gazed at the city he once conquered, a city he still believed he controlled and owned. The iconic buildings of New York, like the Chrysler Building and the Empire State Building, held a special place in his heart. The people who constructed and owned these landmarks had once been acquaintances of Luciano. They had shaken his hand, dined with him, gambled alongside him, and even borrowed money from him. Now he wasn't even allowed to leave the confines of the island to visit them, shake their hands, and reminisce about old times. The sense of betrayal ran deep, and he couldn't help but think about how much they all owed him, especially considering that he had bailed many of them out during the 1929 market crash.
All the time for the next week, I'd stand outside on Ellis Island and stare over at the buildings. I'd look at the Chrysler Building and think back a few years to when Walter Chrysler used to come up to Saratoga and gamble at my clubs. And sometimes I'd okay his markers. Once I was good enough to okay Walter Chrysler markers, and now I couldn't even walk into his building. And there was the Empire State. Once the guy behind that fantastic building, John Raskob, needed my okay so his best friend, Al Smith, could run for president. From Ellis Island, I couldn't even take a ride in one of his elevators. That week of waiting was really rough for me. I kept saying to myself, fuck them all, I'll be back. Also, I swore I'd figure out some way to change the deal.
Little did he know that the closest he would ever come to America was during Christmas in Havana, Cuba, in 1946. He was never going to set foot on American soil again. In fact, from the day he left, he wouldn't even be allowed to return to his mother's grave or his father's grave to lay flowers on the anniversaries of their deaths. He would have to send his brother or sister to do it for him. This was a reality he had to live with, and it gnawed at him continually until his death in 1962. The vessel that Lucky Luciano was about to embark on held no semblance of luxury or grace. It bore the hasty markings of wartime, where speed and utility were paramount, and love and aesthetics were overlooked. It played a role during the tumultuous years of the Second World War, shuttling soldiers to battlefronts and transporting vital supplies into the heart of the conflict. The Laura Keene, a war-worn ship, was tasked with carrying one of New York's most influential figures on the morning of February 9, 1946. Docked at Pier 7 off Bush Terminal in Brooklyn, it awaited its voyage to Genoa, Italy, with Charlie Luciano as its passenger. Before setting sail, Luciano had to attend to some basic necessities, such as acquiring a fresh set of clothes. His wardrobe was a mix of well-fitted attire and items that no longer suited him. The preparations for his journey were meticulous, and Luciano ensured he had everything he needed for the voyage. The press was distinctly unwelcome on this occasion, and they were informed in no uncertain terms that there would be no interviews, press conferences, or opportunities for them to capture his words. Albert Anastasia, a man with a penchant for precision, had assembled a formidable team of longshoremen armed with sharpened bale hooks to dissuade any inquisitive reporters from interfering. Tough Tony, Albert's brother, took on the responsibility of overseeing the ship's security. As the reporters looked on in frustration, they could do little more than stand and shiver in the bitter cold. The news-hungry journalists were left to watch in helpless exasperation, capturing images and yelling for attention, but ultimately their efforts were in vain. The departure of Lucky Luciano, on an unassuming vessel with a clandestine destination, marked a momentous, enigmatic chapter in the annals of organized crime.
A couple days before sailing, Polikoff brought Lansky and Costello over to see me at Ellis Island. They said they were going to throw a big farewell party for me on board the ship, and that friends of mine were coming from all over the country. They asked me if I needed anything, and I said my brother Bart had been over a few days before, with a trunk full of my clothes he had stored away. Believe it or not, a lot of the suits still fit, though they were a little tight because I put on some weight from all that good food that was being sent to me in Great Meadow. We arranged all that stuff he had been saving for me from the Waldorf Towers would be put on board. But I said it might be a good idea if Frank and Joe A. stocked me up with a bunch of clothes in the new styles from Say's store, maybe one size bigger. I figured I'll be able to take off the extra weight during the 2 weeks it took to get to Italy.
Amidst the preparations for his journey, Lucky Luciano had another important task at hand: ensuring the transfer of vital resources. Among these assets were envelopes bulging with cash, an indispensable currency in the world he was about to re-enter. Recognizing the significance of financial resources in the underworld, Luciano instructed all those who visited him to bring gifts, specifically envelopes filled with cash. He understood that once he set foot in Italy, he would need every bit of currency he could gather to navigate the intricate webs of power and influence. These envelopes of cash represented not only a form of financial security, but also a symbol of his continued sway in the realm of organized crime. The transition back to his homeland would demand financial acumen, and Luciano was determined to ensure that he possessed the necessary resources to navigate the intricate world that awaited him. Then Luciano told them to make sure there was some dough, because he was going to need plenty of that when he got to Italy. While Lucky Luciano was serving his prison sentence, his financial landscape had undergone significant changes. He had expended a considerable amount of money on various fronts, from mounting legal expenses to supporting his siblings and arranging his parents' funerals. By the time Luciano emerged from his incarceration, much of his financial resources had been depleted. Even the funds allocated for bribes and maintaining his network had dwindled. Recognizing the need to re-establish his financial footing, Luciano turned to the National Commission, a council of powerful mob figures, for support. He requested that they contribute envelopes filled with cash to ensure that he wouldn't return to Italy entirely destitute. In his mind, some of these individuals owed him a debt of gratitude, as he had masterminded the lucrative racketeering operations that had enriched them. The rumors surrounding the amount of money Luciano intended to bring with him to Italy swirled relentlessly. However, Luciano refrained from issuing clarifications or dispelling these speculations. He understood the dynamics of the Italian underworld. More than just respect, financial clout carried immense weight. By being perceived as a multi-millionaire, Luciano could secure a more influential and respected position than if he were regarded as merely Lucky Luciano, the former mob boss. In the world of organized crime, financial power often spoke louder than words, and Luciano was keenly aware of the importance of projecting an image of wealth and influence upon his return to Italy.
The story went around in 1946 that I was carrying from $1 million to $40 million in a trunk. That was all horseshit, but I never did nothing to deny the reports. I knew my Italians pretty good there, and I figured that I would get more respect as a millionaire than just as Charlie Lucky, the American big shot. When I told Meyer to make sure there was some dough, I meant it, because I needed it. He told me not to worry about that either, because everybody was going to bring something to the party, and I'd have more than enough to see me through until we get all together again. I already had plans for that reunion.
Meyer Lansky would then inquire regarding if Charlie needed anything else. What he wanted to know was, did Luciano want some female companionship?
Then Meyer asked me if there's anything else I needed for the trip. I said yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a few broads to keep me company out on the ocean.
Charlie did want to take Gay Orlova with him, but she had a ton of legal issues regarding her paperwork with her being Russian.
At first I thought Gay Orlova was going to come with me, but she had a lot of troubles with all that red tape about passports and where she was born and that kind of crap, so she had to cancel out. When I mentioned girls, Meyer started to laugh.
Meyer would reply, I took care of that too, Charlie. 3 very nice ones are going to go along with you. We worked that out with Dewey's guys. We're giving the girls some extra dough so they can take a vacation in Paris on the way home. That scared the living daylights out of Charlie. He knew Lansky's taste in women was not to be trusted. A funny moment would then ensue.
I didn't feel so happy about what Meyer said. His taste in women was nothing to write books about. I always thought he didn't know a pig from a filly, and if he was the one picking the dames, then I would be sure my worst enemy wouldn't want to screw them in the dark. Frank and Meyer could tell what I was thinking, and they laughed like hell. Finally, Frank explained that they had given the assignment to Joe A. on account of he oversaw the Copacabana, where they had the most beautiful broads in the world. So I figured if Joe couldn't make a #1 selection, then I'll have to depend on Meyer to get my pinochle partner. Actually, it turned out that they were 3 really beautiful swell girls, and I was worried for nothing.
Lucky Luciano, while navigating his return to the organized crime world, was burdened by a nagging concern that he couldn't ignore. It revolved around the reality that, during his time in prison, he had been effectively sidelined from the legitimate business ventures that his associates were pursuing before, during, and after the war. Broaching this sensitive issue with the outfit required a delicate touch. Luciano needed to find a way to address it without causing any disruptions or tensions within the organization. Business interests were carefully allocated among the key figures of the mob. Frank Costello assumed control over the new American gambling operations in Miami. The vibrant gambling scenes in Havana, as well as the development of the burgeoning casinos in the Bahamas, fell under the capable supervision of Meyer Lansky. Luciano's own businesses were to be managed by the likes of Johnny Torrio, Mike Miranda, and Frank Scalise, and Joe Adonis, among others. However, another unresolved issue loomed, casting a shadow over Luciano's return to power and the dynamics of organized crime. This remaining matter would need to be addressed tactfully, ensuring that the delicate balance within the mob was maintained and that the organization could move forward with unity and efficiency.
One thing, though, bothered the hell out of me, and it festered for a long time after I got to Italy. I was being cut out of almost all the legit business that my good friends was going into during and after the war. That's why I didn't talk about the next part of my whole plan to nobody but Lansky. I needed him in order to set it up, and it would be a sort of test to see whether he was still on my side.
In his cautious and calculated return to the world of organized crime, Lucky Luciano played his cards close to his chest. He understood the importance of trust and loyalty in his circle, and as he stepped back into his role, he embarked on a subtle yet pivotal test of his closest allies. Luciano chose to start with his best friend, Meyer Lansky, recognizing that the trust of those closest to him would be paramount. The tests he devised were designed to discern who could be truly trusted and who might harbor hidden agendas. It was a careful examination of the loyalty and reliability of those he held dear, an essential step in securing his place within the complex dynamics of the criminal underworld. As Luciano ventured forward, he knew that having a trusted inner circle was the key to success and survival in the world he had re-entered. By putting his closest associates through these discreet trials, he aimed to ensure that his plans and ambitions could be executed with the utmost confidence and the highest degree of loyalty.
The last day on Ellis Island, Lansky and I had a meeting, just the 2 of us. I told him something that none of the other guys knew up to that point, that I already made a connection in Italy to get visas under my real name, Salvatore Lucania. That would be a good for Cuba and Mexico and a whole lot of other countries in South America. I told Meyer I figured it would take me about 6 months of laying low and getting adjusted in Italy and making personal contacts instead of having guys front for me. I said that if there was going to be any problems for me to get back into the United States, I'd even be willing to become a Cuban citizen and then take back control from there. I also told Lansky that I wanted him to make a meet for some time around the end of 1946 that would be attended by every top guy. I mean the head of every family and all these people in the union's council. I said I'll try to arrange things so that the meeting could take place in Havana around Christmas. At that time, It would be easier for a lot of guys to make the trip, like it was sort of a holiday vacation, and they wouldn't draw no spotlight.
One of the compelling reasons that drove Charlie's decision to focus on Havana was the post-Second World War phenomenon. In the wake of the war, Havana experienced a tremendous influx of tourists, igniting a tourist boom that was impossible to ignore. The city's allures were many, from the thriving gambling scene to the presence of beautiful women that attracted affluent men from all corners of the globe. In addition to these enticing factors, there was a significant power dynamic at play in Havana. Meyer Lansky, a key figure in Luciano's network, had skillfully maneuvered to gain considerable influence over the local government. This made Havana a particularly lucrative and strategically significant location for their endeavors. Charlie Luciano recognized the immense potential that Havana offered and aptly summarized their position. The gambling was good, the beautiful women attracted more rich men, and Lansky had the government under his control. It was a winning combination that made Havana a pivotal hub for their operations, creating opportunities and fortunes in a world where every advantage was carefully seized and exploited.
Of course, I had another reason for picking Havana. The war being over, people was beginning to flock there, what with the place being wide open, the gambling good, and the broads beautiful. With a combined combination like that, Lansky and his friend Batista was raking the dough in. I had no intention of being left out of that. Batista wasn't president no more, but he had his own guy in there, a doctor named Ramon Grouse and Martin. Lansky and Batista had him strictly in their pockets.
The years spent behind bars had left Charlie Luciano with a lingering unease, especially when it came to the trustworthiness of some of his underlings. Prison life had a way of sharpening one's instincts, and Luciano was no exception. Among the many figures in his network, the one whose trust he needed to confirm above all else was Meyer Lansky, his oldest and dearest friend. To assess Lansky's reliability and loyalty, Luciano devised a subtle strategy. He carefully shared certain information with Lansky, testing how it would be handled and if it remained confidential. This approach allowed Luciano to gauge whether Meyer Lansky was still the steadfast and trustworthy ally he had always been, despite the changes that had occurred during his time in prison. The testing of those closest to him was not a matter of mere paranoia, but a necessity in the treacherous world of organized crime. It was a means of ensuring that the bonds of trust were as strong as ever, a critical element in the continued success and security of their criminal endeavors.
By letting Lansky know all the details on my plan for Havana, that was really a test of his loyalty. It meant I was going to be able to cut the 4,000 miles Dewey was putting between me and New York to just 90 miles between Miami and me, Havana. Lansky knew I was counting on his muscles with Batista to work out all the things I wanted to.
The prospect of gaining entry into Cuba was of paramount importance to Luciano, but he was acutely aware that such a permission required the blessing of the government. In this pivotal endeavor, the key to obtaining that essential endorsement lay in the hands of Meyer Lansky, who had adroitly navigated the corridors of power in Havana. The decision to leave his home country was a source of profound dismay for Luciano. He carried with him a heavy burden of feeling betrayed and wronged. In his eyes, he considered himself an innocent man, unjustly treated by the legal system. The sense of injustice weighed heavily on him as he prepared to embark on a new chapter in Cuba, a world away from the country he once called home. The necessity of seeking refuge in another land, along with the complexities of his relationships and the shifting dynamics of organized crime, created a potent mixture of emotions and challenges that Luciano had to navigate as he ventured into the uncertain territory of his future in Italy and then Havana.
Naturally, I was pretty upset. Here I was being thrown out of the United States for something I didn't do, while at the same time I had been helping the little bastards get free to walk around the streets of New York with no problems. So I reminded Tommy and Albert of something they knew about and that I didn't want them to forget, which happened in 1943.
Lucky Luciano, acutely aware of the freedom his associates enjoyed while he had been incarcerated, felt the need to underline their good fortune. He wanted to remind members of his outfit particularly loyal figures like Albert Anastasia and Tommy Eberly, that he was not oblivious to the affairs and secrets they were trying to shield from him. To drive home his point, Luciano provided a clear example. He alluded to the incident where Vito Genovese had a journalist killed without obtaining the prior approval of the National Commission. The hit was carried out by an enforcer named Bender on Vito's behalf. By highlighting such incidents and demonstrating his awareness of the internal workings of the organization, Luciano aimed to emphasize the importance of loyalty, protocol, and the consequences of deviation from the established rules within their world of organized crime. It was a calculated move to ensure that the cohesion and discipline of the outfit remained intact under his leadership.
When the war was going pretty good for Mussolini, Vito was always trying to prove what a good friend he was to that fascist son of a bitch. There was a newspaper published in New York by the name of Carlo Tresca. He was strictly anti-Mussolini, and he was knocking the shit out of him in every edition of the paper, which was called Il Martello, the hammer. It drove Mussolini nuts. So what does that prick Genovese do? He tells Mussolini not to worry about it, that he, Don Vitone, would take care of it. And god damn it if he doesn't put out a contract from Italy on Tresca, with Tony Bender to do the job. Tresca gets knocked off in broad daylight while he's getting out of his car on Lower Fifth Avenue. It was an old-fashioned hit with a shotgun in the back. When I heard about it in Great Meadow, I made up my mind that someday I was going to have a little talk with either or both of them guys. With Vito and Bender. They knew the Unione rule that nobody on the outside gets it under no circumstances without a vote of the council.
In the intricate world of organized crime, making significant moves without the council's explicit permission was a grave transgression, often carrying the weight of a death sentence. Vito Genovese had committed multiple violations in the past, yet Charlie Luciano had extended his forgiveness and second chances. However, this time, Luciano's patience was wearing thin. He issued a stern directive to some of his trusted men to closely monitor Vito Genovese and to remain vigilant for any sign of him stepping out of line or making even a single misstep. If such a situation were to arise, they were to contact Luciano without delay. This move signified a clear message that Vito's actions were no longer tolerated, and the consequences for any further infractions would be severe. Luciano's firm stance aimed to maintain discipline and order within the organization, ensuring that the rules and protocols established by the National Commission were upheld without compromise. The authority of the council and the reputation of the outfit depended on it, and Luciano was determined to enforce it with unwavering resolve.
I had a feeling in my bones that someday Vito was going to be bad news for everybody. So I told the guys I had something special in mind for that little bastard, and I warned all of them that I held them responsible for seeing that Genovese kept his nose clean. When he got out of the can, he was to go back to work like before on all my things, and the minute he got out of line, I wanted to hear from somebody about it, with no delay.
As Lucky Luciano made his final preparations aboard the boat, he meticulously attended to any outstanding business matters that required his attention. With his keen organizational skills and strategic mindset, he ensured that all loose ends were neatly tied up before his departure. Once these business matters had been successfully settled, Luciano turned his thoughts to matters closer to his heart: family. The impending goodbye weighed heavily on him. He contemplated how he would bid farewell to his loved ones, reflecting on the moments he would cherish and the words he would share with those he held dear. For Luciano, the impending journey held both the promise of new beginnings and the challenge of leaving behind the familiar comforts of family. It was a moment of introspection and sentiment, as he considered the emotional farewells that lay ahead and the anticipation of a new chapter in his life.
My mother and father were gone by then, and not able to see me free. I didn't want to do nothing to make my own brothers and sisters uncomfortable or bring bad publicity on them. So that's why I wouldn't let them come to that mad house on the boat. It wasn't easy to say goodbye to them because they were my family, and I loved them. Besides, with Sicilians, no matter what you do with your own personal life, It doesn't ever change the feeling you have in your guts where your family is concerned. We all said goodbye and everybody cried, even me. I wanted to tell them not to worry, to tell them about my plans for coming back home, because I knew that would make them feel better. But until that was worked out, it was best they didn't have any idea about it.
On the boat, Lucky Luciano orchestrated an assembly that extended beyond his friends and family. He ensured that several influential figures from the political world were also in attendance, underlining his deep connections and influence. Albert Anastasia's formidable muscle was deployed to keep unwanted intruders, especially the press, at bay. Luciano was adamant about keeping his family, friends, and political contacts out of the newspapers, and he took every precaution to ensure their privacy. Men from the Longshoremen Union, armed with long bailing hooks, were brought in to dissuade any overzealous journalists who might attempt to get too close. The gathering was a reflection of Luciano's stature and reach in the criminal underworld. Prominent figures from various crime families and regions came to see him off, cementing his position as a central figure in the mob's hierarchy. The list of attendees included Phil Castile from Louisiana, who shared warm embraces with Oni Madden and Mo Dalitz of Cleveland. Lansky, Costello, Red Levine, Bugsy Siegel, Willie Moretti, Longy Zwillman, Tommy L., Joe Adonis, Joe Bonanno, Albert Anastasia, Steve Magadino and the Buffalo Mob, and many others graced the event with their presence. Notably, Russell Bufalino was also in attendance, represented through Joe Barbera and other intermediaries. The Ciandra family made their presence felt, and Albert Anastasia introduced his newly promoted member, Carlo Gambino. Gambino had established himself as a thriving figure in the black market, particularly dealing in gasoline and ration stamps, and was on the cusp of ascending to greater heights within the Anastasia crime family. Luciano's reference to him as an underboss in 1946 suggested that Gambino was poised for further advancement, pending the removal of a few key figures. The gathering on the boat served as a powerful demonstration of the influence and reach of Lucky Luciano within the complex and tightly knit world of organized crime.
We had some of our country's top political leaders there too, and a few who couldn't come at least sent a representative. I helped elect over 80 important politicians in my time, so the least they could do was drink a glass of champagne and wish me good sailing. Anastasia's boys kept newspapers guys far enough away so that none of them could get any good pictures, which was my way of doing them a good turn for showing up.
Once everyone said their hellos and goodbyes, and the tribute had been collected, and orders had been given to his men, and the plans had been arranged, Luciano found himself alone, contemplating the upcoming journey to Italy. The moment was filled with a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty as he prepared to set sail for his homeland. The departure of his loyal associates marked the beginning of a new phase in his life, one that would take him back to Italy and the intricate world of organized crime in his home country.
I felt like suddenly I was alone. Well, I don't mean exactly alone, because there were these beautiful girls who were half cracked down below somewhere, having their own party, and there were about 15 other deportees on board. I only knew a couple of them. But I really felt like I was in the middle of nowhere. I began to get this real sour feeling in the middle of my stomach, and when the captain's horn started to blow, the sound of it seemed to fill the inside of my belly. The only other time in my whole life that I had this kind of experience was when the gates closed behind me, up at Dannemora.
Luciano recalled the day he left America aboard the boat, a journey that filled him with a sense of dread. He harbored a deep dislike for sailing, boats, and even offshore fishing expeditions with some of his associates in Miami. The mere thought of being on the water would often leave him feeling seasick and apprehensive, making the initial stages of the journey particularly unpleasant. However, as the boat continued its course and the voyage progressed, Luciano noted that his discomfort began to subside. The persistent seasickness gave way to a sense of adjustment and adaptation to the maritime environment. While he still harbored a distaste for the sea, he found that the passage of time and the steady rhythm of the journey allowed him to acclimate and, to some extent, ease the discomfort of being at sea. Luciano's reflections on that day underscored the inner turmoil and personal sacrifices he had made, even in the face of conditions that he found challenging. His journey was a testament to his resilience and adaptability, qualities that had allowed him to navigate the complex world of organized crime and make a triumphant return to his homeland in Italy.
It was really cold the day we sailed, and I stood up there on the deck, watching the skyscrapers of Manhattan going by. I looked at the Statue of Liberty, and I made myself only think of one thing, that I was going to take a vacation trip, and soon that lady would be saying hello instead of goodbye. Then I realized that I wasn't alone. 2 guys were leaning on the rail watching me. One guy was from the U.S. Immigration Department to make sure I didn't jump off the boat until we were in the middle of the Atlantic. I didn't find out who the other guy was until about half an hour later.
Before Luciano would leave New York, one massive political player who Charlie Luciano aided throughout his entire career came to say goodbye. The mayor himself, with a friend from Dewey's office.
The Lorraine suddenly stopped moving because the fireboat pulled up alongside. Then I see some guy in a fancy overcoat with a velvet collar scramble up the boarding ladder. It was the Honorable Mayor himself, Bill O'Dwyer. He grabbed me around the shoulder, and the other fellow, who didn't give his name, started walking ahead of us, and we followed him to my cabin. O'Dwyer says to me, "Charlie, this is Murray Weinstein, one of my personal men. He's on Captain Ball's staff downtown, and he'll see that nobody bothers you. I made a personal guarantee that you wouldn't pull anything, so that immigration guy is getting off with me. Please don't let me down, Charlie."
This would be an emotional goodbye. Bill was a good man towards Luciano, and he was not ashamed to admit he owed everything to Luciano. Charlie told Bill not to worry about anything. He wanted Bill to know that he appreciated the fact he would come out to do this personally. Bill then said, "Charlie, I owe you everything I have, along with lots of apologies we don't have to talk about anymore. You know I couldn't go to Bush Terminal, but I couldn't let you leave without personally shaking your hand and wishing you well." This would make Charlie emotional deep down. He had a hatred towards the people who betrayed him, but Bill was always honest with him. Charlie almost blubbered. He never had a way of answering him. Bill gave Charlie a whack on the back and said, "Arrivederci." Charlie started to laugh at the way he said it with his half-assed Irish brogue. The realization struck Luciano with a sense of finality and profound significance. As he watched the American coastline recede into the distance, he never knew that he would never return to American soil again. The boat, carrying him away from the land where he had risen to prominence and where he had experienced both triumph and adversity, symbolized the end of an era. From that moment onward, Luciano could only dream of stepping back onto American soil. The reality of his departure and the certainty of his journey back to Italy began to settle in, and the gravity of his decision weighed on him. It marked the closing of a chapter in his life, and the start of a new one, where he would be inextricably linked to his homeland in Italy, forever severed from the land where he had left his mark on the world of organized crime.
That was the last goodbye inside the 3-mile limit, and the next thing I knew I was surrounded by nothing but water. The skyline was gone, and the only thing you could see from any part of the ship was a big ocean. I guess that's when I really knew I was on my way back to Italy, and I didn't like it one bit.
The journey back was a daunting experience for Luciano, who had never embarked on an extended sea voyage before. The initial day at sea was particularly challenging, with the boat constantly tilting and passengers on edge. The sight of imposing waves would send them scrambling for the lifeboats, creating an atmosphere of tension and uncertainty. Luciano vividly recalled that tumultuous first day on the open ocean, a stark reminder of the unfamiliar and treacherous journey he was undertaking.
The Lorraine wasn't exactly the Queen Mary. One little wave, and we started to launch the lifeboats. Personally, I'm not a very good sailor. I remember when we used to go deep sea fishing off Miami, I was always the first guy to hit the rail. So the first night out, I was green from my head to my toes. All I wanted to do was lay in my bunk and groan.
The following day brought about a stark contrast. the once turbulent waters had transformed into a serene, glass-like surface. However, for Luciano, this newfound tranquility unveiled another challenge. It had been a considerable amount of time since he had been with a woman he had never met before, and this unfamiliarity had an unexpected effect. Charlie began to feel a touch of shyness.
But in the morning, the sun was out, and we were sailing on a sea that was as smooth as glass. When I woke up and seen the sunshine coming through the porthole, it was like a real shot in my arm. I took a quick shower, and then I stood in the middle of my cabin, surrounded by 4 wardrobe trunks full of clothes. That's when I realized that I was scared, shitless. There was 3 gorgeous girls waiting for Charlie Lucky to throw one of them a nod. I was so nervous that all I could think of was that time I went to Jenny's place to get the clap, the time I couldn't get it up, so I'm standing there, stalling with myself, wondering what to do. Then I got the idea that I should open up the trunks, the biggest one first, that had a new stuff from size that Costello and Adonis picked out for me, and the others that my brother and had been holding for me in storage were next. I spent the next 3 hours trying on every suit and pants and shirts and underwear and all of them for fucking trunks.
Luciano's contemplations were interrupted by Murray Weinstein, one of Dewey's agents. As the journey back to Italy progressed, Luciano and Weinstein forged a close bond that transcended their official roles. Over time, the 2 men developed a deep friendship, finding common ground amidst the challenges and uncertainties of Luciano's voyage.
Finally, there's a knock on the door, and in comes this guy, Murray Weinstein. When he gets a look at what must have seemed like 500 garments spread all over the floor, and the bunk and the chairs, he burst out laughing. He says, "Charlie, what the hell are you doing?" I say, "Murray, what the fuck does it look like? I'm trying on my clothes."
Weinstein was taken aback. He had heard the rumors about Luciano's legendary charisma and his ability to charm any woman he desired. Yet here he was, witnessing a somewhat unexpected scenario as Luciano appeared to be hesitating, stalling for time, and showing signs of shyness.
Weinstein shakes his head and says, "If I ever tell this story when I get back, nobody will believe me. You're not in here trying on clothes. You're just afraid to come out and face those beautiful babes who've been waiting for you since 9 o'clock this morning."
Luciano soon discovered that there was no need to worry, as Weinstein skillfully broke the ice and initiated the conversation. Once the dialogue started to flow, Luciano's natural charm and charisma began to shine through. Moreover, the women themselves had already figured him out, understanding that Luciano might initially be a bit shy and timid. These carefully selected women had been chosen by the likes of Adonis, Bugsy Siegel, and Virginia Hill. Virginia Hill, who was Bugsy Siegel's mistress at the time, played a pivotal role in assisting with the selection of these women, ensuring that they would be both enticing and attuned to Luciano's preferences.
Of course, he was right, and he broke the ice for me. I was really worried about how I was going to make a choice. The only thing I didn't know was that they had me figured right down to the last nail. They knew I was going to be chicken, so they had already tossed a coin to see who would get first whack. It turns out to be this girl, Billy. She was a blonde, very tall with a build that couldn't be believed. The minute I walked out on deck, there she was waiting for me.
Then for Luciano, the fun began.
I followed her to her cabin. On the table in the middle of the cabin, there was a whole layout of Nova Scotia salmon and warm bagels, cream cheese, and scrambled eggs. She sat me down and started to serve me from the buffet. She must have seen that I had a funny look on my face, so now she smiles and says, "If you're going to be with the Jewish girl, Charlie, then learn how to eat a real Jewish breakfast." Then she says, "My name really isn't Billy, it's Rebecca. So from there, here to Genoa, forget Billy and call me Becky. I only let my friends call me that."
Charlie remained in his room, where he spent time with the women until the early hours of the following morning, around 3 o'clock. Reflecting on the experience, Charlie would later share his thoughts about the time he had with these women. It's worth noting that, at 50 years old, Charlie was no longer as youthful and energetic as he once might have been, making his encounters with these women a different experience compared to his earlier years.
I don't want to sound like I was some kind of lover, Rudolph Valentino, but a funny thing happened. After a few days, then 3 girls started to fight over me. Now it doesn't make any difference whether I spent 9.5 years in jail or not. At that point I was pushing 50 and I was rabid. I had to use Murray to keep them off me once in a while so I could get a rest. But for the first time I heard the girls screeching at each other in their cabin about who's going to get the next shot. That's when I knew I was free.
However, life in Italy proved to be a challenging ordeal for some of these men. While a few had been born in Italy, their time there had been brief, leaving them with no knowledge of the language. It was an uphill battle to survive in post-World War II Italy, which had just emerged from the ravages of the Second World War. As Luciano roamed freely on the same boat, these men found themselves locked up and under constant guard. The contrast in their situations was stark, with some of them facing destitution and wandering the streets, struggling to adapt to a homeland they barely knew.
They're under guard on the deck below mine. A couple of them were from my outfit, and one time I seen them. The first thing they said was that they expected me to take them under my wing when we got to Italy. I told them to expect no favors. After all, who knew what one of them crazy guys might pull and then screw me up in Italy from one end of the country to the other? I couldn't afford to take that chance.
Once Luciano had acclimated to the initial seasickness, he found himself at sea for over 2 weeks. During this extended period, he had ample time to unwind and truly relax. Charlie's companions of choice were the 3 women who accompanied him on the boat. In addition to the leisurely moments, Luciano embarked on a disciplined routine of gymnastics and weightlifting, aimed at shedding the 15 pounds he had gained during his time at Great Meadow. His goal was to regain his peak physical condition, ensuring that upon his arrival in Italy, his clothes would fit perfectly once again.
When I arrived in Italy, every one of my suits fit like a glove, the old ones and the new ones. I was probably the best-dressed guy that ever came over from America. I had different suits for every day of the month, and my underwear, shirts, and pajamas had all the same little initials on them. Real class. I find out later that Gay had it done. She was mad about initials, the same as Arnold Rothstein.
During that moment at sea, a serious thought began to dawn on Luciano. He found himself contemplating the situation with Benjamin Siegel and the growing concern that Siegel's Las Vegas business was running out of cash.
Siegel's original estimates on how much the joint was going to cost were way out of line. It looked like he was going to run over by millions just to build the plush hotel and casino in the middle of a fucking desert. On top of that, Joe A. had told me Siegel was absolutely crazy about Virginia Hill, and there was kind of a feeling among the guys that Benny might be stashing away some kind of building money without telling nobody about it. And I knew Lansky was burnt to a crisp at Siegel, but it was my opinion the Flamingo didn't have anything to do with it, that it went back to the time the Bug and Meyer gang broke up and Bugsy went to California. There was bad blood between them that never came to the surface about that time. So, I had a lot to think about. It was a touchy situation that the Union Council couldn't settle because of Lansky and Siegel being Jews and having no vote. I thought about it all the way over to Italy, but I just didn't get no idea how to take care of it.
As Luciano gazed at the coastline, he could see Italy coming into view. On the eve of their arrival, Luciano decided to throw a party, a decade since his last one. Luciano was determined to make a grand entrance. However, they indulged in such excessive revelry that it seemed more like luck than planning, that they managed to arrive at their destination at all.
I told them that I wanted to arrive in Italy in style, like I was the captain of the boat, and that the party was on me. We were lucky to arrive in one piece, because after that, there wasn't nobody on the whole fucking boat that was sober. From the guy who was steering it to the fellows working down in the hold, we docked in Genoa in the morning with one complete hangover from stem to stern.
Charlie Luciano's arrival in Italy didn't quite unfold as he had anticipated. The American government had a significant influence on the Italian political landscape, particularly after America's support in helping Italy defeat the Nazis during World War II. This influence led to the perception of Italians as the losers and Americans as the victors in the post-war scenario. As a result, the American political class exerted pressure on the Italian government, pushing them to take a hardline stance against Luciano. When the boat finally docked, it was met with a swarm of Italian police, a clear indication of the challenges and obstacles that Luciano would face in his new home.
The next thing I knew, the deck was swarming with Italian policemen and all kinds of officials. You could hardly tell anybody without a scorecard. There were those carabinieri guys with fancy uniforms and shiny patent leather hats, looking like Napoleons. And there were the plainclothes detectives and customs officials in uniforms. Then I spotted half a dozen guys that was there called that Mobile Squadron, and the other guys from the Guardia di Finanza, the Italian military treasury department. And that to me meant narcotics. So the nice trip was over, and I could smell in a minute that my trouble was all starting up again.
In 1946, Italy was a challenging place to be, still reeling from the devastating aftermath of World War II. When the SS Laura Keene docked, it was an event that would typically go unnoticed. However, the arrival of this particular ship, carrying Charlie Lucky Luciano, drew a massive crowd of onlookers eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary figure. Officially registered under the name Salvatore Luciano, he patiently observed as the Italian police officials swarmed the boat. Initially, they seemed to ignore him, preoccupied with the process of clearing the other passengers. This group included the 15 Italian-American deportees, who were also returning to Italy, and the 3 American women who had accompanied Luciano. Only after these passengers had been processed did it become Luciano's turn to face official scrutiny.
The whole goddamn rigmarole took over 2 hours before they got to me. I'm standing there on the deck, watching them Italians yelling at everybody, spitting on the deck, and fighting over nothing. There must have been 25 guys in and out of uniform, each trying to prove he had more authority than the other one.
Murray, who had developed a strong rapport with Luciano during the journey, assured him that he would make inquiries to uncover what was transpiring.
Murray Weinstein came over and took me aside. He said, "I hate to tell you this, Charlie, but I think we've got trouble." I noticed he said we, and I really appreciated all that he had done for me. He told me, "It seems that the Italians have orders from the Ministry of Interior in Rome to ship you back to your hometown in Sicily."
Murray went on to provide Luciano with the unsettling revelation of why these events were unfolding. He disclosed the origins of the orders, and even more devastatingly, what lay ahead. The disheartening news was that Luciano was to be immediately placed in a holding cell, and subsequently transferred to Lercarafridi, his hometown in Italy. This information sent Luciano into a fit of anger and frustration. He couldn't fathom being deported, let alone being unable to freely move within his own home country. Luciano had aspired to remain in the bustling capital where all the action happened, but now the requirement to return to his hometown felt like another bitter blow and a clear sign of the American authorities' disdain. Furthermore, Luciano also learned the name of his new adversary in life, and he humorously referred to him as Harry Anslinger, a pointed alteration of Anslinger's name.
I couldn't believe it. I started to yell. "Do you mean to say I have got to live in Lercarafridi for the rest of my life? What the hell's going on here? I served my time. I'm supposed to be free. Who the hell is doing this to me?" I was putting him on the spot. He didn't owe me anything, but to prove what a nice guy he was, he opened up with me. He told me that orders have come from the head of Narcotics Bureau of the U.S. Treasury in Washington, the dirty son of a bitch, Anslinger, to keep me under 24 hours a day surveillance. Then Weinstein told me, "Charlie, this is out of my hands. I'm only a New York cop. All these people are getting their orders from America, and they say Washington has the crazy idea that you had yourself paroled to Italy so you could supervise the drug trafficking on this side of the Atlantic." I was ready to explode, but Murray stopped me. He said, "Hold your water, Charlie. You have some friends here, but you have to realize that all the Italian officials are under the thumb of the American army in Italy. They lost the war, and so what America wants, America gets. You have to face it and wait for it to go out. They're going to go through a lot of red tape with you. The best thing you can do is just be patient and don't blow your top."
Murray succeeded in soothing Luciano's frustrations and provided him with insights into the Italians' compliance with the American directives. Luciano, although begrudgingly, came to terms with the situation, understanding that the initial months would likely be challenging. He held on to a powerful motivator in his mind, the vision of Cuba, specifically Havana. With determination, Luciano was prepared to endure these initial hardships, keeping his focus on the ultimate goal.
There wasn't anything I could do except to follow what he told me, practically to the letter. I was really sorry I had to shake hands with Murray and say goodbye the night before because I knew we couldn't do it in front of people. I wanted to give him $5,000 for doing nothing but being a nice guy. They wouldn't take a penny and they couldn't thank me enough for a wonderful trip.
He would be taken down to the main cabin of the Laura Keene and questioned.
The next thing I know, they take me down to the big main cabin of the Laura Keene, where we had the party, and which still looks like a hurricane hit it. Some guy with a whole bunch of ribbons tells me that he's sorry about what he's got to do. As far as this guy was concerned, and he said he was speaking for everybody, he would just as soon as let me go any place in Italy I wanted to. He tried to make me understand that it was the Americani who asked them to send me back to Lercara Fritti, and it was going to take some time to work out all the details. Then he gives it to me. If I wouldn't mind, they'd like to take me to the pokey until everything is worked out, but I shouldn't think of it as being in jail. I should think of it more as a hotel, only he was sorry I would have bars on my windows.
Luciano found himself in a state of disbelief, overwhelmed by the seemingly never-ending adversity. He couldn't help but feel as though he would forever be pursued and hunted. Little did he realize at that moment the extent to which this ordeal would escalate, both in the near future and beyond.
It was like an absolute stranger walking into my cell and hitting me over the head with a baseball bat. All some guy had to do was sign one single paper to transfer me over to the police in Palermo. That's all that had to be done. So I said to this monkey, "What the hell are you talking about? 5 or 6 weeks?" I could walk halfway around the world at that time. All we had to do was go down to Palermo.
Luciano's frustration reached a boiling point, and the thought of enduring 6 long weeks behind bars was unbearable. Within just 24 hours, his patience had worn thin, and after 6 or 7 weeks, he was seething with anger. Luciano even contemplated ordering contract killings just to secure his release. He couldn't fathom why he was serving time in an Italian prison after his incarceration in an American one. When Luciano's anger erupted, the Italian police officer handling the situation understood the need for a different approach. Luciano seemed to believe he was still in America, where a snap of his fingers could make things happen. However, in Italy, the pace of things was notably slower. The officer calmly rose from his seat, extended his arms, and addressed Luciano. "Signor Luciano, welcome to Italy." In that moment, Luciano received a profound lesson, one that left a lasting impact on him. However, when the next morning dawned, his problems inexplicably vanished. No explanations were offered. Instead, he was escorted out of his cell by 2 officers, flanking him on either side. Luciano was then placed in a first-class compartment aboard a large, fast ferry bound for Palermo. Upon arrival in the Sicilian capital, he was handed over to the Sicilian police. The Sicilian police, it turned out, held a markedly different perspective on Luciano. The Questura captain, addressing him, explained that in Sicily they felt far removed from the influence of Rome. This distance granted them a sense of independence, free from unnecessary political interference. To them, Luciano was merely a man returning to his birthplace after many years of absence. He was entitled to some peace, and perhaps, with time, some freedom of movement could be arranged for him. In return, they asked him not to cause them any concern. Luciano couldn't quite put it into words, but as he looked into the man's eyes, he sensed an unbreakable bond, a shared brotherhood and companionship. They were both Sicilian, and that connection held great significance to them both.
I don't know how to describe that particular moment, except that there was one thing I recognized immediately. The captain and I were Sicilians first, and that was the foundation of everything. There was nothing shady about this guy because it turned out later he was solid as the rock of Gibraltar, but he thought all the red tape crap that went on in Genoa was a joke.
The following day, Luciano embarked on one of the most harrowing drives of his life. He was chauffeured through Italy and Sicily, where the stark aftermath of the Second World War came into full view. The devastation was overwhelming, with entire areas reduced to rubble and people in a state of literal starvation. Sicily, in particular, appeared as a landscape of destruction, and beggars were a ubiquitous sight. At every traffic light, the car would be swarmed by more and more beggars, intensifying the heart-wrenching scenes of suffering and despair. Luciano couldn't help but feel a deep sense of devastation, and the sight of it all nearly made him physically ill.
If I live to be 1,000 years old, I'll never forget that ride to Lercara Fritti. From the minute I woke up that morning, I saw nothing but horrible things. People starving, really starving. Maybe more than 1 million people who didn't know if they could make it from one day to the next. And then, as we started to climb up to the hills along this narrow, bumpy road from a shell hole, I got so nervous we had to stop so I could get out and take a leak. I was scared. I don't mean going from the Waldorf Towers to Lercara Fritti, I mean I was scared shitless. There wouldn't be no Lercara Fritti there at all. Can you imagine? 24 hours before, I hated the idea of being sent back to Lercara Fritti. And now, I'm praying that the town will still be there with some people still alive in.
Luciano eventually arrived near his hometown, and was pleasantly surprised to find that it hadn't been as heavily bombed as he had feared. In contrast to the rest of war-torn Sicily, his hometown remained largely intact. The sight filled Luciano with a sense of pride and relief.
That's the town the Lucianos came from. No Nazi kraut could even take your hometown. I could really hear them words inside of me, and all of a sudden, I just couldn't wait to get there. I told the driver to step on it. I didn't care if the whole goddamn place had a population of 18, and nobody never heard of me. I just wanted to get home.
As soon as the car turned into the piazza, the people of his hometown poured out to greet him. Over 700 enthusiastic residents were there to welcome Charlie. His arrival was met with a heartwarming and joyous reception. The crowd filled the streets, shouting, "Mr. Charlie." The town's band played their rendition of "The Stars and Stripes Forever," and everyone was dressed in their finest attire. It was a day of celebration and pride, as this was considered the most significant day in the town's history. The entire town participated, with stores and schools closing down to gather in the piazza and give Charlie Luciano a warm and proper homecoming. Reflecting on the day, one resident of Lercara Fritti stated, "We were told in advance when to expect the arrival of this most famous son of Lercara Fritti, this Lucky Luciano. It was like a holiday. All of the stores and schools and everything closed up so that we could gather in the piazza to give him a proper reception. Of course, we knew that he was a man who had done maybe some bad things, but for us, he was not a gangster, like the men from that place they call Chicago, where people killed on the streets. No, when Signor Lucky left here, he had nothing, but he came back as a rich and famous personage, the Il Milionario. This memory of the warm welcome in his hometown was etched into Luciano's heart and mind. He had left Lercara Fritti as an unknown young boy, and when he returned, he was one of the most famous and influential men in Italy and America. The townspeople received him with open arms, embracing him as if he had never left. The profound impact of this moment stayed with Charlie Luciano throughout his life, and he would often reflect on it, saying,
"I remember it like it was yesterday. When the Fiat of the Questura turned into the piazza, the band began to play the wonderful American music. Then our mayor came to the car and opened the door, and he shook hands with Mr. Charlie. Our mayor was Aurelio da Curso, a farmer of wheat. We used to call him Il Stupido, that fool wearing a red sash across his chest. Now, I ask you, does one wear a red sash to welcome a famous milionario from America? Everyone knows the red sash reserved for occasions of state. This was a time for prosperity to begin, for was not a milionario from America to become once more a part of the Lercara Fritti.
Luciano often looked back and reminisced about the charming idiosyncrasies of his hometown. He found humor in the fact that Lercara Fritti was so small it didn't even require a hotel, yet there was one. Additionally, He enjoyed recounting the heartwarming story of reconnecting with family members he had almost forgotten existed. These small, amusing details added depth to his memories of returning to his roots in Italy.
I can't understand to this day why a little village like Lepke ever needed a hotel. I don't remember as a kid if we had one, or if anybody came through who stayed long enough to use one. This two-story, broken down, weather-beaten joint was going to be my Sicilian version of the Waldorf Towers. While I was looking at it, a guy stepped out of the crowd and came over to shake hands with me, introduces himself as my cousin Paolo Rotolo. He was the son of the uncle on my mother's side, who helped my father with the money when we went to America. His father had died and left him the properties, which included half an interest in that flea bag. He was such a nice guy that we became friends right away. They seemed to understand that I was a little disappointed in where I was going to live. But I told him not to apologize for it, that in many respects, I was goddamn glad to be here. Oh.
This would be Luciano's blood. Therefore, Charlie knew he could trust him and be taken care of.
So, he took me inside and they had fixed up half the second floor as an apartment for me. It would have fit into a corner of my place at the Waldorf Towers. But I tried not to show how I felt, and I smiled and thanked him. And then he brought in a few other relatives who are still living in Lepke on my mother's side, all Lucanias. One of them was a cousin who was younger than me, Calcedonia Lucania. And as soon as he met me, he called me uncle as a mark of respect because I was older. We became very close almost from the beginning.
They finally would give Luciano 5 minutes to himself.
They finally left me alone to take a little rest. I unpacked my suitcases and put some things away. Then I noticed something really cute. The bathroom had an old-fashioned iron tub, and there was a note on the wall in Italian which said, "American shower." There was a rubber tube with a flower sprinkler as a head, and it was hanging on the wall above the faucets. Well, how can you feel blue when you see a thing like that? You realize how hard these people are trying to make you feel like an American who didn't come to a country of barbarians.
Charlie would rest, take a quick nap, and then he would be woken up by loud firecrackers outside of his room window.
I took a nap for about an hour, and then a lot of noise from outside woke me up. I went over to the window. It was about 8 o'clock, dark, and they were shooting firecrackers down below in the piazza. They had the whole place lit up with coal oil lamps, and the tables that were empty when I arrived were loaded with food and bottles of wine. The whole town was there, and it seemed like everybody was looking up at my window like they were waiting for me. As soon as they saw me, they started to yell, "Charlie, Charlie," and they were motioning for me to hurry down. I had the best dinner of my life that night. Not all the women in Lepke were such good cooks, but I had an opportunity to go from one table to another to taste the best things from each. I remember that Mr. Charlie had mostly spaghetti with the sauce marinara that was made by La Signora Rotola. She made the finest pasta anywhere on the island of Sicily.
Feeling a sense of gratitude and connection to his hometown, Luciano decided to give back to the town that had treated him with such warmth. He shared suits from his new wardrobe with his family and friends, extending his generosity to those who meant so much to him. Recognizing the importance of the gesture, he took another step and transformed the town into a cinema complex, fulfilling his own passion for movies while providing entertainment to the community. In the process, he grew closer to his cousin Paolo Rotolo, deepening his bonds with his family and the town.
I got an idea I knew the whole fucking town would love. I gave them a movie theater. It cost me a fish cake because everybody in the town pitched in to make over the bottom floor of Paolo's house into one big room that would seat a couple hundred people. Calcedonia and Paolo got a truck and went to Palermo with the money I gave them and brought a whole bunch of second-hand chairs. Then I made a connection with a guy up there to buy a 35mm projection machine from one of the movie theaters that had been hit during the war. And in about 3 weeks, the town of Lepke seen its first movies in about 10 years. These were pictures we found in a fireproof warehouse where they used to keep films in the old days, and all these cans were saved from the bombing. The funniest thing, most of the pictures were gangster movies that Warner Brothers made, with Edward G. Robinson and Jimmy Cagney. As a matter of fact, the first picture we showed Little Caesar made me such a big man like you'd never believe. These people were coming up to me and practically kissing my hand, not only because I brought them the pictures, but because they wanted to show me that. I was a bigger shot than Little Caesar. They made me feel like Salvatore Maranzano.
As much as Luciano cherished his hometown and the warmth of his reception there, he found the overwhelming attention somewhat embarrassing. Being a man who appreciated his privacy, he sought a change of scenery. After demonstrating his generosity to La Carafridi and building a cinema complex for the town, he decided to head to Palermo. He sought permission from the local police, who, appreciating his cooperation, allowed him to make the move. In Palermo, he met with the Questura captain, who listened to Luciano's concerns and offered a sympathetic ear. The captain assured him that he wouldn't place him under surveillance, but suggested informal meetings to discuss his daily activities. Leaving his hometown behind, Luciano took up residence in the Grande Albergo Sol in Palermo. Although the city was a far cry from New York, it was the capital of Sicily. Palermo, like the rest of Italy, had been deeply affected by the war, and surviving in such difficult times became the only rule. In Palermo, Luciano found himself approached by new individuals looking to engage in various hustles and opportunities.
All day long, I was approached by dozens of guys with deals phonier rather than Vito's Genovese money machine. The guys in Palermo were working petty larceny worse than anything we ever done in New York in the 20s. And here I am, 25 years later, and these Italian bastards are trying to do it to me, trying to con me out of 100 here, 200 here. And let me tell you, in 1946, a single American dollar in Italy was unbelievable what you could buy.
Feeling somewhat lost in his new surroundings in Palermo, Luciano decided to seek guidance from the local police. He had been troubled by the constant hassle and questionable characters near his hotel. The Questura captain, to whom Luciano turned for assistance, quickly identified the root of his troubles. The hotel was situated right in front of a notorious center of prostitution, hustling, and pickpocketing. To the captain, Luciano's presence there would only attract more suspicion. The captain then provided Luciano with a brief history lesson about Sicilian culture. He pointed out the statues adorning the elegant buildings in the area and asked Luciano if he noticed anything distinctive about them. Luciano responded that the statues were naked, to which the captain explained that the place he had chosen to live was known as the Plaza of Shame because of these nude statues. Religious women in Palermo disapproved of the art, going to great lengths to keep their daughters away from the area. As a result, the plaza had become a hot spot for pickpockets, swindlers, prostitutes, and pimps. Luciano didn't need any further convincing. He swiftly packed his bags and relocated to a different place.
That's when I decided I had enough of Palermo and to put the wheels in motion to get to Rome. I knew I couldn't do nothing too soon about the move to Havana. I had to stick it out in Italy for a while to make things look good. Rome was where the action was, where the big politician hung out, and where I had to get my contacts established. But I decided, while I was waiting, not to waste any time and maybe do a little business.
Lucky for Luciano, he could always rely on some of the family members that remained left behind in Sicily.
The first thing I've done was get in touch with the cousin of mine, a guy they called Il Barone. His real name is Riccardo Barone, and he was related to me somewhere on my mother's side. He was a real hotshot in the black market, and I had word that he was reliable. He went to work for me right away, setting things up, carrying dough, all that stuff. Also, he was in the Mafia.
Luciano will talk about the old Sicilian-Italian Mafia and what it meant to be a mafiosi in Sicily.
There wasn't anything strange about that. It wasn't anything like what J. Edgar Hoover and all the guys were always screaming about in the States. Half the people I met in Sicily was in the Mafia, and by half the people, I mean half the cops too. Because in Sicily, it goes like this. The Mafia is first, then your own family, then your business, and then the Mafia again. In a way, you might say it's like a private club that a lot of people belong to all over Sicily. So, Riccardo was very helpful to me, and I didn't have to make any open moves that would get me in trouble with the police. Besides, before I left America. I was supplied with a lot of the right names not only in Sicily but in Naples and Rome. Ricardo started to make contacts for me.
Fortunately for Luciano, he had paid close attention to Meyer's business teachings. He swiftly put his knowledge to work, capitalizing on the principles of supply and demand. Drawing on the lessons he had learned during the Prohibition era, Charlie applied them to the evolving landscape in Italy. Gradually, he began amassing a small fortune through shrewd business endeavors.
That's when I remembered Lansky's law, the law of supply and demand. It was kind of like the good old days when bootlegging was the name of the game, when we could supply something that everybody was demanding. In 1946, Italy was the same thing all over again, except now it was whiskey, medicine, cigarettes, you name it, and that's what was going on in the black market all over the country. Everybody was in it. The legit guys, the ex-fascists, the communist, every fucking son of a bitch was trying to make some money and he didn't give a damn how he got it. It was just a question of survival. And that goes for the priests in the church too. There were plenty of them padres who learned to look the other way in order to keep their people in their parishes alive.
Luciano would emphasize the persistence of old habits and the need to bolster his finances. As a result, his initial step involved a thorough examination of the black market and various rackets in Italy, allowing him to select the one he intended to pursue.
From the time I got to Italy, I went heavy into the black market. That means I'd just gotten out of the can, and I was mixed up in crime again. But that was entirely different. A big part of the black market involved getting the real necessities of life for people in Italy out of the American PXs and the commissaries. Then, pretty soon, I had a fleet of old fishing boats coming and going from Tangier, which was a free port. A dozen nylons could buy a half interest in a bank in them days, and the same thing went for a carton of American cigarettes. When I finally got to Rome, I found that for a carton, a girl will live with you for a week, do your laundry, sleep with you, and then go out and sell that carton, one cigarette at a time, and come up with the bundle that would keep her alive for a couple of weeks more.
The overwhelming poverty deeply affected Luciano, whether he was in Sicily or Rome. It was an omnipresent issue. As soon as he arrived in Sicily, he instinctively delved into the rackets, driven by a blend of charitable intentions and profit motives. He diversified his activities in Sicily, venturing into a new racket involving currency exchange. Luciano would purchase lira at a favorable exchange rate using his American dollars. Subsequently, one of his relatives would be dispatched to places like Tangier to exchange the currency back into dollars at a more favorable rate. This move contributed significantly to his growing financial success in Italy.
But I was not only buying and selling, I actually became a fucking banker. I don't mean a Shylock, but real banker. Like the guys on Wall Street. I had a lot of cash dollars, and I used them to buy lire cheap because the lira was worth practically nothing. Then I'll send Ricardo over to Tangier to change the lira back into dollars at a better price. It was kind of a merry-go-round, and it paid off like nothing you have ever seen. In less than 6 months, I almost doubled my bankroll.
By June 1946, Charlie Luciano had amassed enough wealth and connections to make his exit from Sicily. He took up residence in the Excelsior, a hotel that had served as a retreat for German Nazis during the war, but was now back under local Italian control. Luciano settled into a stunning apartment overlooking the Bay of Naples. With characteristic efficiency, he wasted no time in asserting his presence in the local black market. Leveraging connections with U.S. military personnel, many of whom were soldiers enlisted during the war, and his contacts back in New York and elsewhere in the United States, he began to receive and distribute various goods, offering a competitive edge due to the absence of U.S. taxes on these items. These activities were primarily conducted in collaboration with the local Italian Mafia, marking a lucrative venture for Luciano.
Our men and their families were getting everything, from Virginia hams to the finest refrigerators, electric toasters, irons, everything under the sun. All the Americans, from the civilians was working at the consulate to the military, was up to their necks in things an Italian would give his eye or teeth for and couldn't get legit. Of course, The Americans bought them goods for less than wholesale at the PX and the commissary. A bottle of booze, for example, was only $2. A pack of cigarettes was about 12 cents because it was sold without no U.S. tax.
Charles Luciano proudly asserted that the profits he was reaping from this racket alone would overshadow the wealth amassed during the era of bootlegging. This was a significant claim, given that bootlegging had turned these men into billionaires. While Luciano acknowledged that not all of the proceeds were going into his pocket, as he had to distribute earnings and pay off various individuals, the amounts he was generating constituted a substantial fortune that contributed to his personal wealth. It's worth noting that Luciano's excitement about this venture might have influenced his statement, especially because this was one of the first rackets he engaged in upon leaving prison. In his eyes, it was a remarkable endeavor, as they were sourcing goods at wholesale prices and essentially held a monopoly on the supply of such items in all of Italy. The sheer scale of their operation, having an entire country at their disposal, lent credence to Luciano's claim.
If you think we made big profits from bootlegging in the state in the 20s, it didn't compare to the Italian black market. It was the old story that everybody's got larceny in them, and practically the whole naval base in Naples was in the dry goods business, the appliance business, the food business on the black market. Now, a sergeant, for example, could buy an unlimited amount of stuff, but he wasn't going to peddle himself on a Naples street corner. There had to be middlemen, and I arranged to be the guy behind the guy in the middle. I never showed up in front of none of this.
While Luciano was in the process of nurturing his connections within the local Italian communities, the Italian Mafia, and the Italian military, he began to uncover details about Vito Genovese's activities during his time in Italy. He learned about Genovese's efforts to establish a robust heroin pipeline.
It didn't take me long to discover that regardless of my orders, the little bastard was dealing in junk all the time he was in Italy, practically to the day U.S. Army sent him back to New York. But I never, and I mean never, had nothing to do with junk. I took over the rest of his operation, but not that.
Luciano chose to remain in Naples to consolidate his control over the black market. After successfully establishing his dominance there, he turned his attention to other aspects of his business, particularly preparations for a pivotal meeting in Havana, Cuba. In the meantime, he also worked on cultivating strong political connections in both Rome and Naples. As these relationships grew, he gained more freedom of movement and eventually made his way to Rome. In Rome, he opted to stay at the luxurious Excelsior Hotel, where he acquired an even more opulent apartment. For Luciano, this period was characterized by anticipation as he awaited updates from Lansky, particularly regarding developments in Havana, Cuba.
But it was like a temporary thing, like I was playing a game, because none of this was really serious to me. I didn't figure I was going to stay in Italy very long. All that black market crap was just something to keep my mind occupied. I was only waiting for the first word from Lansky, that's all.
In September, Luciano received the long-awaited news. The message was succinct but clear. Their meeting was scheduled for Havana, Cuba, in December. However, along with this crucial information, the note contained additional messages that Luciano needed to take note of.
This was very important to me, not just because it meant the arrangements were made. It meant that everybody down the line was expecting me, but also because the messenger also brought me some very disturbing news. He said that Vito was beginning to act like I was never coming back. He was out of jail and walking around my territory in New York, like he owned it.
As events were unfolding, Luciano could sense that critical decisions were on the horizon. While he might not have fully realized the extent of the challenges ahead at this moment, he was preparing to play one of his major cards. Luciano's initial hope was that he would be allowed to return to America, but as he recognized that this was unlikely, his focus shifted to Havana, Cuba. However, he soon came to the realization that the Americans would not permit him to stay in Cuba or any other part of South America. Italy was his only option. Although this revelation hit him like a solid right hand, the full impact of his situation would become apparent in the near future. His immediate concerns were more centered on Bugsy Siegel's activities than Vito Genovese's actions, as he had anticipated that the situation with Genovese was beginning to escalate even before he left the United States.
Then, right on top of that, I heard from Costello that the California matter was bad. I knew right away that he meant that Bugsy was probably tapping the till for even more dough than I knew about before I left Ellis Island. So I sent a message to Lansky that I would make my arrangements.
Upon receiving confirmation of the meeting's location, Charlie Luciano wasted no time. He quickly arranged passports and necessary documents. Once he had the required paperwork in hand, he made a discreet exit from the Italian landscape. In October 1946, he left Italy and headed directly to Havana, Cuba.
The passports didn't have to cost me a nickel. I went to the right people, and I talked to them in the right way, and they said okay, that they didn't have anything against me, and that I hadn't broken no Italian law, so why shouldn't I have a passport? While I was at it, I arranged to get a second one just for insurance, so I spread around a little dough.
The captivating island of Cuba, situated just 90 miles off the coast of Miami, had witnessed a remarkable journey of the Mafia. In the 1920s, Meyer Lansky, a brilliant mind, wasn't just organizing transportation for Luciano. He was laying the foundations for an extensive money laundering operation. Lansky's genius, coupled with the loyalty of individuals like Red Levine, who later became a contract killer for intelligence agencies, contributed to Luciano's growing empire. As the 1930s unfolded, Lansky's reputation soared in the gambling world, making him the go-to person for high-stakes bookmaking operations. When General Batista sought someone to clean up and transform the questionable casinos, tarnishing Cuba's image, he turned to Lansky. The Mafia, including the French Corsican Mafia and the Trafficante crime family, recognized the potential in Cuba and, backed by the entire National Commission, made strategic investments in the island's casinos, hotels, and tourism industry. By 1946, Cuba was under the sway of organized crime, with Luciano and his men controlling the island's casinos and hotels. The Mafia had strategically aligned with intelligence agencies from the United States, Britain, and Israel, forming intricate alliances to navigate the post-World War II landscape. The rise of communism as a global force prompted these alliances, even if it meant playing different factions against each other. As Luciano prepared to visit Cuba in 1946, he intended to assess the investments made by one of his key men, Meyer Lansky. The ensuing sit-down became a historic event, drawing in every significant crime family from America. New players like Carlos Marcello, who would later become a powerhouse in narcotics, gambling, and money laundering, also made their mark. The meeting laid the groundwork for the future, setting the stage for the intricate web of crime, politics, and power that would shape the destiny of organized crime in Cuba. It's crucial to note that on the island of Cuba, a new chapter in gangsterism emerged, marking the end of the era of Chicago gangsters and their brutal conflicts. Chicago underwent a transformation, adopting a more sophisticated and strategic approach to its operations. The reins were handed over to figures like Paul Ricca, Tony Accardo, Sam Giancana, Jake Guzik, and the Fischetti brothers. Al Capone's death in 1947 signaled a shift in the Chicago outfit's operations, making it more sophisticated and ruthless than ever before. In fact, the Chicago outfit would evolve into one of the largest and most formidable criminal syndicates in America. During discussions about the demise of Benjamin Siegel on the island of Cuba, notable figures like Tony Accardo and Jake Guzik were present. As they exchanged glances, there was an unspoken understanding that they were positioning themselves to seize control of Las Vegas. Within the next 30 years, Las Vegas would fall entirely under the influence of the Chicago outfit and the broader Mafia, including figures like Carlos Marcello. The underworld power dynamics were shifting, and the seeds of future dominance were being sown around that table in Cuba. When Charlie departed from America aboard the Laura Keene, he had a clear mission: to ensure that the men he had entrusted would go to any length to bring him back to the United States. Aware of the changing times, he needed to stay close, anticipating the possibility of Tom Dewey's election as president. While in Italy, Charlie worked discreetly behind closed doors, orchestrating moves that he hoped would pave the way for his return to the US. However, upon reaching Cuba, Charlie's expectations collided with a stark reality. He had envisioned roaming freely, being seen, and even photographed. This assumption would prove to be a monumental mistake, one that would cast a long shadow over his future. Despite the challenges, Charlie remained a formidable force in organized crime. Yet the scale and global reach of this criminal empire were perhaps beyond his full comprehension. In this era, these men held the power to shape or shatter presidencies. They were the puppeteers behind the scenes, manipulating politicians, judges, senators, and other public figures. Their influence extended across America's industries, unions, banking systems, legal structures, and political landscapes. Organized crime and corruption were weaving a complex tapestry that, much like today's system, was rife with lobbying and money. In the 1940s, it was these men who mastered the art of controlling politicians, creating a web of corruption that would leave an indelible mark on American history. It's imperative to grasp the nature of these men. They operated like a clandestine banking cartel, holding immense funds to funnel into criminal enterprises across various communities, be it Italian, Jewish, Irish, Polish, or others. As long as these aspiring criminals could sit at the table striking deals and agreements, they were welcomed into the realm of organized crime. These men served as the financial architects, providing the capital for emerging gangsters and their associates to establish new rackets and generate profits from the shadows. They functioned as silent bankers, investors who injected capital and observed as the young, ambitious criminals constructed empires on their behalf. However, the most lucrative industries, the transportation of illicit goods, the flourishing casino enterprises, and the nationwide network of stolen goods transportation, now fell under the control of the Mafia. The trucking unions and various enterprises generating substantial profits became the exclusive domain of these crime syndicates. The genius of these men lay in their ability to orchestrate operations from behind closed doors. They remained unseen, pulling the strings while allowing lower-ranking criminals to seize opportunities, make money, and then share the spoils with their higher-ups. This covert operation style was the key to their prolonged success in the criminal underworld. A man, impeccably dressed in a grey suit and sporting glasses and a hat, smoothly checked into Havana's Hotel Nacional. His unassuming appearance ensured he went unnoticed by the tourists bustling around him. Under the alias of his past, Salvatore Lucania, he registered for his stay. He had arrived in the company of a prominent American businessman, none other than Meyer Lansky, alongside Red Levine, who guided him to his room.
When I got to the room, the bellhop opened up the curtains on the big windows, and I looked out. I could see almost the whole city. I think it was the palm trees that got me. Every place you looked there were palm trees, and it made me feel like I was back in Miami. All of a sudden, I realized for the first time in over 10 years that there were no handcuffs on me, and nobody was breathing over my shoulder, which was the way I used to feel even while I was wandering around Italy. When I looked down over the Caribbean from my window, I realized something else. The water was just as pretty as the Bay of Naples, but it was only 90 miles from the United States. That meant I was practically back in America.
Luciano's journey was far from straightforward, as he recounted. It wasn't a direct route from Italy to Havana, Cuba. It entailed several stops and strategic pauses. His ship first sailed to South America, docking in Caracas, Venezuela. There he spent a few days familiarizing himself with the surroundings. From Venezuela he took a flight to Mexico City, another pit stops in his voyage. After a brief stay in Mexico City, he finally made the last leg of his journey, arriving in Havana, Cuba. Luciano's strategy involved establishing initial connections and footholds in South America and Mexico City, recognizing that the mob's influence was expanding beyond American borders as gambling's global reach grew. It's essential to note that the Mafia had transcended its origins as an American criminal syndicate, evolving into an international powerhouse. While the American territories were firmly under Mafia control, the newfound wealth in the 1930s allowed them to expand their influence globally. Territories were divided among various Italian criminal syndicates, but new opportunities arose with the vast sums of money pouring in. After World War II, the Mafia ventured into territories such as Cuba, South America, the Bahamas, Brazil, Europe, including London, Paris, Madrid, Lisbon, and parts of the Middle East. Even places like Iran saw the presence of Mafia-controlled casinos. The Mafia had transformed into an international criminal syndicate, with the core operations still rooted in the Italian Mafia in America. In places like Cuba, the Mafia, particularly under the guidance of figures like Meyer Lansky, was generating immense wealth. Cuba alone was estimated to be making around $6 billion per year in the 1950s, a staggering amount even by today's standards. The lower-ranking criminals engaged in local rackets, running slot machines and pinball machines, while the Mafia operated on an international scale. They had frontmen managing their interests, but behind closed doors, they orchestrated the smooth transportation of gambling equipment and manipulated slot machines to favor the Mafia's interests. The money generated, especially in Cuba, was colossal. Many Mafia members invested their earnings in land across America, holding onto it for speculative reasons. Las Vegas, for example, transformed desert land allegedly worth cents into a billion-dollar empire. The casinos were financed with a mix of drug money, stolen money, mob money, and even pension fund money. The Mafia rarely invested its own cash, relying on various sources to fund their lucrative enterprises. Cuba and other locations differed slightly, as some Mafia members felt more secure using their own names, given the backing they received from the government.
I wanted to establish a beachhead in a few cities besides Havana under the name of Salvatore Luciano, and besides, I wanted to make sure I wasn't tailed. I spread enough dough around Naples too, before I got on the ship, so there wasn't any publicity about my leaving, and there wasn't. And when I got to Havana, it was on the far side of the airport in the private plane, and Lansky was there to pick me up in a car. We breezed right through customs, and nobody looked at me twice. I was sure I managed to get to Cuba without Asslinger or Dewey, or none of them American officials knowing about it. I knew they'd find out sooner or later, but I wanted to stall it.
When Luciano arrived in Havana, Cuba in 1946, Meyer Lansky played a pivotal role in helping him get settled. After assisting Luciano with his initial arrangements, Lansky flew back to Miami to manage most of his business interests. Before departing, Lansky informed Luciano that their associates would arrive in Havana a few days before Christmas, and that the meeting was scheduled for December 22nd. Once Lansky left, Luciano started to establish himself in Havana. He moved out of the hotel and purchased a house in the affluent Miramar suburb. This area was frequented by wealthy Americans, Cubans, and Latin Americans, and was known for its luxurious lifestyle. Luciano acquired a house on Quinta Avenida and was content with his newfound wealth and lifestyle. He even arranged for his family to visit and then return to America. In his beautiful home, Luciano paid great attention to his garden, working closely with the gardeners to select flowers and landscaping. Amid all this, he contemplated business opportunities, including a role he had previously declined but was now considering. He had a new ambition: to become the boss of bosses.
I thought about this for a long time. I remembered back to the time in Chicago when they wanted me to become the boss of bosses, and I turned it down, like a stupid jerk, because I thought it was a lot of shit. But I had plenty of chances to think back over that mistake, and I had no intention of letting the title slip away this time. The guys were coming to Havana, not because I asked them to, I ordered it. So, I was going to plow right into them and take the top spot, because I knew that what the guys really respected was a leader with the title. In fact, I started to laugh at myself when I was making plans for what I was going to say, and I thought maybe I'll all have a crown made, I'll bet that would have made them sit up.
Charlie reflected on the history of organized crime, particularly the ambitions of leaders like Maranzano and Masseria, who sought to be the boss of bosses. He also thought about contemporary figures like Vito Genovese and others who aspired to the same position. After his experiences in the 1930s, even while in prison, he had ensured that his organization operated effectively. Now, with his return to Cuba, he believed the time had come for him to step into the role of the boss of bosses. Being only 90 miles from America in Havana, he saw the opportunity and knew that it was time to seize it.
Anyway, I took it easy for the next few weeks. I had breakfast in bed, and then I put on a pair of slacks and walked around my state and supervised the 4 gardeners, and we would discuss the kind of flowers I wanted them to plant. The house was furnished with fantastic antiques, and there must have been 1,000 yards of all kinds of silk, from curtains to sheets. It was one hell of a change from Dannemora and Great Meadow. The place was owned by rich sugar planters, but it was the time when things were very low and I paid $800 a month for the whole joint, including both the servants and the gardeners.
Behind the scenes, preparations for the meeting in Havana, Cuba, were in full swing. Invitations were dispatched, and attendees were being ordered to convene. However, unbeknownst to Luciano, new powers had emerged in his absence. Figures like Carlos Marcello, a heavyweight with interests in gambling and a major player in narcotics trafficking, were making strong alliances with Vito Genovese and other crime families. Luciano, having strong personal reservations about drug trafficking due to his past experiences, was determined to halt narcotics trade as the boss of bosses. Nevertheless, those like Marcello and Genovese, as well as other mobsters, held their own meeting before Havana, reaching an agreement to ensure narcotics trafficking would continue. In their eyes, narcotics would replace bootlegging. Luciano remained unaware of these developments, focused on raising funds to expand his business ventures. He had aspirations to acquire a stake in the Hotel Nacional, and Meyer Lansky made several trips between Miami and Havana to coordinate meeting details and discuss Luciano's potential continued stay in Cuba, if returning to the US proved impossible. Luciano sought to purchase legitimate assets and find a way to acquire a share of the hotel without using his own funds. The challenge he faced was raising $150,000 for this venture.
The only question was how I could avoid shelling out the dough myself. I had plenty of money with me, and I could have bought the stock outright. But Meyer suggested another way to handle it. He said that if all our guys were happy to bring envelopes to my bon voyage party on the Lorraine, they'd be more than happy to bring envelopes to welcome you back again across the Atlantic. So that's the way we worked it. All the fellers brought me Christmas presents, and the envelopes came over 200 grand. That's how I brought their interest in the casino.
Charlie continued to save a life in Havana, Cuba, but his primary focus remained on returning to the United States. He estimated that this process might take approximately 2 years. In typical fashion, Charlie began to assess the political landscape, seeking avenues to influence the situation in his favor. Charlie, along with Frank Costello, believed that the Republican presidential candidate would inevitably be Thomas E. Dewey, the very man who had incarcerated Luciano and later exiled him. Charlie sensed that Dewey would be motivated to have him back in the country, largely due to political greed. Dewey needed Luciano's wealth to fund his presidential campaign. To facilitate his return, Luciano took several crucial steps. He needed to ensure proximity to the United States, making Havana, Cuba, an ideal location. It was imperative to maintain the favor of the Cuban government while keeping his presence in Cuba as discreet as possible. He enlisted the assistance of the Cuban Interior Minister and others to secure permits for American cars and duty-free importation. As the day of the meeting drew near, Luciano was diligently preparing. However, just a few days before the scheduled meeting, an unexpected guest arrived at Luciano's residence in Havana, Cuba, none other than Vito Genovese.
It was a couple of days before I was expecting anybody, around the 20th of December, when Vito called me at my house. It was a private number, and he got it from Lansky, He tells me he comes down a little beforehand to get a couple days rest on the beach. Now I knew that little prick well enough to know he didn't come to Havana to get a suntan. That wasn't the way he operated. I knew he had something in mind, because I've been hearing from Lansky that he was making moves into Anastasia territory in Brooklyn. I guess that was what he wanted to talk about, in private, so I told him to come over to my house for lunch. I hadn't seen Vito for almost 10 years, but when he walked in, I could see he hadn't changed at all. He was still the same short, pudgy son of a bitch that I always remembered. And he was wearing the same kind of wrinkled-up suit that he always wore, with the same cigar ashes all over the front of it. We greeted each other like brothers, you know, all the Italian crap. We threw our arms around each other and said how much we missed each other, and that the last 10 years were like 1,000. Then, we have lunch in the formal dining room, and he doesn't even have the courtesy to say who fancy my joint is. He didn't notice anything. He's the kind of guy who could walk through John Jacob Astor's mansion in Newport like it was a Brooklyn subway station. Then we go out to the patio all alone and sit in the sun in our shorts. That's when Vito decides it's time to get down to business.
There was a compelling motive behind Vito Genovese's visit to see Luciano. Vito aimed to address a particular issue, primarily concerning Albert Anastasia and his conduct. However, Charlie Luciano saw through the facade and recognized that this was not solely about Albert Anastasia. Vito mentioning Albert served as a subtle hint to Luciano. It became apparent that Vito was deeply troubled by Albert, and in truth, quite fearful of him. Albert was the one factor holding Genovese back, and he knew that if he made a move against him, it might end with his head blown off. Despite these underlying tensions, Luciano maintained his composure, seemingly unaware of the ongoing conflict between Vito and Albert, and he feigned ignorance about Albert's actions. Vito told Luciano, "You know as well as me that Albert is going off his rocker. All he talks about is hitting people. Before I came down here, Albert and some of the other guys had dinner with me, and all he talked about was hitting that guy Anslinger in Washington, because he's making so much trouble about junk. Remember, Charlie? That was just what he was saying about Dewey 10 years ago, when you were having all the trouble." Charlie had not forgotten all about the past. He made sure to remind Vito Genovese about the trouble he caused in regard to Thomas E. Dewey, and went, Vito started to get involved in his own antics, clipping people left, right, and center. Luciano would tell Vito, "Yeah, I remember, but I wasn't the only one who was having trouble with Dewey. He was after your ass too, Vito, for the Boccia thing, which was about the dumbest caper you ever pulled in your whole fucking life. That's why you had to take it on the lam to Italy." Genovese didn't quite catch that subtle warning from Luciano. He responded by pointing out that they had been instructed not to target Dewey, which the entire outfit adhered to. Genovese questioned whether pursuing Anslinger would not create even more trouble than going after Dewey. Luciano met Vito's gaze directly and gave a nod of agreement, acknowledging that it would indeed create more problems. Vito then tipped Luciano off about Albert's intentions. He revealed that Albert planned to bring up the idea of hitting Henry Anslinger at the meeting. Charlie, however, had no illusions about the truth behind this claim. He knew that Vito was one of the biggest players in narcotics trafficking in America, far surpassing Albert in that regard. Luciano remained unfazed by Vito's words and calmly responded, "If he brings it up at the meeting, I will shake my head and reject it, and he will be held accountable." Vito changed his tune, looking up at the ceiling before returning his gaze to Luciano, saying, "Well, how can you trust Albert anymore? I can tell you right now, Albert has lost his mind." This marked the tipping point for Luciano, and he realized that Vito was trying to tarnish Albert's reputation and possibly have him eliminated. Luciano eventually lost his patience and in a serious tone replied to Genovese, "Vito, cut out all that shit. Albert doesn't have no big interest in narcotics the way you have. Whatever he does with junk is small time, and only because you pushed him into it, on account of trying to move in on Brooklyn. What is it with you, Vito? Do you think I don't know what's going on?" Vito Genovese remained calm and resolute, maintaining his position. He met Luciano's gaze squarely and emphasized the perceived danger that Albert Anastasia posed to the crime family. He portrayed himself as acting in the best interests of the organization, claiming that he was risking his life to address the problems created by Albert Anastasia. Behind this campaign, there may have been Carlo Gambino or other influential figures pushing Genovese to assert control over the crime family. Luciano suspected that Carlo Gambino was behind these schemes, stoking conflicts among the members to position himself favorably. Luciano, however, did not view Albert as a threat, but rather as a loyal soldier who had served him well. In Vito, he saw a potential traitor.
That Guinea son of a bitch, but I always knew he was a gutsy bastard, so I should have known that he'd have the nerve to stand up to me, to my face, just as long as nobody else was around. All he really wanted was to take over and cut me out. His whole life he wanted to be boss. He was the same as Joe Masseria. He learned from Joe, he envied Maranzano, and he hated it that he wasn't born in Sicily. I looked at Vito very calmly, like talking to a schoolboy, and I said, "You forgot what happened in Chicago when I set this thing up. There is no boss of bosses. I turned it down in front of everybody. If I ever change my mind, then I will take the title, but it won't be up to you. Right now, you work for me, and I ain't in the mood to retire. Don't you ever let me hear this again, or I'll lose my temper." Now let's talk about some pleasant things.
Luciano hoped that after hearing what he had to say about Vito becoming boss of bosses, that Genovese would eventually let go of the matter.
I only said that just to see whether Vito would have that last ounce of guts to keep on going, but he didn't. He shut up like a clam. In a few minutes he said he wanted to go back to the hotel. I had a car with the driver, and I sent him back. Naturally, I realized that he went away plenty unhappy, but I didn't give a fuck. I knew there were enough guys on my side to keep him in line, so all that fat bastard could do was dream. I'll tell you one thing though, it wasn't easy to keep my hands off his fat throat. He'll never know how close he came to it.
The meeting concluded, but Vito Genovese remained unsatisfied. This wasn't the last time he would bring up his ambition to become the boss of bosses. His initial approach was polite, but when that failed, he resorted to a more aggressive strategy. Luciano was unaware that Vito's attempts would eventually lead to his expulsion from Havana, Cuba. Once back in America, Genovese began tipping off the authorities about Luciano's presence in Cuba and alleged narcotics trafficking, which effectively ended Luciano's hopes of returning to the US or remaining in Cuba. His only option was to go back to Italy, but this wouldn't happen for some time. As the days drew closer to December 22nd, the day of the meeting, more guests arrived. These men were the leaders of organized crime around the world, and the meeting was exclusively for the Italian La Cosa Nostra, with a few select Jewish and Irish mobsters invited. The upper 4 floors of the hotel were reserved for these men, and no one from the public could access these areas. It was a departure from the previous meeting in Atlantic City, where attendees brought their girlfriends or wives. However, for the first few days of the Havana meeting, business was the priority, and no wives or girlfriends were present. They would join later during the Christmas celebrations. The following key figures were among the attendees. From New York and New Jersey, Joe Adonis, Albert Anastasia, Joe Bananas, Bonanno, Frank Costello, Tommy Lucchesi, Joe Profaci, and his heir apparent Giuseppe Magliocco, Willie Moretti, Augie Pisano, and Mike Miranda. From Buffalo, Steve Magadino, the Buffalo Mob, and from Miami, Jimmy Blue Eyes Arlo. From Chicago, Tony Accardo, the Fischetti brothers, Charlie and Rocco, and other associates. From New Orleans, Carlos Marcello and his crime family. From Florida, Santo Traficante, who was considered a formidable figure by Luciano. 2 high-ranking Jewish delegates, Meyer Lansky and Phil Dandy Castell, were present but without voting rights. Benjamin was in Vegas working on the opening of the casino, which he called the Flamingo. Although there were more attendees, Luciano opted not to mention their names. Additionally, he discussed Carlos Marcello for the first and only time, as Marcello's name became prominent in the media in the 1950s. Silver dollar. Sam, Marcello's predecessor, had been involved in narcotics, and when he was deported around the 40s, he expanded into heroin trafficking in Europe. Carlos Marcello, however, was notorious for using orphans to carry out hits, as they had no family ties, making them expendable. Luciano refrained from mentioning Carlos Marcello's name after this instance. In 1951, the Cinephile hearings cast a dark shadow over the Marcello family, particularly bringing shame to Carlos Marcello. His father, an honorable and hard-working citizen who had diligently built up legitimate businesses and landholdings, couldn't bear the accusations hurled at his family, especially his son, Carlos Marcello. Overwhelmed by shame, he made a drastic decision to leave America, boarding a boat bound for his hometown in Italy. Despite Carlos Marcello's efforts to persuade his father to stay and mitigate the damage, he was unsuccessful. Tragically, Carlos Marcello's father never reached Italy. As the boat approached the shores of the homeland he longed to return to, he passed away. Luciano, upon learning of this, reached out to express his condolences and offered support. He worked to ensure that Carlos Marcello's father's body was sent back to America, and arrangements were made to take care of Carlos Marcello's grieving mother. The events surrounding the departure and subsequent passing of Carlos Marcello's father marked a somber chapter in the Marcello family's history. In an intriguing twist, Silver Dollar Sam, a formidable force in organized crime, had taken up residence in Italy during the 50s, establishing close proximity to Luciano. The communication between these two powerhouses remained a clandestine link. However, the plot thickened when Silver Dollar Sam decided to return to the United States in 1966, 4 years after the death of Luciano, embarking on a mission to assist his son in wresting the title of the boss of bosses from Marcello. A pivotal meeting unfolded in 1966, where the 13 men arrested included some of the most influential figures in the American Mafia. The New York contingent featured Carlo Gambino, the formidable head of the eponymous crime family, along with Thomas Eboli and Mike Miranda, co-acting bosses of the Genovese family. Joseph Colombo, the newly appointed boss of his namesake crime family, Agnello Della Croce, underboss of the Gambino family, Joseph N. Gallo, the Gambino family's future consigliere, Dominic Alonghi, Eboli's driver, and Anthony Cirillo, a Genovese soldier, was also present. From Florida, Santo Trafficante, Jr. made his presence felt. The remaining 4 individuals hailed from New Orleans, including family boss Carlos Marcello, his brother Joseph Marcello, Jr., Anthony Carolla, the son of the renowned Silver Dollar Carolla, and Frank Galliano, the cousin of Eboli's driver, Alonghi. The owners of the restaurant, Joseph and Jack Taliesio, were also caught in the legal web, leading to a gripping turn of events. Indeed, the events unfolding in 1966, just 3 years after the assassination of Kennedy, marked a pivotal moment in the history of the Italian Mafia. The roster of names present at that crucial meeting, excluding Chicago, outlined the future trajectory of the Italian Mafia, showcasing the last bastions of the great bosses. The landscape was shifting, and the repercussions of this gathering would echo through the annals of organized crime, leaving an indelible mark on its storied history. In Havana, 1946, the reason for the meeting, they offered a simple yet effective explanation. They claimed it was a celebration of a New Jersey kid who had succeeded, thanks to the support of these men in organized crime. They were immensely proud of Frank Sinatra's rise to fame, and they emphasized that the meeting was held to commemorate his success. Luciano provided a brief history of Frank Sinatra's relationship with the Mafia.
Frank was a good kid and we were all proud of him. The way he made it to the top. When I was in Dannemora, the fellas came to see me about him. They said he was a skinny kid from around Hoboken with a terrific voice and 100% Italian. He used to sing around the joints there and all the guys liked him. When the time came when some dough was needed to put Frank across from the public, they put it up. He had a job working for Tommy Dorsey's band and he was getting about $150 a week. But he needed publicity, clothes, different kinds of special music things, and they all cost quite a bit of money. I think it was about 50 or 60 grand. I okayed the money, and it came out of the fund, even though some guys put up a little extra on a personal basis. It all helped him become one big star, and he was just showing his appreciation by coming down to Havana to say hello to me. I don't want to give the idea that he was ever asked to do something illegal, by me or anybody else that I know about. He gives out a few presents to a different guy, like a gold cigarette case, a watch, that kind of thing. But that was it. As for me, the guy was always number one okay.
Before the official meeting commenced, several mobsters had arrived early to meet privately with Luciano at his residence. These individuals used the opportunity to reaffirm their loyalty to Luciano, provide reports on their activities, share their thoughts on the organization, and offer suggestions for improvements. Notable figures among them included Carlos Marcello, Tony Accardo, Santo Traficante, Albert Anastasia, and others. For most of these mobsters, their visit was a way of assuring Luciano that they still considered him the true leader of the organization, regardless of what Vito Genovese had been saying. Luciano would test the waters, gauging their loyalty and commitment to him, and the response was predominantly supportive, reinforcing his position as the boss of bosses. A dinner was then hosted by Meyer Lansky, Frank Costello, and Joe Adonis. This gathering served as a public demonstration of loyalty and solidarity, making it abundantly clear to everyone that Luciano remained the head of his crime family. Once these symbolic affirmations had been made, many of the attendees came forward to present Luciano with envelopes filled with cash. This display of respect and financial contributions was a customary way for the mobsters to show their support and allegiance to Luciano as the recognized leader of the organization.
I was a little embarrassed about taking the money so soon after the Laura Keene farewell party. But Meyer put out the word that it was for legit business, and I figured what the hell, they owe me a lot more, so why not let them do it? I took 150 grand and let Meyer have it for my points in the casino, and he handed me stock in the business.
Over a decade had passed since the last meeting of such significance, dating back to 1932, when Luciano had convened everyone to organize crime. 14 years later, new bosses had taken their seats at the table. Notable newcomers included Carlos Marcello and Santo Traficante, who were now leading their respective crime families, with Traficante playing a more prominent role due to his father's support. Luciano, seated at the head of the table, was one of the most powerful men in America at that moment. Alongside him were Frank Costello and Joe Adonis, a formidable trio. Meyer Lansky and Vito Genovese sat on the other side, further enhancing the stature of Luciano's outfit. These four men, in particular, elevated Luciano's organization to a whole new level. Frank Costello was the mastermind behind political corruption and had played a pivotal role in nurturing figures like Carlos Marcello. Joe Adonis wielded immense influence in New York, while Meyer Lansky, often referred to as the mathematician of the Mafia, possessed an uncanny ability for money laundering. Vito Genovese, the pitbull, completed the quartet with his unyielding strength. For the other mobsters in attendance, there were no specific seating arrangements or formalities. They were free to sit wherever they pleased. A crucial side note reveals the presence of other influential figures during the 1946 meeting, including Red Levine and key members of the Jewish Mafia, such as Jake Guzik, who played a pivotal role in protecting Chicago's interests. Jake Guzik, despite being Jewish, stood as a cornerstone within the Chicago outfit, particularly known for his adept handling of political corruption. Guzik's power extended to Washington, where he intricately navigated the political landscape. His influence was so pervasive that he preemptively identified when hearings related to organized crime were scheduled. Before these hearings could impact his interests, Guzik strategically determined the voting schedule. He would then journey to Washington, positioning himself on the doorsteps of politicians slated to participate in the vote. envelopes laden with cash exchanged hands, ensuring a favorable outcome for Guzik. As politicians left the offices triumphant, another envelope, more substantial than the first, found its way into their possession, solidifying Guzik's control over the situation. The intricate dance of power and corruption unfolded, with Guzik orchestrating a symphony of influence to shut down hearings and safeguard organized crime interests. The significance of this meeting lies in the historic discourse that unfolded, centered around the demise of Benjamin Siegel. Siegel had transcended the realm of a mere mobster or Luciano's associate. He had discovered a gold mine, the vast expanse of the Las Vegas desert. In this barren landscape, Siegel envisioned the grandeur of colossal casinos coupled with luxurious hotels. His vision extended to offering unparalleled entertainment, exquisite dining, and top-notch casino amenities at affordable rates for the everyday gambler. However, the foresight of the future eluded most mobsters, except for one, Meyer Lansky. Within the ranks, discontent brewed. Some, including Carlos Marcello and Frank Costello, accused Siegel of excessive financial appropriation and lavish spending. Their argument rested on the premise that the mob had constructed casinos in states where gambling was illegal for much less. Nevada, particularly Las Vegas, stood as a unique haven, boasting legal gambling, prostitution, and liquor, all under the Mafia's influence. This combination seemed destined for success, but skepticism loomed among the dissenting voices. Siegel had not only aligned himself with the mob, but had also ingrained himself in the celebrity and elite circles, particularly in California's vibrant Los Angeles. His relationships with the movie industry's elite elevated him to the status of a celebrity gangster, a figure known across America. Many were unaware of his deep association with organized crime, oblivious to the enduring collaboration between Italian and Jewish mobsters since the 1920s. Siegel's death in 1947 thrust the world of gambling, entertainment, and the Mafia into the spotlight. The ensuing scrutiny, coupled with political investigations like the 1951 Kefauver hearings, marked a turning point. Time magazine's exposé on Frank Costello in 1949 intensified the focus on Luciano and his endeavors. Simultaneously, the McClellan hearings in 1951 brought figures like Tom Dewey to account for allowing Luciano, a reputedly dangerous figure, to freely roam Europe, the hub of narcotics. As this meeting unfolded, it set the stage for a cascade of events that would alter Luciano's aspirations to return to America, with Benjamin Siegel's death serving as the catalyst for increased scrutiny on organized crime, gambling, and Luciano's activities. The 1950s would see Luciano navigating a complex landscape fraught with challenges and consequences.
I opened the meeting by expressing my thanks that everybody I asked for accepting the invitation, and I thanked them for the envelopes too. That's when I explained that I was now back on the American side of the Atlantic, legitimate, and I'd used the envelopes to buy points in the casino at the Nacional, and the arrangements had been fixed up with the government for me to stay in Cuba for as long as would be necessary. I told them I would be running things from Havana under my right name, Salvatore Lucania. I asked them to please remember to call me that, and not to use the name Luciano or Charlie Lucky, because it was important that we have a little noise as possible about being out of Italy, until everything cooled off in New York and Washington. Even though I told Vito that I don't want the title of boss of bosses, I really didn't expect I knew it was necessary. I sort of mentioned it casually. The minute I used that expression, Anastasia got up and said, "Charlie, pardon me if I interrupt. I want to say this in front, before this here meeting goes any further. For me, you are the big boss, whether you like it or not. That's the way I look at it, and I would like to hear from anybody who doesn't feel the same way." Albert was sitting right across from Vito, and he looked him square in the eye as he stood up. Everybody noticed it. Everybody knew what it meant. There was a big silence. Nobody said a word, and that was all I was after. First, to teach Vito a lesson in public without him losing face, and also to get the title without having to fight for it. So, I won my first point, and frankly, I didn't give a shit what happened after that.
At this crucial meeting, Luciano declared himself the boss of bosses, signifying that his words held unquestionable authority. However, what transpired next underscored the complex dynamics of the Mafia. Despite his newly proclaimed status, Luciano's suggestion was met with defiance. Standing before the gathered bosses, Luciano urged them to steer clear of the narcotics trade. Yet in response, a chilling silence swept the room as these seasoned mob leaders exchanged knowing glances. It became evident why Luciano's plea fell on deaf ears. Many of these bosses were deeply entangled in the world of narcotics. Their involvement in the drug trade was not just a source of immense wealth. They also used casinos as a front for money laundering, channeling their drug proceeds back into various other facets of organized crime. Fearing the emergence of competing criminal organizations, they believed it was in their interest to maintain control over the narcotics trade and the corruption that came with it. Luciano's warning had little impact, as these seasoned mobsters understood the practical realities of their operations. They chose to ignore his counsel, setting the stage for subsequent developments.
Actually, that's not really true. Something did happen that bothered me because I didn't exactly win the next order of business. I figured I might as well beat Vito to the punch. I told the meeting that when I was in Italy, I heard about the trouble between Vito and Albert. I said I also heard some news about other guys who was trying to move in on brothers, and I explained that every one of them was good friends of mine, and that they had to make an effort to get along better with each other. I laughed when I heard what I said and said I didn't expect them to love each other because I knew that was impossible. I reminded them about things they liked to forget about, the old mustache Pete's, about Masseria and Maranzano and so forth. I told them that jealousy was our biggest enemy, jealousy of what some other guy in another outfit had. I told them about their own figures, their own takes, and their own profits, and I said, unless any one of us was greedy pig, I didn't look at Vito when I said it, that in our kind of business, there was so much money to be made that nobody had the right to be jealous of nobody else. I must have talked for an hour, maybe more. When I felt that I had them going along with me completely, I got around to the subject of narcotics. That sort of made everybody sit up. I could see that there was looking back and forth, from me to Vito, and it was very clear that he was getting really upset, because he knew what I was going to say. I told them I wanted them to get the hell out of that business, to stop it right then and there, and to forget it. I said that they knew when I was young punk, only 19, I had trouble with the stuff, and they sent me to the stir. And I reminded them about the other time in 1923, when it cost me a fortune. I told them they had become clear to me that there was so much dough to be made in everything else we had. Why ruin it with the dangers of playing around with junk that would only bring the federal guys down on us and the Interpol people that were starting up in Paris? I tried to make them understand that everything was different now that the war was over. We were businessmen running our businesses and giving people that what they wanted in what way, in a way that didn't hurt nobody. People wanted to gamble. We helped them gamble. They needed booze, cigarettes, and meat during the war. We took care of that. Sure, here and there we would squeeze some guys, but on the other hand, look at all the money we were putting in circulation just from other good businessmen buying our protection. I said there wasn't a politician or a cop who could hold on to none of the money we paid him off with, that they spent as soon as I got it, and it was very good for the American economy to put it in circulation. When I said that, I looked right at Meyer Lansky and we both couldn't hold back laughing.
The mobsters would then look at each other and start discussions that would then break the ice in regard to what Luciano was saying. However, it never meant anything.
But I didn't mean a fucking thing. On the subject of narcotics, I could see I wasn't getting through. All the time I was talking, most of them had stones in their faces. Then Steve Magadino got up on my side. He told the story about Vito writing him from Italy and what I said when he come to see me in the stir. He made a very strong point by saying that jealousy was our number 2 enemy. Junk was number 1. That kind of opened up the discussion. I was a little shocked to see that almost all the guys didn't want to go along with me. Frank Costello had the same feeling, and he leaned over and whispered to me.
Frank Costello astutely observed that Charlie Luciano's efforts to persuade the other bosses were futile. He leaned in to share a vital insight with Luciano. Vito Genovese had manipulated the situation long before the meeting even began. This revelation hinted at a concerning development, indicating that the American mob bosses were taking action independently, without awaiting Luciano's approval. It was clear that these bosses had already reached an agreement to continue their involvement in the narcotics trade, disregarding Luciano's counsel. Frank Costello, foreseeing potential consequences, warned Luciano, suggesting that these men would ultimately regret their actions. This moment marked a significant shift in the balance of power within the Mafia, as Luciano's authority faced challenges from within his own organization.
I took his advice and told the meeting I would never go against the majority. But it was goddamn obvious to me that the majority wanted to play with fire, and that's why I wanted to make one thing very clear. There was one son of a bitch by the name of Aslinger who couldn't think about nothing else except that Charlie Lucky was king of junk. So I said, for Christ's sake, keep me out of it, or else I'm gonna take an ad in the New York Mirror and declare it myself. That made another laugh. But Frank was right. Vito had won that round, and it would cause more trouble in our outfit than anything we had ever done up to that day.
The meeting in Havana took a serious turn, as the topic of a certain old friend needed to be addressed. This individual had not been invited to the meeting, because his business dealings were the very reason for this gathering. Many of the mob bosses from across America had invested in his project, and it had encountered significant issues. Meyer Lansky was the one to initiate this discussion, referring to it as the Siegel situation. Benjamin Siegel had undertaken an ambitious project in Las Vegas, aiming to transform the city into a gambling and entertainment hub. At the time, Las Vegas was primarily a stopover for travelers passing through, with no hint of the thriving casino town it would later become. Siegel, however, possessed a visionary outlook. Siegel envisioned Las Vegas as a destination featuring luxurious accommodations, fine dining, and world-class entertainment, alongside the gambling scene. His goal was to create an empire that would rival major tourist destinations globally. To secure the resources needed for his casino's construction, Siegel had turned to his mob associates. The mob exerted pressure on various entities, including the Teamsters Union, to ensure the smooth flow of goods and materials to the construction site. During this period, America was deeply involved in World War II, with essential resources diverted to war efforts. Siegel encountered challenges in obtaining construction materials, and his mob connections were invaluable in securing the necessary supplies. Siegel's determination to make Flamingo a success was unwavering, but his constant need for more funds led to risky behaviors. He resorted to shaking down both legitimate individuals in Beverly Hills and mob figures, offering shares in the casino in exchange for money. However, his aggressive fundraising efforts would eventually lead to his downfall. Investors who had put substantial sums into Siegel's venture began to question the delays and financial discrepancies. They demanded transparency regarding the use of their funds, a request that posed significant risks, as it would expose the mingling of legitimate and illegitimate money. The people at the Havana meeting were well informed about this matter, thanks to reports from Frank Costello, Meyer Lansky, and others who had monitored Siegel's activities closely. Although some mobsters were skeptical of Siegel's vision for Las Vegas, they maintained their respect for Luciano and refrained from intervening in the situation. For Siegel, the success of his casino was essential, and his life depended on its prosperity. However, behind the scenes, issues related to money laundering, skimming, and hidden accounts in Switzerland were raising concerns among the mobsters, as they realized that significant sums were being funneled away from the project. The revelation of hidden bank accounts linked to Virginia Hill and the disappearance of large sums of money intensified the complications surrounding Benjamin Siegel's ambitious casino project in Las Vegas. This issue, would ultimately play a pivotal role in the events to come. In 1945 and 46, Meyer Lansky delved into a meticulous investigation, peeling back the layers of his old comrade's Benjamin Siegel's operations. His astute network stretched as far as Switzerland, where he uncovered the intriguing movements of Virginia Hill. Lansky's contacts in the Alpine country discreetly observed Hill making substantial deposits, prompting them to share their findings with the shrewd Lansky. The trail led him to a staggering revelation. $350,000 had seemingly vanished from Siegel's enterprise. Lansky's genius extended to scrutinizing Hill's methods, and a clandestine search of her hideout revealed a wardrobe concealing oversized clothes fitted with hidden pockets, a clever scheme employed by Hill to smuggle substantial sums of cash out of the country. Armed with this incriminating evidence, Lansky directed his operatives to examine the accounts associated with the money flow, confidently predicting a total of around $350,000. Astonishingly, the account mirrored Lansky's calculated figure precisely. In the eyes of Meyer Lansky, Siegel's fate was sealed. The embezzlement of funds, coupled with Siegel's Jewish background, presented an untenable situation. Lansky believed it imperative to demonstrate to the Italian Mafia the decisive action Jewish mobsters took against those deemed as thieves. Despite Siegel's long-standing friendship and shared history, his transgressions demanded retribution. Lansky was resolute, and Siegel had to go.
There was no doubt in Meyer's mind that Bugsy had skimmed this dough from the building budget, and he was sure that Siegel was preparing to skip as well as skim in case the roof was going to fall in on him. Everybody listened very closely while Lansky explained it. When he got through, somebody asked, "What do you think we ought to do?"
Meyer Lansky's words reverberated in the room as he made his stance clear. There was only one resolution when dealing with someone who not only betrayed their friends, but also stole from them. Benjamin Siegel had to be eliminated. This statement was more than just a judgment. It was a demonstration of the uncompromising standards that Meyer wanted to set. He aimed to show the Italian mobsters that Jewish gangsters, too, could act with class and ruthless efficiency when necessary. Luciano, who was aware of the underlying tension between Benjamin Siegel and Meyer Lansky, put his trust in Lansky's judgment. Thus, with Meyer's verdict, Luciano presented the matter to the assembled group for a vote.
So it was put to a vote. Naturally, Meyer and Phil Castell didn't have any votes, but that didn't make any difference. The result was unanimous, and Bugsy was good as dead. Then it was decided that the contract should be handled by Charlie Fischetti, and he said he would be in touch with Jack Dragna on the coast. Jack was the outfit's #2 guy in Los Angeles under Bugsy, and that wouldn't cut no ice because he would do what he was ordered. Then Meyer got up again and said he recommended that the hit shouldn't be made until after the Flamingo opened. If the place was a success, there were ways to take care of Benny for stealing without bumping him off, and he could be made to pay back the money. Benny had been a valuable guy for a long time, almost from the beginning with me and Lansky and Costello, so none of us really wanted to see him get it. But if the Flamingo was a flop, well, that would be it for him.
Following numerous tense discussions and extensive meetings, the weariness of these men sitting around the table was palpable. As fatigue set in, it was decided to let their hair down and relax. This marked the moment when wives and girlfriends joined the gathering, making it feel like a true celebration. The ostensible reason for the party was Frank Sinatra, but in reality, the man they were truly honoring was Charlie Luciano and his return. The festivities were filled with delectable food, beautiful women, and continued for the entire week. What happened in Havana during those days remained shrouded in secrecy, with not a word making it into the local newspapers.
In them days, the word that was around about what was going on at the Hotel Nacional was off limits. There were maybe 20 papers in Havana, but that was a place where the politician was boss, and it was easy to lose a license to publish a paper if you ran something you wasn't supposed to.
On December 26th, the delegates reconvened in the conference room, but this time the atmosphere was charged with anticipation, not for a meeting, but to receive updates on the much-anticipated opening of the Flamingo in Las Vegas. The excitement, however, was swiftly dampened by grim news. As the clock ticked past midnight on the 27th, reports filtered in over the telephone, delivering a disheartening message. Unfavorable weather conditions prevailed. Cold and relentless rain cast a shadow over the grand opening. Sensing the weight of the situation, Lansky took Luciano aside, delivering the final devastating blow to Benjamin Siegel. "Charlie, with that kind of weather, only a miracle can save the Flamingo. And there's something else I have to tell you. Before I left New York, I asked some questions about opening a hotel the day after Christmas, and some people in show business laughed at me. They said the week between Christmas and New Year's is like death row as far as entertainment is concerned." The stark reality settled in, and Luciano knew Meyer's foresight was accurate. Benny, desperate to make a mark, had taken a significant gamble, challenging the odds of the fickle show business industry. Despite the glimmer of hope in a spectacular show, Luciano couldn't ignore the harsh truth. He hoped against hope that Siegel's talent would attract enough business to salvage the situation. Benjamin Siegel, despite his best efforts, could not turn the Flamingo into a success. He had gone to great lengths, bringing in celebrities like George Jessel and Xavier Cugat, and even stars such as Jimmy Durante and George Raft. However, despite the glitz and glamour, a phone call at 3 a.m. delivered the harsh reality that very few people had visited the Flamingo, and it was a financial disaster. The casino had failed to attract the average customer it needed, as Siegel's ambitious prices made it seem unaffordable to most. This was a massive setback for the mob bosses, who had invested millions in the project. Tempers flared during a meeting as the news spread, and many mob bosses, in today's terms, had put in over $147 million into the Flamingo, a significant financial commitment. Some were even ready to send a hit team to eliminate Siegel immediately. However, Meyer Lansky urged caution, citing legal complications with creditors like Samuel C. Rothberg wanting to scrutinize the books. Meyer, a white-collar criminal, knew how to navigate the legal intricacies and recommended that the Flamingo declare bankruptcy, thus halting further losses. After that, the mob could form a new association to buy out the original operation and its creditors at a fraction of the cost. While some mobsters initially saw this as a futile idea, due to their pessimism about Las Vegas, Meyer was undeterred and saw the potential of the city. He convinced the mob to provide additional funding for the casino, with the intention of having him take control of the operations, aligning both the Chicago outfit, the Southern Mafia, which was Carlos Marcello, Santo Traficante, the Mateo family, and the New York mob in the venture. This was Lansky's plan to eventually take over the casino, once Siegel's failure was evident. So, by January, the Flamingo was closed for renovations, with new funds flowing in, and Meyer Lansky was setting the stage for his eventual takeover. In the midst of these casino woes, Vito Genovese seized an opportunity to approach Luciano again, disguised as a request to control half of Italy's black market and narcotics operations. This marked his second attempt to take over the crime family, despite Luciano's reluctance.
Naturally, we were pretty damn depressed about what happened in Vegas, and nobody felt like talking much to nobody else that night. By this time, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I started to leave, but Vito stopped me and asked could I come up to his place on the top floor. He said he had some things he wanted to talk to me about, private. So I said, okay, figuring now he was going to finish what he wanted to say when he came out to my house when he first arrived in Havana. We went upstairs, not saying a word. Then he closed the door, turns to me, and says, "Charlie, I want half of Italy." I looked at him like he was crazy. I said, "Vito, what are you talking about?"
Vito Genovese was convinced that he deserved a significant share of the Italian black market and narcotics operations, as he believed he had laid the groundwork for these ventures. He claimed that he had pioneered these rackets, setting up the truck routes into Germany and making everything operational long before Charlie Luciano's arrival. He assured Luciano that everything would be waiting for him when he eventually returned to Italy. However, Charlie Luciano was skeptical of this assurance and found Vito Genovese's intentions suspect. He flatly told Genovese that he had no intention of returning to Italy and was planning to stay in Cuba indefinitely. Vito would tell Luciano, "I understand different. I heard that Washington knows you're here in Havana and they're getting ready to put the screws on these jerks in Cuba to get you thrown out. There's going to be so much heat that nobody can do anything to help you. Charlie, you're going to have to get out of here and go back to Italy. By rights, everything that's over there is half mine, and I want it." This marked the beginning of a silent conflict, a sort of Cold War between the two men, where they were engaged in a battle of words and influence. Charlie recognized that he could no longer trust Vito, and their relationship had soured. He likened Vito Genovese to Henry Anslinger, both individuals with a singular focus on apprehending him to enhance their own reputations.
So that fat little son of a bitch finally coughed it up. But he wasn't kidding me. He never had that edge on me, but I could read him like a book. That dirty cock was trying to take me. It was like an obsession with him, and it came to me that minute that there was no difference between Vito Genovese and that prick, Anslinger. They had the same idea in common. Get Charlie Luciano. Maybe Anslinger figured he'd be a big man if you could nail me. Like Vito figured if he could muscle me out, he would finally get up that last step of the ladder and be boss of bosses. Just as sure as I was alive, it meant Vito had tipped off Washington about me being in Havana and probably made it sound like I was handing junk. So, what could I do? I called him a greedy fucking pig to his face, and he starts calling me a few things. I lose my temper maybe once in 5 years, and that was the day.
In the midst of their heated exchange, a revelation surged into Luciano's consciousness. He couldn't shake off the recollection of the nefarious deeds that this scoundrel had orchestrated during the war, those clandestine pipelines he proudly boasted about. It dawned on Luciano that he had been colluding with America's adversaries, cavorting with Nazis in Italy while they sought to undermine America's very nation. Fueled by a surge of indignation, Luciano committed an act unprecedented in his own rulebook, a transgression against the very principles he had established.
I punched him up against the wall and beat the living daylights out of him. He was a tough little prick, but I was bigger and hell of a lot tougher. Besides, I was damn mad. I started to knock him around the room like he was a rubber ball. I didn't hit him in the face, I did not want to mark him up. I just belted him in the guts and in the kidneys, and when he fell down, I just started to kick him in the belly and every shot I took with my fist and my foot. I told him, he was only a shit and a son of a bitch and a dirty, rotten Neapolitan louse. Even worse, he was a fink American who turned on his own country like a fucking traitor. I beat him up so bad he couldn't get out of his room for 3 days. The only guy who knew about him was Anastasia, because when Vito was lying on the floor, out like a light and not moving, I suddenly thought maybe I broke something inside him. So I went over to Albert's room and brought him back to Vito's room with me. Then I got a doctor to patch him up. The doc knew Lansky, and he also knew how to keep his mouth shut.
After that altercation, Luciano became aware that he had inflicted severe injuries on Vito Genovese. Vito had 3 broken ribs and a fractured left arm, in addition to numerous bruises covering his body. Fortunately for Luciano, there were no major bruises on Vito Genovese's face. What Charlie had done was essentially a death sentence for himself. The following day, once things had settled down a bit, Luciano summoned Lansky to his room and shared the details of the fight. He instructed Lansky to inform the doctor and stressed that no visitors should be allowed in Vito Genovese's room.
What I had done to Vito was very serious. It could have meant that he could have me over a barrel. He could even call for a table and ask to have me knocked off. But I wasn't worried. For one thing, who the hell would believe Vito over me? There wasn't a mark on him except around his body, and we had already fixed up the doc to say that he slipped in the bathtub. Then, just before me and Albert put him on the plane, while we were riding to the airport in the car, I said to him, "Don Vitone, If by any chance you should make the mistake of mentioning what happened between us to anybody else, then I, Charlie Luciano, will get back into New York if only long enough to do a final job on you. I'll walk right up to you and I'll put a gun between your eyes and I'll blow your fucking brains out. You won't get it in the back the way you like to do it, you Neapolitan prick. I don't believe Genovese ever told anybody because it never come back to me. But when I saw that bastard get on the plane, I turned to Albert and I said, as long as that round tub of shit is alive, we can never rest easy, none of us. I figured he got some angle with Washington and all we can do is wait until it develops if it does.
Luciano was concerned that his presence in Miramar, Cuba, would become widely known, especially within the American community. It didn't take long for word to spread, and soon everyone in the area knew that Charlie Luciano was a guest at the new place. This was one of his weaknesses. While he could have chosen to remain hidden and lay low, he found himself being invited to various cocktail parties, and he couldn't resist attending. The sheer number of invitations he received was astonishing. Charlie Luciano found himself pleasantly surprised by the influx of invitations, a nostalgic echo of the lavish soirees reminiscent of the roaring 20s and 30s. Transported to the extravagant scenes akin to Gatsby's legendary parties, where extravagance knew no bounds, Luciano reveled in the memories of being a VIP guest during the heydays. In Cuba, he embraced a similar lifestyle, partaking in wild festivities and mingling with the local elite. Luciano, yearning to associate with legitimate figures and reconnect with American friends from golf clubs in Westchester and Connecticut, found solace in these gatherings. Despite being one of the world's most notorious gangsters, he relished the freedom he felt post-imprisonment. Although television had yet to grasp the popularity it would later achieve, Luciano's name slowly seeped back into the American consciousness through newspapers. This newfound visibility embarrassed figures like Tom Dewey and the American establishment, who had once touted Luciano as an infamous inmate. Unfortunately, Luciano's penchant for publicity and high-profile engagements in Cuba would contribute to his eventual downfall, as the tides of public opinion turned against him. Charlie Luciano was thoroughly enjoying the vibrant nightlife in Havana, especially when he went out with certain individuals and attended various cocktail parties. What made it even more appealing was that he didn't need to spend a dime. However, this lifestyle of partying without restraint eventually led to him being spotted by various people. One such person was Henry Wallace, an American freelance journalist who wrote for newspapers, including gossip columnists and the English-language Havana Post. While out one night, Wallace noticed a familiar figure on the dance floor. It was none other than Charlie Luciano. When he inquired, the people around him claimed that the man dancing was Salvatore Lucania, but it didn't take long for Wallace to deduce that Salvatore Lucania was, in fact, Salvatore Luciano, known to the world as Charlie Luciano.
This guy named Wallace comes up to me in a club and says he knows who I am. He tells me he's a reporter, and he's going to write about me being in Havana instead of Italy where they shipped me. Then he stood and kind of waited. Well, I knew what he was after. I played it straight. Finally, he says he could protect me, not let out who I was and so forth. The creep was just trying to shake me down. I got a couple of guys who threw him out of the joint, and I guess they made it a little rough. That was a big mistake on my part, because I found out that Wallace was a very close friend of two important officials in Havana. One was no less than the chief of the Cuban secret police, named Benito Herrera, and the other guy was Minister of the Interior, Alfredo Pequeno.
Charlie then found himself entangled with another captivating woman, Beverly Paterno, a prominent figure in New York's cafe society. These were the kind of women Luciano favored, sophisticated, part of high society. Immediately they became a fixture at racetracks, clubs, and renowned restaurants. Yet wherever Beverly went, a wave of publicity and paparazzi followed. She seemed like a walking PR machine, frequenting the best establishments and attracting attention, turning them into the hottest spots in town. In a move that would backfire, she hired a press agent to broadcast every move she and Luciano made. Flashbulbs illuminated their path and soon the headlines blared the presence of Luciano, the king of vice, running a criminal empire almost within arm's reach of the United States. Luciano, feeling the heat, pointed fingers at Wallace, but he too bore responsibility. Opting for a low profile away from the public eye could have mitigated the storm of press attention. However, Luciano chose a different path, embracing the limelight from the outset. When the news broke about Luciano's presence in Cuba, it not only grabbed headlines but also irked Meyer Lansky. He had advised Charlie to maintain a low profile, but Luciano had disregarded this counsel. Lansky, ever the pragmatic strategist, immediately set a plan into motion to help protect Luciano. He approached General Batista, who assured him that despite Luciano's imprudent social activities, there was no immediate trouble heading his way. Luciano was in Cuba with an Italian passport and a Cuban visa, enjoying his time as a tourist. Moreover, he was considered a business partner in the Hotel Nacional, giving him a legitimate reason to be in the country. Both General Batista and Lansky believed they had enough to ensure that Luciano wouldn't be expelled from Cuba. However, Luciano couldn't shake the feeling of impending trouble. He had an intuition, a gut feeling, that this was just the beginning of more difficulties. Charlie remarked, "I guess Meyer thought this might cheer me up, but it didn't do much to ease my mind. I had one of those hunches of mine that trouble hadn't even started." Luciano's premonition was not unfounded. In February, following the news article, Washington erupted in an uproar. Harry J. Anslinger, the commissioner of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, declared Luciano a danger to the safety of the United States as long as he remained in the Western Hemisphere. Anslinger initiated formal demands to have Luciano expelled from Cuba, expecting compliance. However, Cuba, while a small island, stood firm. It acknowledged Anslinger's demands politely, but firmly refused to comply.
I made a real good friend, a guy by the name of Indelicio Pertiere, who was a Cuban congressman and also the head of the jockey club that run the racetrack I like to go to. He was always broke, from losing at his own track, and I used to help him out. Because he was a nice fella, he tried to help me. He arranged that some other congressmen should join him in Havana, Cuba, to tell Washington that I wasn't breaking no Cuban laws, and so why the hell should they throw me out?
Luciano found support from both the police chief and the interior minister in Cuba. These officials informed the American embassy in Havana that while they were aware of Luciano's presence, they couldn't establish any direct links to organized crime or narcotics trafficking. They openly acknowledged Luciano's criminal record and reputation, but emphasized that they couldn't take any action because his papers and legal documents were in perfect order.
As much as I appreciated what the guys were trying to do, I knew the help wouldn't hold up if Anslinger decided to get tough, and I couldn't shake the feeling I had about Vito blowing the whistle on me in Washington. I called Meyer and Frank Costello over to Havana, and we talked about the situation. I knew that the American system where you're supposed to be innocent until they prove you're guilty did not work for me. Look at what happened to me with Dewey. So, if somebody said that Charlie Lucky is running junk out of Havana, well, the guys in Washington was sure I had to be doing it. Things didn't look good.
Cuba's refusal to act against Luciano sent shockwaves through Washington. Henry Anslinger took the issue directly to President Truman, claiming that the increase in narcotics trafficking into America was due to Luciano's presence in Havana. Anslinger asserted that Luciano was now directing this criminal business from Cuba, providing another reason for wanting to remove him from the country. Then came another devastating blow. In response to Cuba's lack of cooperation, Anslinger announced publicly that all goods traveling from America to Cuba, including essential medical supplies, would be subject to a strict embargo. This move incited outrage from the Cuban administration, who viewed it as unjust treatment by the more powerful United States. Medical professionals voiced their concerns, highlighting that Luciano was not in control of the narcotics industry, and that the embargo would harm the Cuban people more than anyone else. However, these protests were largely symbolic, as Cuba had no means to manufacture the essential medical supplies required to sustain its population. The embargo was a harsh tactic employed by the United States to assert dominance over Cuba. Luciano, accustomed to influencing local governments, had his perspective on the situation. This is what he had to say.
They say you can't fight City Hall, but that never bothered me, because I used to buy City Hall. But I couldn't figure out how I was going to buy the whole Treasury Department in Washington. I figured that my plans to stay in Cuba was well fucked up.
The pressure continued to escalate, and General Batista realized that the current Cuban administration could not withstand the relentless pressure from the United States for much longer. They knew that eventually, under this pressure, the Cuban government would yield. In response to this challenging situation, Batista and Meyer Lansky hatched a new plan. Their plan hinged on the outcome of the 1948 American presidential election, in which they believed Tom Dewey had a strong chance of winning. With Dewey in power, they anticipated Batista's return to authority in Cuba, paving the way for Luciano's eventual return. However, Charlie Luciano was not keen on this plan. He heard it, but was not ready to surrender. He believed that leaving for Italy would jeopardize his position at the pinnacle of the American underworld.
I had a pretty good lawyer in Havana, a guy by the name of Gonzalez, who was friendly with President Grouse and Martin. So he and some Cuban senators cooked up the idea to help me fight back. They would ask Grouse and Martin to cut off the shipment of sugar to the United States if Asslinger embargo was allowed to stick. I thought it was a terrific idea, except one thing. Gonzalez told me that in the end we would lose.
Then it happened. Because Luciano refused to surrender, the authorities in charge of Cuba had no choice but to take him into custody. Charlie recalled, "Then, one day I'm having lunch in a restaurant. It was a Saturday afternoon, I think it was February 23rd, and the assistant police chief, Hernandez, came up to my table and arrested me. His boss, Benito Herrera, didn't have the heart to do it to me personally." Charlie was immediately placed under house arrest and given a few days to prepare himself. After that period, he was transferred to the Tiscornia immigration camp, where he awaited the ultimate decision on his fate. It's worth noting that, in around the 60s, Fidel Castro detained Santo Traficante and locked him up in the same jail cell where Charlie Luciano had been in 1947. In 1947, the Tiscornia immigration camp served as Cuba's equivalent of Ellis Island.
Tiscornia immigration camp is the Cuban version of Ellis Island, but what a difference. It was surrounded by a big swamp, hot as a son of a bitch and so humid that your clothes just stuck to your body. I knew I couldn't take that very long. It was the same old story of what happened to me, Italy, when they big United States started to put the squeeze on the little country like Cuba. What choice did they have?
Luciano had to endure his time in that cell while the men worked to negotiate a new deal with the Americans, seeking a solution that would appease all parties involved. They explored various options, including entertaining Henry's demands for Luciano's deportation. However, they also proposed alternative safe havens like Caracas in Venezuela. The Venezuelan government even extended an offer to host Luciano. Argentina was considered as a potential compromise, yet Henry Anslinger remained resolute, insisting that if the Cubans wished to see the embargo lifted, they had to deport Luciano back to Italy, specifically to La Cara Fridi, his hometown in Sicily.
So I told my Cuban friends to forget it, that I would agree to go back to Italy and not take the matter to court. In other words, I volunteered to go just so Asslinger couldn't put the last nail in my coffin. The only thing I asked for was that I could buy first-class transportation on a boat. But Asslinger put so much pressure on the Cuban government that I had to leave almost instantly, and the only boat going out to Italy that week was a cargo steamer called the SS Bakir. When I heard that tub was the Turkish boat, I just threw my hands up and said, well, that clinches it. Turkey and narcotics are one and the same. Now for sure, Charlie Luciano has to be tabbed as the king of junk.
In 1947, Luciano faced deportation once more. He was forced to leave Cuba and was transported on the Turkish liner SS Bakir. It struck him as ironic that he was being sent back on a Turkish boat, considering that much of the heroin entering America was originating from Turkey.
The weather was so lousy the goddamn ship felt like was going to go under at least 4 or 5 times a day, and it wasn't like when I went back on the Laura Keene. I knew then that somehow I was going to get back to America or someplace close to it. But this trip looked like it might be for good, unless I could come up with something that would get me out of the spot Asslinger had put me into. You would think more than 4 weeks on the ocean would give you time to plan anything. But all the angles I could think of or invent just kept coming back to one thing. My only hope is that Tom Dewey would beat Harry Truman in 1948. I'm not much of a guy for praying, but much as I hated Dewey for what he had done to me, I used to pray every night that he would make it to the White House in '48 with Truman. I didn't stand a chance. With Dewey, I brought him once, so there had to be a way to buy him again.
The boat docked in Genoa, Italy, around April 11, 1947, and Luciano was swiftly arrested and taken into police custody. Although Luciano had expected this as a mere formality and assumed he would quickly return to Le Carafridi and regain his unrestricted status, he was unaware of the increased pressure placed on Italy by the Americans. Alcide de Gasperi, among others, was concerned about Luciano's return and the potential repercussions, especially since Christian Democratic Party leaders were set to meet in Sicily to discuss the strategy for the upcoming national election. De Gasperi insisted that Luciano be held in Le Carafridi until the party caucus was resolved, fearing Luciano's presence on the island. The new Inspector General of Police in Palermo was also closely monitoring Luciano and even sought his arrest upon arrival, suggesting that he be held in prison pending a determination of his status. A significant commission meeting took place in Palermo, composed of the Chief of Police, the Prefect of Palermo, a Carabinieri officer, a judge, and a private citizen. The commission offered 3 choices. Luciano could be confined to Le Carafridi for up to 5 years, with his case to be reviewed after this period. He would be admonished to behave himself and could live anywhere in Sicily with a nightly curfew and daily reporting to the police. Luciano could be granted unrestricted freedom, with a warning not to get into trouble. A single infraction of the law would bring him before the commission for stern punishment. The most extreme decision, declaring Luciano a peril to the state. Luciano's lawyers argued that he was a victim of the American justice system and claimed that he had been released from prison because the authorities recognized the injustice of his sentencing. Luciano stated that he had returned to Italy of his own free will and never intended to abandon his Italian citizenship. On May 14th, which was the feast day of Saint Fortunato, Saint Lucky, the decision was rendered in Luciano's favor. It stated that he was not socially dangerous and that he was a free citizen with the right to live without being molested, provided he behaved like a gentleman and refrained from any illicit activity. Luciano was content with the outcome and shook hands with his lawyers. In the following weeks he spent time in Palermo, but later convinced friendly authorities to allow him to move to Rome by the end of June. While in Naples, he resumed involvement in the black market, which was still thriving. Luciano also took the time to visit Father Francesco Scarpato, whom he had met in 1946. Father Scarpato had requested Luciano's help and financial aid in clearing villages on the slopes of Mount Vesuvius that had been buried under molten lava from a volcanic eruption in 1944. This assistance was seen as essential in the battle for people's loyalty against the communists, demonstrating that a simple priest had direct access to the generous funds of the famous American from New York.
Don Cheech was a little roly-poly guy, and he had a smile that was terrific. How can you turn down a guy like that who was dedicated to nothing but the best things in life for everybody else, but who don't ask nothing for himself? So, I gave him some dough. He needed an altar for the church too, and they wanted to replace the religious pictures the volcano had destroyed and things like that. So, I helped him with them things too. Most of all, he told me he needed to be able to say that. Lucky Luciano was his friend and would help him. From what I could see later, it helped, and I was proud that he was knocking the shit out of the communists out there.
In the 3rd week of June 1947, while Luciano was still in Naples, events in California set Italian police on his trail. On the afternoon of June 20th, Bugsy Siegel was enjoying his weekly manicure at Harry Drucker's barbershop in Beverly Hills, chatting with his friend Carl Lemmeler, a film producer. Siegel appeared relaxed and cheerful during their conversation. However, at 7 p.m. that evening, Benny Siegel visited the Hollywood office of Daily Loyalty and asked for Floribel Muir, who was writing a column on the Flamingo for a newspaper and magazine. Siegel thanked her for her favorable review of the Flamingo's floor show, mentioning his plans for a major advertising campaign and the upcoming booking of the Ritz brothers for the September opening, paying them $25,000 a week. At 7:30 p.m., Alan Smiley arrived in his powder-blue Cadillac convertible. Siegel greeted Smiley and Chick, and they decided to leave in Alan's car since it was parked in the driveway. The group dined at Jack's restaurant in Ocean Park, enjoying a leisurely seafood dinner while watching the sea's slow waves and the sandy beach. They finished their meal around 9 p.m. and Siegel paid the bill, tipped the waiter, and proceeded to exit. Someone handed him a copy of the Morning Los Angeles Times, which featured a headline stamped with "Good night, sleep well, with the compliments of Jack." Siegel, having found no flowers around, asked Smiley if he could smell any flowers in the air. A cryptic comment. Chick searched room to room for the mysterious flowers Siegel claimed to smell, but to no avail. Siegel, seated with Smiley in the living room of Virginia's house, discussed the newspaper spread across his lap. Unbeknownst to Siegel, there was a man outside the window behind the lattice frame, aiming a .30-30 carbine rifle directly at Siegel's face. As Siegel was handed the newspaper, the shooter's trembling finger was on the trigger. He fired 5 shots at Siegel. One bullet tore through Siegel's eye, another cracked his ribs, and a third missed him. Smiley, unharmed, yelled to cut the lights to hide their location from the sniper. When the lights were turned back on, Siegel's lifeless body lay on the floor. In the meantime, Virginia Hill had been traveling across Europe, fueling rumors that she was trying to seek Luciano's help on Siegel's behalf. However, Luciano denied any involvement. The Flamingo, which had recently reopened in March, was starting to recover financially. When the news of Siegel's murder reached Naples, the police, acting on orders from American officials, detained Luciano for questioning in connection with the shooting. Luciano was furious but maintained a calm facade, stating that Beverly Hills was 7,000 miles away and he couldn't possibly be involved in the murder of an old friend. Luciano now found himself entangled in the consequences of Siegel's violent demise, and things were starting to heat up in the criminal underworld back in the United States. Luciano provided some details about Siegel's murder.
I never knew who actually done the job on Bugsy, but I remember that Jack Dragna had a rep for being a pretty sharp shot, but I really didn't know, and I didn't care who done it. All they had to tell me was the results.
Just because Benjamin Siegel had been murdered, it didn't mean that everything had been sorted out. It left one loose end, and that was Virginia Hill.
I didn't know Virginia. She was apparently a good-looking girl from the South somewhere, and Adonis was the first one to latch onto her when she came to New York. He gave her a job working our numbers bank, and I heard that she was a real crackpot, slept around a lot and so forth. Naturally, after Bugsy went, she was a big danger because she knew too much. There was one thing everybody was sure of them nights Bugsy spent on the pillow with her. He spilled enough into her pinky ear about the outfit and the top guys that could cause plenty of trouble. The logical thing was to get rid of her. But we had a big bookmaker in Chicago, Joe Epstein, who handled our layoffs, and he was nuts about her. He kept protecting her, sending her money even during the time she was with Bugsy. In fact, practically all the guys in the outfit who ever laid her, and that just about included, everybody stood up for her to make sure she didn't get hit. Besides, Lansky wanted to get his hands on the dough in Switzerland. But Virginia was scared to use the money, even though we heard that lots of times she was pretty bad off. When the Kefauver hearing started in the United States a couple years later, Virginia was subpoenaed to testify. She got in touch with me in Naples and wanted to come see me. I knew that meant a shakedown. So, the boys arranged that if she could keep her mouth shut, we would let her dig into the Swiss account, keep some of the money and return the rest to the Treasury in New York. She never spent none of it until after the Cinephile hearings were over, and we could be sure she did the right thing as far as we were concerned. When she testified, she got a laugh from the witness stand, but she never really said nothing.
Virginia Hill died in 1966, and there were rumors suggesting that she might have taken her own life. Luciano's questioning by the Italian police was brief, primarily because they had been monitoring him closely, knowing that if he were involved in anything, it likely occurred outside Italy, possibly in Havana, Cuba. Therefore, they decided to let the matter rest. Luciano returned to the Excelsior Hotel in Rome, but soon found himself hounded by the paparazzi, who were relentless in their pursuit. They invaded his privacy, hoping to capture him in unguarded moments when he might let his guard down. Their persistent efforts irritated Charlie immensely.
But it didn't make no difference whether I talked to them bastards or not. They made up stories anyway, just to print something. There was hardly a day when some newspaper didn't publish a story there. Lucky Luciano was the biggest tourist attraction in Italy next to the Isle of Capri. From the time I got back to Rome in June '47, I never did anything really bad. I mean, only black marketing and changing of money like before. Even though everybody in the country was doing it, I had to be especially careful because I was the gang boss, and everywhere I went, guys with cameras were following me, and that Asslinger guy wasn't going to give up on me just because the commission in Sicily said I could walk around like a human being. I got tipped off the American embassy in Rome had orders to force the Italian police to keep me under surveillance. I could hardly turn around without falling over them guys.
Luciano despised the constant surveillance he was under, finding it hindering him in many ways. Despite this, he remained the undisputed head of his criminal organization back in the United States. The National Commission in America could not make a move without his approval. He was still the boss, even with the surveillance, allowing him a high degree of autonomy when it came to managing his operations in New York and beyond. This level of autonomy and power lasted for a decade, and he maintained it through various means. One of the tactics he employed was the use of couriers who regularly arrived and departed with important messages. Luciano also established a secondary channel for written communications, involving friendly army officials with APO addresses in Italy. To further maintain secrecy, incoming letters were discreetly sent to him in pink envelopes with perfume sprayed on them, making them appear as love letters rather than criminal correspondence. They often came from locations in Brooklyn and several cities in New Jersey with no return addresses. His personal friends, like Frank Scalise, Red Levine, and members of various crime families, frequently visited him. These visits were not just for conveying verbal messages, but also involved delivering packages, including cash averaging around $25,000 per month. This money was essentially his share of the profits generated from various rackets in the United States. Additionally, he received profits from Havana, Cuba, and investments held jointly with figures such as Meyer Lansky, Carlos Marcello, Frank Costello, Vito Genovese, and many others. Luciano chose not to spend this money immediately. Instead, he allowed it to accumulate, reserving it for unforeseen emergencies or future investments. He was well aware that many in Italy knew about these funds, and he often had to fend off hustlers trying to exploit his wealth and take whatever money they could from him.
Almost everyday guys would come up to me with some kind of deal away to make a quick buck. I'll bet half of them promotions had to do with narcotics. It was just what I was scared about in Havana when I had the fight with Vito. No matter what I would say or do or try to do, Asslinger and his whole organization was set on tripping me up for pushing junk one way or another, so I took steps to make sure that it didn't happen.
Luciano's paranoia regarding the surveillance on him grew increasingly intense. He began to fear that certain individuals might attempt to frame him by planting drugs in his possession. Even when cleaners came to his room, he insisted on watching them as they worked. He maintained sole control of the key to his apartment, ensuring that nobody else had access. Additionally, when packages were set to be delivered to him, he made a point of opening them in front of the hotel receptionist always having witnesses present to verify the contents. This cautious approach was aimed at preventing any false accusations that these packages might contain substantial amounts of drugs.
A couple years later, I put on my payroll in order to protect myself from every son of a bitch who wanted Charlie Lucky's help. I used John Raimundo, who was called Cockeye because that's what he was, cockeyed, and a fellow by the name of Joe DiGiorgio. To find out what guys wanted before they could see me, it sounded like I was acting like a big shot. But I had to worry all the time about police guys and dope agents in Italy and America who wanted to make a big name by nailing Lucky Luciano. Joe and John done all the checking on things for me, and I trusted them all through the years.
Luciano began to grasp the challenging situation he found himself in. Despite the promises of American aid to help Italy recover, he realized that the country was still mired in poverty and destitution. While American charities like the Salvation Army were attempting to provide assistance by distributing warm clothes, especially to children, many gangsters in Italy were hijacking these goods and selling them on the black market at exorbitant prices. Luciano himself had dealings in the black market, but not with essential items like clothes or medicine. His interests lay in the luxury black market. At this point, a priest approached Charlie to discuss the predicament he was facing.
One day, a priest come to see me at the Hotel Excelsior. At first, he was a little embarrassed to get the point, but I told him just to say it out loud. So he explained about the clothes being hijacked. He figured that because I was a big American gangster, I could help fight fire with fire. I think this priest's name was Father Muldato, and he had his parish near my hotel the day he come to see me. It was so cold in Rome that you could freeze your balls off. And right down below my window on the corner of the way Via Veneto, them thieves were selling Salvation Army clothes at Fifth Avenue prices. I thought it was a real rotten racket, and I told the father that I would look into it. After all, thief or no thief, there must be a limit to how far a crook can go. One day, a priest come to see me at the Hotel Excelsior. At first, he was a little embarrassed to get the point, but I told him just to say it out loud. So he explained about the clothes being hijacked. He figured that because I was a big American gangster, I could help fight fire with fire. I think this priest's name was Father Muldato, and he had his parish near my hotel the day he come to see me. It was so cold in Rome that you could freeze your balls off. And right down below my window on the corner of the way Via Veneto, them thieves were selling Salvation Army clothes at Fifth Avenue prices. I thought it was a real rotten racket, and I told the father that I would look into it. After all, thief or no thief, there must be a limit to how far a crook can go. I don't even remember their names no more. I think one guy was called Vittorio, and he seemed to be one of the leaders of the whole setup all over the country. I got this clothes hijacker and his pals together for a meet. It was in a garden restaurant around the corner from the Excelsior. It was closed because of the cold weather. I knew the owner and he let me use the joint. These guys knew who I was, and I told them cut out the fucking hijacking of American clothes or else. They started to argue with me, but I said to them, if I walk out of here 10 minutes later, you all be dead. So give me your answer right now, and don't shit around. So, the hijacking of the Salvation Army shipment stops right away, and from then on them clothes reach where they were supposed to be going. The only compromises made with them pricks was that they could sell the stuff they already socked away, and that would be it. A couple days later, the priest comes to see me again. His parish had just received a whole bunch of clothes for kids and older people and diapers for babies. Christ knows what. He thanks me all over the place and says to me, people should know what I'd done to understand I'm not the big American monster Washington wanted everybody in Italy to believe.
This endeavor, though seemingly promising, spiraled into another fiasco for Luciano. Despite the positive aspects of the deal, local newspapers didn't paint him as a hero. Instead, they portrayed Luciano as the mobster overseeing the garment racket. It seemed that regardless of his noble deeds, Luciano couldn't escape the stigma attached to his name. Yet, amidst the media storm, a priest's words lingered in Charlie's mind. There is fire in all of us, my son. Now you're beginning to learn for the first time how to control it. I'll give you a blessing for what you have done. The following night brought forth the results of that blessing. Charlie encountered Igea. In the year 1947, the boss of the Luciano crime family found himself deported from America. A man who had come to the country at the tender age of 9, barely speaking a word of English, now faced the challenge of plotting his way back into the land he had transformed. It was a journey that few could fault him for contemplating, given his remarkable rise. In just a decade, this electric immigrant had transitioned from an outsider to an integral figure in the world of organized crime. Initially gaining notoriety through bootlegging, he went on to create one of the most extensive criminal syndicates in history. Luciano expanded his reach beyond American borders, establishing connections and ventures in Mexico, South America, Latin America, the Bahamas, Cuba, Europe, including cities like London, Paris, and Switzerland. Collaborating with various organized crime groups, including the Cuban Mafia, Jewish Mafia, Irish Mafia, and other American crime families, he had become a formidable figure. Now the electric immigrant had been sent back to his homeland, Italy, a place his father had strived to escape for a better life. However, this deportation didn't diminish Luciano's legacy. He was returning as a significant somebody, the King of New York. Despite his stature, his empire would soon be methodically dismantled. Charlie felt he could rule his empire from Cuba in the ensuing years. The New York crime families would recognize that Luciano was never coming back. To claim their positions as bosses, they would have to follow the blueprint he had left behind. The sequence of events would unfold with ruthless precision. The Mangano brothers would be the first to fall, setting off a chain reaction of all-out warfare within the city's criminal underworld. This marks the end of Luciano's story concerning his prison sentence. The next chapter, beginning in 1947 and concluding in 1962 with Luciano's death, will offer a gripping tale of intrigue, power struggles, and the enduring legacy of a man who forever shaped the world of organized crime. Thank you for listening, liking, and subscribing to my channel.